Chapter 236. At first glance, Kamado Ya's extreme Dao cleansing plan sounded very illogical and childish. As Dao knew, there were at least 100,000 extreme Daos in the country. Even if they were convicted using various methods, there wouldn't be enough police force to arrest them, nor would there be enough prison resources to manage them. But Kamado Ya had obviously thought of this. Her solution was to cooperate with the government through various domestic and foreign companies to form an extreme Dao cleansing alliance. Although it was relatively rare in Japan, in Europe and the United States, private prisons and various large security companies had long been very mature businesses. Everything was legal and compliant. At this time, Kamado Ya planned to bring in the American companies through the government and let them be responsible for arresting extreme Daos in the country. They would also build prisons and maintain the prison environment. In this way, these large foreign companies could earn large amounts of USD, and the country could also completely get rid of the extreme Daos. Wasn't it killing two birds with one stone? After listening to Kamado Ya's plan, Daigo Tamizu only felt a chill rising from his back and slowly spreading to his whole body. Indeed, on the surface, this cooperation plan perfectly solved the extreme Daos problem, and the Japanese government didn't need to provide money or manpower. They just needed to nod their heads. But in the eyes of Daigo Mingji, this was a complete plan to lead the wolf into the house. Large American companies, especially private prisons, were the ultimate profiteering business. On one hand, they provided convenience to prisoners in prison. As long as they were willing to pay, they could have all the benefits that prisoners didn't deserve. On the other hand, they used extremely low labor costs to obtain orders from large production companies and let the prisoners in prison work overtime to complete the orders. In other words, these private prisons looked like prisons, but they were actually factories. The workers inside were the kind of free labor that didn't need to be paid. Therefore, if Kamado Ya's plan was implemented, then the result would be hundreds of thousands of extreme Daos in the country would be caught in these private prisons for various reasons and be crazily exploited with more than 16 hours of work per day. Those American companies had more than 100,000 free laborers who did not need to be paid. They could produce whatever they wanted, and at the same time, they could get a large commission from the government. It was a huge profit. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that once such a private prison was established, the next step would be to collude with the judicial system and throw a large number of people into prison. For example, the American population accounted for less than 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prisoners were held in the country. This was not a matter of whether public security was good or bad, but when these private prisons rose, the more prisoners there were, the more the bosses behind them would earn. Naturally, they would want to throw more people into prison. This was just a business. At the same time, as the promoter of the extreme cleansing plan, Kawada herself would also benefit greatly. That was, the resume and popularity of planning an unprecedented project and putting it into practice. After this, she would immediately become the most famous and popular empress in history. No matter what she wanted to do, she would have the right to speak. Since he and Tianya were able to easily reach an agreement with the American corporation since they were young, Dao Mingji already had a rough idea of what kind of evil water was coming out of the Empress's stomach. Coupled with the extremely dirty situation behind the scenes, as the police chief, he absolutely did not want to see this happen in his country. Therefore, just after Kawada Yo announced the contents of her extreme cleansing plan, the police chief could not help but grit his teeth and decided to take the risk and directly stand up. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. But before Sensible stood up, a burst of wild laughter came from the ceiling above the pine room, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. This laughter. Could it be? Kawada Ya, who was about to give a few more impassioned speeches, suddenly widened her eyes and looked up with an expression of disbelief. The pine room was the central area of the main hall. Although the decoration inside the hall could not be said to be splendid, it still had the flavor of the era. The surrounding walls were decorated with purple and red satin with dragon patterns. There were tassel-like satin curtains hanging from above, like a young girl's swaying skirt. But just when everyone looked up at the direction of the laughter, they saw a figure quickly leaping from the tasseled satin curtains under the ceiling. Then, like a crane, he gracefully landed in front of the long table where the royal family members were sitting. According to the description of a reporter who was fortunate enough to see this scene at close range, the situation at that time was like this. How should I describe that feeling? It was like Zorro. Do you know Zorro? Young Master Ryudo descended from the sky like the hero thief Zorro and directly landed in front of the royal family members. Moreover, his landing was light and silent, and his movements were extremely elegant. At that time, we were all stunned. The scene was very quiet, and no one dared to make a sound. After all, everyone was attracted by young Master Ryudo's gorgeous figure and handsome movements. They could not help but have the thought of, this person is too awesome in their hearts. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If there were not so many people at that time, I really wanted to go over and kowtow to young Master Ryudo 3 times. What god, what royal family. In front of that young master, they are simply a joke. They are not even comparable to dog farts. Although this reporter's description was his own opinion, it could be seen that Ryudo's shocking fall had an exaggerated impact. Other than the reporter, even the surrounding policemen and guards were stunned by him. They were stunned for a full 2 seconds before reacting. After reacting, a high-ranking member of the Metropolitan Police Department immediately shouted out instinctively, It's Ryudo Kiryu. Quick, quick, catch him." Suddenly, the surrounding policemen and guards rushed towards him as if they suddenly realized something. They wanted to catch this young criminal who had barged into the royal family's press conference on the spot. At that moment, at least a dozen strong men in police or guard uniforms rushed towards Ryudo, trying to capture him alive. But under the cameras of the reporters who were frantically taking pictures of this rare event, the young man only slowly raised his right foot. When Ryudo raised his right foot and raised it to a height higher than his left knee, his left foot was still standing straight in the same place. His body did not sway at all, as if it was deeply rooted in the ground. Following that, Ryudo made a very ordinary move. He raised his right foot and stomped it down. Stomping one's foot was an action that even a few years old girl could easily do. It was hard to imagine that such an action could cause anyone to feel uncomfortable. However, the moment Ryudo's tremor kick from the ancient Bajiquan landed, it made everyone present fully understand how powerful such a simple action could be. Boom. Gotcha. When the right foot that seemed to weigh at most a few dozen pounds landed, the first thing that came out was a rumbling sound like an earthquake, followed by the sound of the huge and heavy bluestone floor shattering like glass. Like a storm of air mixed with the broken pieces of the floor, the sound of the explosion, the air wave, and the momentum like Mount Tai spread out with Ryudo as the core. At that moment, everyone seemed to see the image of a 100-meter-tall Vajra statue, landing 1 foot and suppressing the entire main hall on the spot. What is this? What is this? 2 seconds later, the policemen and guards who rushed to the front to arrest Ryudo could not help but take a few steps back from the terrifying force. They staggered and fell to the ground, and the group of reporters who were holding their cameras behind them were even more shaken by this sudden kick. A large number of them fell to the ground, looking like wheat being harvested. The power of 1 foot was actually so fierce. Even if an elephant came and stomped with all its strength, it would not be as powerful. You guys. Seeing that the surrounding environment finally quieted down, Ryudo sneered and said, "What are you planning to do by jumping at me? Are you looking for death?" Right in the middle of the Kokyo main hall, surrounded by countless reporters, policemen, and guards, right in front of the royal family who claimed to have the bloodline of God, Ryudo said the words, "looking for death," without hesitation. It felt like he did not put a large group of people in his eyes, and his tone was like talking to a pile of unrecyclable garbage. This was no longer a question of arrogance. It was simply indescribable. Even Sensible, who graduated from a famous university, could not find a word to describe this young man in his vocabulary. But he could not help but slowly stand up from behind the long table and asked seriously, "Ryudo Kiryu, your sudden appearance this time is not purely to show off your strength, right?" There was no doubt that this young man had the strength of a national treasure. The bluestone floor that was shattered by his foot continued for several meters, which was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to the group of heroes in the mythological era. But Sensible could see that Ryudo had no malicious intent at this time. Otherwise, the place where the foot landed just now would not be the floor, but the heads of the royal family members. About this, Sensible boss, let me explain about this matter. Just as Sensible, the police chief, stood up, the crowd not far away was suddenly broken from the middle. A cold woman in a dignified policewoman uniform with dozens of search section officers behind her walked to the long table with serious steps. Kawada-ya. The head of the search department, Takushima and Hana, walked in front of the pale-faced queen in front of everyone and said in a cold tone, "The search department is now suspecting that you were related to an attempted murder case and would like to invite you back to assist in the investigation. You will cooperate, right?" Chapter 237. Crazy, 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 crazy. For almost everyone present, they felt like they were crazy, or rather, they felt like they were dreaming. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Today's incident of the queen being assassinated by a gang leader was already a big deal. However, during the press conference, the queen threw out an even bigger piece of news. She was even preparing to launch a gang cleanup plan. Well, it wasn't a bad thing to have more explosive news. However, right after the extreme cleansing plan was announced, the legendary criminal, Tongsheng Ryudo, descended from the sky. Everyone present was so shocked that their scalps went numb. What was even more exaggerated was that after this, the dignified Search Section 1 Chief Takushima Linhua actually brought dozens of police officers to arrest the current Empress Kawada. And the crime was to suspect her of being related to an attempted murder case. The chief of the Search Section 1 planned to take the Empress back to the police station for investigation during the press conference. This felt like it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Even for the reporters who always wanted to see the world in chaos, this series of events was really too exaggerated. It was like waves after waves of monstrous waves crashing on their faces. There were also thousands of muscular men doing sit-ups crazily inside. When everyone's eyes were focused on Takushima Kawada, the latter couldn't help but clench her teeth and said sternly, "Chief Takushima, do you know what you are doing?" I know." Facing the Empress's obviously threatening tone, Takushima replied calmly, bringing a vicious woman who even wanted to murder her own brother to justice. "It's very suitable for my job." What? She. Could it be? The moment she heard Takushima's words, the Empress Kawada's body suddenly trembled. Even at this critical juncture, Kawada's mind was still very clear. From Takushima's attempted murder case, and even wanted to murder her own brother, Kawada finally thought of the most terrifying answer. But just when the Empress couldn't help but sweat a few drops from her forehead, the current Emperor Kawada, who sat next to her for a long time, finally slammed the table. "Pa." This noble middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, pointed at Takushima's nose and said angrily, You. What you are doing is disrespectful to our royal family. What are you?" It had to be said that the Emperor of Japan's action of pointing at people's noses was really cute. Unfortunately, the following scene was really embarrassing. However, before the Sky Emperor could finish his words, he saw a pair of eyes filled with killing intent, as if they were demonic eyes that came from the depths of hell, staring at him. "Put your hand down or I'll kill your whole family." Heavenly Emperor Wu Deku didn't need to have good eyesight to read the meaning in the eyes of Takushima and Hana, the head of the Search Section 1. Gulp. The Emperor swallowed his saliva and felt cold sweat running down his back. Then, he retracted his hand in fear. What a joke. Who was Takushima Linhua? On the surface, she looked like a high-level cadre of the Metropolitan Police Department, but in fact, she was one of the 4 main department heads under Tenmu-im. That security department was the department responsible for the safety of the Tenmu group. There was no doubt that it was a real martial arts department, and as the department head, Linhua was naturally a martial arts department of the martial arts department. It was no exaggeration to say that if she chose to attack in anger now, she could make the Emperor's head fall to the ground in 1 second, and make the royal family prepare to receive incense in 5 seconds. With such a ruthless person, it was no wonder that she could scare the Emperor to the point of peeing in his pants with just a glance. When the emperor was so scared that he sat down, the police director, Sensible, also quickly came in front of his subordinate and asked seriously, "Chief Takushima, what's going on?" "Boss Sensible, I have sufficient evidence to prove that Kawada is the mastermind of an attempted murder case." Attempted murder case? Who did she attempt to murder? Me. Before Daigo Mingji could finish his sentence, a man wearing a familiar priest's attire slowly walked out from the crowd not far away. His neck was still stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and hatred. It's really him. How is it possible? Seeing this brother looking at his enemy, Kawada walked towards the speaker's table. Kawada felt her body go soft, and her mind was full of the word impossible. Not long ago in Plum Garden, the scene of the fake priest's neck being cut open happened in front of Kawada Garden. She could clearly see the blood splattering everywhere, and then Ryuto hurriedly went over to support him. But from the way the fake priest appeared, this person seemed to be unscathed. As Kawada Garden stepped in the direction of his sister, the surrounding reporters also seemed to realize who this person was. Wait, isn't this the Empress's brother, Kawada Garden? Yes, he is also the president of the Great Beauty Association. I interviewed him before. It can't be wrong. How is it possible? Didn't they say that this person is already dead and was killed by Ryuto Kiryu? Looking at the man who was declared dead not long ago appearing alive in the main hall, almost everyone was stunned. No one would have thought that this continuous drama would be completely ended by a magic card. Resurrection of the dead? The moment Kawada Garden stood up, the Empress's previous accusations against Ryuto all became a joke. You said that she went to Plum Garden to assassinate you, and your brother blocked the knife for you. But this person didn't die at all? You also said that the knife was stabbed by you. How can you explain this? Just in time. Today the police chief and the head of the search division are here. I can fully cooperate with the work of the police department to prove that what I said is true. This woman did intend to murder me. In front of everyone present, Kawada Garden took out the piano wire-like knife from his collar and then handed it to Kujimarinka. Because the police inspector, Daigo Mingji, was at the scene, there was nothing to say about what happened next. It was very simple. Originally, the police chief was very unhappy with Kawada Garden's actions and plan today. Since someone has already testified against her, then Sensible naturally won't let her go. With the wave of the police chief's hand, this unique press conference suddenly came to an end, and the initiator of all this, Kawada Garden, was also taken out by the police in a daze. Fortunately, because this press conference was relatively important, the reporters who came to participate only recorded the broadcast and didn't broadcast the whole process to the whole country through live broadcast. Otherwise, the royal family really didn't need to go out to meet people from today. At the same time, all the recorded videos, photos, etc. in the hands of all the reporters were also confiscated by the police department, and they were strictly required to never disclose what they saw today. Otherwise, they will be arrested for leaking state secrets. No matter what, today's incident was also a royal scandal. The entire upper class of Neon will do everything possible to prevent these things from being known by the civilians. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the mascot of the royal family will be smashed to pieces in the future. I will also make the same request to you. Ryuto Kiryu, today's matter is absolutely not allowed to be leaked, understand? Just after arranging his men to send away the reporters, Sensible came to Ryuto, who was chatting with Rinka, and said to the boy who brought him a huge surprise. Facing Goro's father, Ryuto also nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not such a talkative person. But this matter is far from over. You don't have to be happy too early. Far from over? You mean, what else can the Empress do? Hearing this, Sensible couldn't help but frown. At least in the view of the police chief, the downfall of Kabadotinya was inevitable. After all, the Empress had murdered her own brother and tried to frame Long Do with the crime of murder. She had colluded with a foreign company to launch a series of evil deeds. Moreover, it had been made public in front of so many people. There was no room for negotiation. Even if the past of the Empress was dug deeper, the problems that could be dug out would definitely be more than the above. It would not be difficult to send her to prison. Even if she took a million steps back, Even the Empress had ways to rely on various relationships to smooth out so many troublesome things. But after these events, she didn't need to talk about standing on the front stage. In the future, the best ending for the Empress could only be half house arrest in the Kokyo, becoming a bird in a cage. Therefore, Kabato Tenya was finished, and she absolutely could not have a chance to turn things around. However, although Sensible's inference was correct, it was only an inference from a normal point of view. In Ryudo's view, although Kabato Tenya had fallen on the surface, if she was not completely eliminated, this woman still had a lot of opportunities to make a comeback by relying on the American Godfather behind her. Kill her. She must not be allowed to leave alive. After cooperating with Sister Lin Hannah to record the testimony of this case, and when he drove back to the Rulon Group headquarters in the car sent by Colored Glaze, Ryudo thought so. It was not an easy task to kill Xiao Hetian, because this woman would have to stay in the police station for a long time. However, it was not necessarily an easy task to kill Kohishinya, because this woman chose to escape from prison on the night she was arrested and interrogated in the police station. Yes, on the night when the princess coming-of-age ceremony was supposed to be held, Kabato Tenya escaped from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department with the help of several black-shirt men. Judging from the signs of her escape, this woman seemed to be prepared for this. Good escape. Chapter 238. That night, the day had already turned to ashes, and the night sky in the suburbs of Tokyo was as dark as a bottomless abyss, making people fearful. Because this was the wilderness highway leading to the northeast, there were not many lights along the road, and there were only a few houses as far as the eye could see. It was really a desolate place. Now, the surroundings were completely silent. Only the rumbling of the 3 cars' engines could be heard in the night wind, which made people uncomfortable. These were 3 black cars in a line, quickly driving toward the northeast of Tokyo. From the solemn atmosphere and the vigilant eyes of the driver, it could be seen that the people sitting in the car were definitely not ordinary people. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this time, sitting in the back seat of the black car in the middle was the contemporary Empress Wuda who had caused an uproar not long ago, Kohishinya. But now she had changed into a sportswear that was convenient for activities and very low-key, and used a hat and mask to cover her face, sitting in the car on the remote road heading northeast. Logically speaking, Kohishinya should still be in the Metropolitan Police Department being investigated, and it was impossible for her to appear on this road in the middle of the night. However, if one looked back at the special detention center where she had been staying, it was not difficult to see that the dozens of police officers who were responsible for guarding inside had already fallen to the ground in disorder. One look, and one would know what had happened just now. Prison break. On the night when Kohishinya was arrested and investigated, she arranged for people to escape without hesitation. A prison break team sent by the world's most famous American security company, Blackwater, who had participated in more than a dozen wars in the Middle East, and a top martial master. In the world, there were very few prisons that could stop this group of people from taking Kohishinya away, not to mention it was just a special detention center under the Metropolitan Police Department. It was not much more difficult than going to the park. Phew, this is great. I can finally get rid of all those lousy things. At this moment, when Kohishinya sat in the car and rushed all the way to the northeast, she couldn't help but look at the cold scenery outside the window, but a relaxed expression flashed in her eyes. Under Ryudo and the Colored Glazes plan today, the current Empress could be said to have lost all standing and reputation and would never be able to make a comeback. Owada had indeed committed many crimes in the past. If the Metropolitan Police Department could dig out even a tenth of her crimes, she would be sentenced to life imprisonment at the very least. In the end, even if the royal family used all kinds of methods to protect the Empress, the best result would be that she would be under house arrest in the Imperial Palace and would not be able to take half a step out of the Imperial Palace until she died of old age. Therefore, Kawada, who was very clear about all this, decisively chose to break out of prison. She chose to abandon everything in the past and start over with a new identity. Although the identity of the Empress brought a lot of convenience to Tianya, it also caused a lot of restrictions, especially in the mental aspect. After all, the current Heavenly Emperor Wuda was a typical good-for-nothing in her eyes. He was not worthy of being her husband at all. As for the other members of the royal family, They were all a group of old antiques that should be thrown into the incinerator and burned to ashes. Living in the world was a waste of air. Staying in such a family for a long time made Tianya tired long ago. She even wanted to abandon this identity, abandon this name, and abandon everything in her past. Even if she abandoned this name and the identity of the Empress, her shrewd mind was still there. Her knowledge of the various inside stories of this country was still there. She was still an excellent spy and a very valuable chess piece. Therefore, as long as she left this country and went to her second motherland, American, she could immediately change her appearance through plastic surgery and return to Japan with a new identity to redeploy her career. Of course, with Owada's current sensitive situation, it was not easy for her to escape Japan, but it was not difficult either. Misawa Base was one of the UA bases in Japan. It was located 640 kilometers northeast of Tokyo. There were all kinds of American Air Force formations deployed there. As long as Owada could make it to the Misawa Base, the staff in the base would use supersonic jets to send her to American overnight. At that time, it would be like a fish leaping through the vast sea and a bird flying through the vast sky. Ryuto Kiryu, the grudge between us is not over yet. Sooner or later, I will. Just as Owada looked at the night outside the window and thought about how to continue to deal with Ryuto, a long firework suddenly flew out from the top of a mountain not far away. Whoosh! The firework flew out in the night with a long tail of flame, and it flew toward the three cars driving along the suburban road. It perfectly predicted the distance and hit the first car in front of them. It was only when the projectile hit the first car in front of them that Xiaohei and Tianya realized that it wasn't a firework. It was a deadly rocket. That's right, it was a rocket. In the darkness, the legendary rocket launcher assassination technique appeared again. But this time, the person who used this forbidden assassination technique was not an Amon, but the dragon of the extreme, Ryuto Kiryu that Owada was just thinking about. Boom! The 105mm rocket directly hit the first car in front of them. The body of the car was directly blown up, and a gorgeous firework exploded in front of Owada's eyes. The beauty of the firework was fleeting, but it left a deep impression on people, because the distance between the three cars was less than 50 meters. When the first car was blasted into the sky, the violent impact and flames directly blew toward the second car, and the second car was also blasted into the air. Owada's body quickly rolled in the back seat, and along with the car, she rolled into a ditch on the side of the road. The firework really left an unforgettable impression on Owada. Tumble, tumble, tumble until the heavens and earth changed. Spin, spin, spin. She was dizzy. What's going on? When Owada woke up after a series of bumps and bumps, she only felt two strong hands dragging her out from a corner, and they were constantly whispering something in her ear. Big. You. Still, her ears were buzzing, and the voice she heard was intermittent. The things in front of her were full of double images, and the things she saw were blurred. After a few seconds, Owada woke up under the constant slapping of her cheeks by Saito. I was attacked? Rocket? Who did it? The Neon government? After she reacted, Owada turned her head and saw that the car she was in before was in a flipped position in the mud, and on the road not far away, she could see a blazing fire. The fire illuminated the originally gray night, and it also added a bit of bleak murderous intent to this dark night. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. What was even more exaggerated was that the sound of gunfire could be clearly heard from the third car that had stopped nearly 100 meters away. Obviously, Owada's group was attacked by the enemy. The first car was directly hit by the rocket, and the 5 mercenaries in the car were all dead. The car behind seemed to be surrounded by the enemy at this time, and it was exchanging fire with the enemy that suddenly appeared. In the car where Owada was sitting, the 2 drivers and mercenaries in the front had already died in the flipped car, and the reason why she was fine was because of Taito, who was sitting in the back seat with her. When the car began to roll, it was Taito who used his body to protect his owner, preventing her from being fatally injured in the series of collisions. But at this moment, Taito frowned and said, "Not good. We have been surrounded." As soon as his voice fell, dozens of figures in black special combat suits and armed with automatic rifles had already surrounded them. Judging from the movements of this group of special forces and their equipment, this group was obviously a group of professionals who had undergone professional training and were armed to the teeth. They moved in an orderly and silent manner, and they looked after each other, and there was absolutely no collapse in the formation. No matter which direction Taitu wanted to break through, he had to face the blockade of 5 or 6 special forces at the same time, and the collective shooting of the other special forces. If it was inside a complex building, Taitu wouldn't pay attention to this group of guys. But in this open muddy ground, he didn't even have the chance to find cover, not to mention that he had a weak little Hatinya by his side. What should he do? Who is it? Who exactly were these special forces soldiers? Just as Xiao Hatian was gritting her teeth and thinking about who was playing tricks on her while thinking about how to escape, a figure carrying a huge rocket launcher walked over from behind the special forces. It was a handsome young man who looked to be at most 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a handsome black suit, but the huge rocket launcher on his shoulder gave off a sense of tearing apart his attire and handsome appearance. After seeing the face that she would never forget in her dreams, Owada could only smile bitterly and said, "Tong Sheng. Ryuto, well done." That's right, it was naturally Ryuto. Other than him, who else could do such a thing? At this time, Ryuto was carrying the RPG-32 shoulder-fired individual anti-tank rocket launcher on his shoulder. This thing was as tall as a person, and the barrel was also astonishingly large. It was much more powerful than the individual portable rocket launcher used by the Amon clan. After all, this new rocket launcher produced by Mao Kuma was used to bomb tanks, and it was no different from blowing up bubbles when it hit a car. This was one of the weapons that Ryuto asked Kaiyang to find, and it was very useful in using the rocket launcher assassination technique. Owada, Saitu, if you want to leave, you don't seem to have asked for my permission, right? Under the bright moonlight and the dazzling firelight, the overlord of Tokyo Kyoto showed a bloodthirsty smile. That smile in Owada's eyes. It was like the smile of a demon from hell. Chapter 239. In order to prevent Saitu from entering the Dao and Minato Masa from escaping, Ryudo put in a lot of effort. First, he had already mobilized the most elite brothers from the Rulong Security Company, which was the group of mercenaries that surrounded this area. These mercenaries were all veterans of the Rulong group, and each of them was a strong person who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. Gao Yuan also spent a lot of money to hire a few professional mercenary trainers from the Middle East. After such training, coupled with a system of individual combat equipment, the mercenaries were immediately exposed. In addition to mobilizing a large number of troops, Long Do also asked Mingji to make preparations in advance to infiltrate the detention center where Konoha and Tanya were being held. They could monitor the situation in the detention center at any time and accurately grasp the time when the other party would escape. Not only that, Sensible also intercepted the message sent by Seitu's subordinates to the Misawa base American liaison. He learned that the woman was planning to escape to the Air Force base to take a plane out of the country. Now, the time, place, and people were all prepared. With such a perfect preparation, Saitu, who knew nothing about it, was naturally doomed. In the dark night, the vehicle that was bombed by the rocket launcher was still burning. But even such a raging fire couldn't make the former Empress feel any better. I didn't expect this kid to go to this extent. It seems like this is the end. Saitu looked at the dozens of armed mercenaries surrounding her and Saitu, and the seemingly omnipotent extreme Dao master in front of her. Saitu could not help but feel a little regretful. That's right, she regretted it. She really did regret it. If she knew that Ryudo was so strong in all aspects and would be so ruthless, she would not have provoked this guy for the time being. But it was too late to say anything now. The situation was already a dead end, and there was no turning back. Saitu, go. You can still escape if you're alone. At the last moment, Saitu, who knew that she was going to die, slowly said to Saitu. With Ryudo's personality, there was no way he would let her go, and it was impossible for Saitu to escape with her. However, with the strength of someone who had entered the Dao, if he intended to escape alone, he might have had a chance to escape. He was going to die anyway, so why drag another person down with him? At this moment, that was what Xiao He and Tianya were thinking. However, entering Dao frowned and said seriously, "I'm sorry, but I can't run away in front of this brat." For those who had stepped into the Dao, the most unbearable thing was not being ambushed or killed, but being forced to flee in a sorry state by this stinky brat that they hated the most. If he had to flee pathetically in front of Ryuto, he would rather die in battle. At the very least, he would not die in such a cowardly manner. Well said. Even in the face of death, you are still so courageous. However, Ryuto clapped his hands and smiled. But there's no need to rush into the matter of death for the time being, because you still have a chance to live. Oh, let's hear it. Kawada raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she wanted to know what Ryuto was trying to do. According to the old rules of Extreme Dao, one-on-one. If you win, I will let you go. When he said one-on-one, Ryuto looked straight at Saito, who was protecting his master behind him. His meaning was very obvious. This kind of good deal? The moment they heard Ryuto's words, both Kawada and entering Dao were stunned because this condition was too generous. Now that the two were ambushed, and there were dozens of automatic rifles pointing at them, there was no way they could escape. Even if a martial arts grandmaster who had entered the Dao had unparalleled divine skills, he would still die after being shot by dozens of automatic rifles, even if he had the Vajra Qigong. However, Long Do, who had the absolute advantage, had said that he would fight a Dao-reaching realm cultivator one-on-one, and that he would let them go if he won. This was no longer a pie in the sky. It was a fucking Manchu Han imperial feast. It was very difficult to escape from dozens of fully armed mercenaries, but to win against Ryuto, it was obviously much easier. Are you serious? Entering Dao swallowed his saliva and asked in an incredulous tone. Don't worry, everyone here is my brothers. If I don't keep my word, will they be willing to follow me in the future? Ryuto reached out and slowly took off his suit jacket and signaled the Rulong Security Company mercenaries around him to back away a little, leaving the area in the middle empty. From the looks of it, Long Do really intended to fight to the death with the Dao accessing cultivator. He wanted to fight barehanded like a real man. After confirming that Ryuto was not joking, entering Dao laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Even in such a situation, his laughter was still full of boldness and wildness, making his originally incomparably short figure appear even taller under the illumination of the fire. After laughing enough, entering Dao took a deep breath and shouted, "Good. Very good. Very good." In just 6 words, each word was as loud as a bell. It was as if the darkness of the night sky was about to shatter it. Rip. At the same time, a cracking sound came out from entering Dao. His body rapidly inflated like an inflated doll, and the clothes on his body that were originally close to his body were forcibly torn apart, turning into strips of cloth that scattered on the ground. After the clothes were torn, entering Dao's upper body was bare, revealing his body that seemed to be made of diamond. Compared to a normal human, entering Dao's body was even a little deformed, especially the overly inflated but very tight muscles without any excess fat. It was not like a human's body at all. Even just by looking at it, it was not difficult to see the terrifying power in this body. Is this really a human? Seeing that the demon child was ready for battle, and slowly walked to the center of the field, in front of young Master Ryuto. Even the group of fully armed mercenaries with automatic rifles could not help but have the urge to turn around and run. It was terrifying. Saito entering Dao was really terrifying. His aura was so powerful that even if they were equipped with very modern weapons, no mercenary felt that they could kill this man here. However, young Master Ryuto seemed to want to fight this man one-on-one? One-on-one with bare hands? Is that okay? Can young Master Ryuto win? Seeing that Ryuto also walked to the entrance, all the mercenaries of the Rulong Security Company could not help but sweat for him. When Ryuto stood in front of entering Dao, the distance between the two was less than a meter. It was almost the kind of distance where people stood close to each other. Then, Ryuto did not make a move. Instead, he slowly asked, "Furamaki Sotaro, do you still remember this name?" Furamaki Sotaro? Entering Dao frowned slightly when he heard this. An old man with a goatee immediately appeared in his mind. He looked old but was very difficult to deal with when he entered battle mode. There is such a person. If I remember correctly, he should have been hit in the dantian by me. As a martial artist, his lifeline is broken. Humph. He is my master. Master? Entering Dao was stunned at first. Then he understood why Ryuto insisted on fighting him one-on-one. I see. You want to avenge your master? Why? Can't I? You can, but I'm afraid that you will walk the same path as your master, and your entire sect will be destroyed by my hands. At this point, entering Dao's eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous light. Then, he made the first move at a speed that the human eye could not react to. He swung his right shoulder, and suddenly, his palm went straight through the enemy's chest. This palm seemed simple, but it was a real killer move. It contained the Vajrayana Mahamudra, a real martial art that could destroy gold and jade. Under normal circumstances, if this palm hit the chest, the victim would either die on the spot or suffer severe internal injuries. They would definitely not be able to fight anymore. However, under entering Dao's shocked gaze, Ryuto did not even dodge. He had forcefully used his own chest to take this palm strike. This brat. What was he thinking? Before the palm hit, entering Dao's mind was filled with 100 questions. However, after his palm hit Ryuto's chest, he understood that it was not that the young man did not dodge, but that he intended to take it head-on. Furamaki-style martial art, profound meaning of the body, hard clash. The moment the palm hit the chest, Ryuto took a deep breath and exhaled. The muscles all over his body seemed to have twisted into a rope with his chest as the core, gathering all the strength in the area that was hit. Hard, very hard, very hard. The moment the palm landed, entering Dao felt as if his hand was not hitting a living body of flesh and blood, but a thick steel shield that even bullets could not penetrate. Just as entering Dao's palm landed and felt that something was wrong, Ryuto's body trembled slightly. The surging hidden force was accompanied by a terrifying recoil force. Profound meaning of the body, hard clash, a counterattack skill that contracted part of the muscles at the moment of the enemy's attack, turning the point of impact into a shield to destroy the opponent's fist. Such a tough skill combined with Ryuto's hidden force, level 4 constitution, and mastery of copper skin and iron bones at 80% proficiency. The hardness of the skill was beyond human understanding. To exaggerate, if one wanted to penetrate Ryuto's chest with a normal submachine gun bullet, it would be asking for humiliation. At the very least, one would have to use armor-piercing bullets, which were specially used against armored vehicles. Boom. At the same time, the strong recoil force of hard clash was directly applied to entering Dao's wrist, almost breaking his entire wrist. Fortunately, at the last second before the palm hit, entering Dao still felt that something was wrong, so he retracted part of the force of his palm and was not shocked by this manly counterattack. Then, the demon child quickly flipped his body backward, spinning in the air like an acrobat, almost all of the recoil force of hard clash, and then landed steadily. However, such a hardcore battle was only the first round of the two's fight, nothing more. Chapter 240. Other than mastery of iron bone and mastery of copper skin, Ryuto's most proficient skills were Furamaki-style martial arts and ancient eight extremities fist. His proficiency in these two martial skills had already reached 60% respectively. Based on his previous experience, 20% proficiency of a skill was sufficient for actual combat, 40% proficiency of a skill was already quite proficient, and 60% proficiency of a skill was already at the level of a master. To train any one of these skills to the level of a master, it might take a warrior a lifetime of hard work, not to mention two of them. With such exquisite proficiency in martial arts, coupled with the ridiculous number of passive skills of the dragon fight, as well as a strong physical fitness and an opening rate of 41%, it created such a young grandmaster whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. However, although Ryuto was strong, his opponent, Saito, was also a master of his generation. Saito's proficiency and key openness were even higher than Ryuto's. If not for the fact that Saito's physique was slightly weaker, the battle would not have ended like this. After being sent flying by Long Do's profound meaning of the body, hard clash, Dao accessing didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, after landing on the ground, his body flashed, and with his more agile movement, he quickly closed in on his enemy and launched another fierce attack. Bang, 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 bang. In less than 10 seconds, a series of sounds that did not sound like human bodies colliding violently rang out. The two of them had already exchanged more than 10 rounds under the watchful eyes of Kawatamasa and a group of mercenaries. Sato's hard body skill was amazing, and with his qigong, it could be said that he had the body of a diamond. Therefore, each of his attacks had a domineering momentum that could crush metal and stone. But even so, Ryudo used various methods to block each of Sato's fierce attacks. On the other hand, Ryudo would usually try to counterattack immediately after receiving an attack. However, Access to Dao, who had already suffered a loss once, was not stupid enough to just stand there and let his opponent counterattack. Instead, he chose to attack with agility. His figure flashed past Ryudo like a rubber ball with 4 limbs. Every time he flashed past, there would be a violent collision. Then, the distance between the two of them would increase rapidly, and they would continue to collide for the second, third, and fourth time. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two of them were exchanging blows at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that they couldn't even see what was happening. It was even hard to imagine that this was actually a battle between two living humans. Due to the speed at which he entered the Dao-reaching realm, they felt as if Ryuto was not fighting with someone who had entered the Dao-reaching realm. Instead, he was playing with a huge yo-yo. Every time the yo-yo crashed into Ryudo with the force of wind and thunder. After being blocked by Ryudo, the yo-yo would quickly bounce off and then crash into him again. At least from a third party's point of view, this was the current situation. However, no matter how nimble the movements of entering the Dao were, Ryudo still needed time to adapt. I see it. Just as Dao-reaching realm's fingers were about to pierce his neck like a sharp spear, Ryudo suddenly swung his left hand upwards and grabbed Dao-reaching realm's wrist at a strange angle. This hand, I want it. Then, Ryudo's arm suddenly rotated, and hidden force burst forth. He was actually about to break Dao-reaching realm's wrist. A grab and a twist. This was the unique technique of the third martial art that Ryudo had mastered, the Bone Dislocation Dragon Entanglement Hand. However, Dao-reaching realm, whose wrist was grabbed, was not afraid at all. His body suddenly turned in midair, and he nimbly flipped and turned in the direction that Ryuto was twisting his wrist. This time, the joint technique missed. Don't forget that Dao-reaching realm's Vajra finger also had many superior grappling techniques. In this aspect, he was only better than Ryuto. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. It was quite difficult to use joint techniques against Dao-reaching realm. For example, the last time when he entered the Dao end between the plum blossoms, his wrist and elbow were broken cleanly. It was mainly because he did not expect that this brat Long Do had such an exquisite grappling technique, so he was careless for a moment. Now that he knew how many trump cards Ryudo had up his sleeves, Dao-reaching realm naturally had an easier time dealing with him. While he was tumbling in the air, Dao-reaching realm suddenly took a deep breath and kicked out with both legs at the same time, forcing Ryudo to retreat. When he landed, his abdomen had expanded greatly, and he looked like a giant toad. Hiss. Ha. The moment he landed on the ground, Dao-reaching realm's right hand formed the shape of a trumpet by his mouth. At the same time, he suddenly blew out a breath. Combined with the powerful Dan force, this breath of air was blown into a killing weapon like an invisible arrow. There were 3 levels of Qi: obvious force, hidden force, and Dan force. The so-called Dan force was actually a force that was released from the abdomen with the dantian as the core. The force of the whole body could be gathered at a single point. Only those who had successfully cultivated Dan force could achieve such a miraculous skill of exhaling Qi like an arrow. Oh, this is... Ryudo had never seen such a strange kung fu until now. He only felt a wave of Qi coming at him, and the surging Qi arrow blasted directly between his eyes. When the sharp Qi entered his eyes, Ryudo only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His body unconsciously retreated. This retreat was what Tao-reaching Realm wanted. He immediately tapped his legs on the ground, and his whole body bounced up from the ground like a rubber ball. He jumped more than 3 meters in the air and pressed down with his chi. With the momentum of Mount Tai, he pressed down on Ryudo's head. With his eyes blocked, Ryudo could not dodge in time. He could only cross his arms over his head in the direction of the chi pressure. Boom! When Tao-reaching Realm's body pressed down on Ryudo's arms with the force of 1,000 pounds, the youth's feet were pressed down into the solid layer of soil. The surrounding soil even showed signs of cracking. One hit. With just one hit, Ryudo's lower thighs sank into the ground. This brought great inconvenience to his movements. Generally speaking, it was not very difficult for an expert like Ryudo to pull his body out of the ground. Unfortunately, Tao-reaching Realm obviously did not intend to allow him to do so. After landing, Tao-reaching Realm continued to charge towards Ryudo with the force of a cannonball. His thick and powerful hands were like 2 meat grinders, madly urging palm strikes, diamond finger, and other killing moves to greet Ryudo's upper body. From this moment on, the strong sound of wind breaking could be heard clearly in the air. The sweeping wind pressure even made Cohesion, who was dozens of meters away, unable to stand steadily. Did he win? Did he take him down? There was no way he could fight back now, right? Seeing Tao-reaching Realm frantically attacking Ryudo, who was half buried in the ground, Cohesion nervously reached out and pinched the corner of her clothes. Her face was full of anticipation. Tao-reaching Realm's series of attacks, almost every strike was a fierce killing move. Palm shadows, finger shadows, and one after another explosions resounded through the night, making one's scalp tingle. Under the urging of Dan Force, Tao-reaching Realm's strength seemed to be endless. After continuously attacking with over 100 palms, he still did not stop. He actually intended to beat Ryudo to death just like that. Even for Ryudo, who had an almost indestructible diamond body, this was a dangerous situation. His body was surrounded by palm shadows and finger shadows. Every palm was aimed at his Tianling acupoint, Taiyang acupoint, shunting acupoint, and other vital points. Every finger wanted to poke a big hole in his throat or eye socket. The ferocity of the attacks made one feel like they were being sucked into a storm of death. Unknowingly, Ryudo had blocked and endured countless attacks. Although he relied on the copper skin and iron bones dual mastery and the profound meaning of the body, hard block, to offset most of the damage, the accumulated damage was not to be underestimated. As if he had taken too many hits, his right arm, which was always in front of him, unconsciously drooped down. A chance. Tao-reaching Realm saw this scene and was suddenly overjoyed. His left hand struck Ryudo's head with all his strength. This time, Tao-reaching Realm could be said to have used his entire life's worth of skills. He used obvious force, hidden force, and Dan force all at once. He also used all the martial arts skills he could think of. A one-hit kill. As long as this palm strike landed, Tao-reaching Realm could guarantee that Ryudo would definitely die on the spot. Even if his skull was as thick as a steel plate, it would be useless. Perhaps because he had finally found a rare opportunity to kill, Tao-reaching Realm's expression was obviously overjoyed. He did not pay attention to other places, such as Ryudo's drooping hand. If one looked closely, Ryudo's right hand was pretending to be weak and limp, but he quickly picked up a sharp stone from the ground. He pinched the stone between his thumb and middle finger and threw it forward. Thugs don't die by bare hands. Activate. At this time, Ryudo's proficiency in this skill had reached 60%. Coupled with his terrifying physical attributes, he had already reached the level where he could hurt people with flying flowers and falling leaves. Thus, the sharp stone pierced through the air and drew a sharp gust of wind, accurately hitting the bottom of the man's abdomen in front of him. About 4 fingers below the navel, the area located on the golden line of the human body, was a very important area for martial artists, the Dantian. Even a top-notch expert like Tao-reaching Realm would never let his opponent hit this area during a fight. This was because this was where the chi gate of the Dan force was located. Being hit by it would cause endless trouble. But just as Tao-reaching Realm was excitedly preparing to launch the final blow on Ryudo, The stone that contained the power to pierce through steel accurately landed in the center of the demon child's dantian. The entire stone was embedded in it. Poof! In an instant, a huge force directly hit the wall of his abdomen. The chi that was originally condensed in his dantian was suddenly pierced. It was as if someone had used a sharp needle to puncture a balloon filled with air. At the same time, Tao-reaching Realm's palm strike, which should have been fatal, landed on Ryudo's head, however, because the Dan force was broken. The power of this palm strike was greatly reduced. Although it made Ryudo dizzy, it was not fatal because he had used hard hit in advance. Tao-reaching Realm, you are really a powerful opponent. But unfortunately, the winner of this battle is me. Just as Tao-reaching Realm's Dantian was inexplicably injured and his body stagnated, Ryudo's body quickly rose from the ground. He threw a punch in mid-air, directly hitting Tao-reaching Realm's iron mask in the face. Bang! With a crisp sound, the iron mask covering the face of the demon child shattered, and the face inside that was beaten beyond recognition by this punch was also exposed to the air. Chapter 241. This punch gathered all of Ryudo's strength. When the face of the Gate of Tao Master was hit, Long Do could clearly feel that the bones of the martial Tao Master's face were shattered into pieces. He could even see that the martial Tao Master's eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. The next moment, the demon child fell to the ground along with the fragments of the iron mask that slid off his face. His body struggled for a moment before it completely stopped moving. Dead. Saito entering the Tao was indeed dead. It had only taken a single punch. Before he died, the man whose muscles had swelled up like air was like a deflated balloon. He quickly returned to his usual short and small appearance. His dantian was broken, causing his strength to be impeded and his blood flow to be obstructed. This was an absolutely fatal blow to a master who relied heavily on ki. Furamaki Sotaro's dantian was broken, causing his strength to plummet. If Saito was at his peak state, he had 99 points of resistance. Then when his dantian was broken and his strength quickly disappeared, he was left with less than 20 points. He was in an absolute state of weakness. When Ryudo punched him in the face in such a weakened state, the force naturally penetrated his cheeks and into his brain, shattering his brain on the spot. Heh. Just as Saito was lying on the cold ground, looking up at the dark sky above, he seemed to let out a chuckle. Long Do would never know what this martial Tao Grandmaster was laughing about, or what he was thinking about. There was no need for him to know. But in any case, he was now clear about one thing, and that was that he was the victor of this death match. He won. He finally won. After confirming that Saito took his last breath, Ryudo couldn't help but sit on the ground and let out a deep sigh of relief. From the moment the battle began, Long Do's nerves had been stretched taut from start to finish. After all, this was a death match with the demon child. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed on the spot. It was truly a life and death battle. In particular, the key arrow in the middle really caught Ryudo off guard. Half of his body was pressed into the ground, and he almost died there. But fortunately, Ryudo boldly used "the rogue does not die by bare hands" to break Saito's dantian. That was how he found the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. The battle between masters was like this. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. Victory and defeat was often only a hair's breadth away. However, although Ryudo won, it wasn't easy for him. At this moment, when he relaxed, he felt that there was almost no part of his body that did not hurt, especially the part of his arm that had blocked a large number of attacks. It was bruised and swollen, which was extremely terrible. But no matter what, the winner was still the winner. When Ryudo slowly stood up, the group of Rulong Security Company mercenaries around him also cheered. Win! Win! Boss won! Ha 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 ha! Boss is mighty! Boss is majestic! Boss is so fierce! He really killed the old monster single-handedly. For a time, the group of mercenaries with automatic rifles in their hands began to cheer enthusiastically. The wilderness next to the road was full of lively air. It had to be said that after the battle just now, compared to Long Do, this group of brothers from Rulong Security Company were actually more nervous. especially during the period when Ryuto was suppressed by Saito. This group of mercenaries couldn't wait to shoot the old monster directly in the back. But considering that doing so would actually discredit their boss, they could only obediently put away their guns and continue to watch in fear. However, the rule of this world was that if some people were happy, others would be sad. While the mercenaries here were shouting, "Boss is mighty," the woman who was pointed at with a gun had long been scared pale and scared out of her wits. No way. Did he really lose to Saito? Originally, when she knew that Ryuto was going to fight Saito one-on-one, Kawataya had been secretly happy and thought that she would be able to survive this disaster. But when Saito fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse, the last hope of the former queen also disappeared. Especially when she saw Ryuto's figure slowly walking over, Kawataya couldn't help but tremble. The most terrible thing in this world was not falling into despair, but getting hope after falling into despair, and then falling into despair again. "Since you're a lady, you can end it yourself." Ryuto came in front of the former queen, took a pistol from a mercenary next to him and threw it over. I. Kawataya picked up the black pistol with trepidation. It was not the first time she touched a gun in her life, but it was the first time she felt that such a pistol was so heavy. She slowly pointed the muzzle of the pistol at her head, but her finger couldn't pull the trigger. It was as if the small trigger had 1,000 pounds of force. No, I can't die. How can I die here? If I think about it carefully, Ryuto won't gain anything by killing me, right? If I move him emotionally and add in some temptations of benefits, perhaps he will let me live? For Kawataya, since she had been American's dog for so long, she didn't mind continuing to be someone else's dog, even if it was a 16-year-old boy's dog, as long as she could live. In this atmosphere of incomparable despair, Kawataya, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but look up at Ryuto and begged, "Ryuto-kun, if you are willing to let me go, I promise, Kacha." But just when the former queen wanted to fight for the last time, she found that her vision suddenly tilted 90 degrees, and at the same time, she heard the crisp sound of the neck breaking. Plop. Under the dark night, Kawataya's lifeless body fell to the ground. She didn't even realize how she died before she died. "I gave you the last dignity, but you don't want it. Then I can only help you." After twisting the woman's neck, Ryuto stretched slightly and glanced at Kawataya as if he was looking at an idiot. In this way, as the two main targets were dealt with, the ambush on the outskirts of Yodo tonight also came to an end. Next, this group of mercenaries from the Rulong Security Company would quickly dispose of the 3 cars, as well as the bodies of the group of people including Saito and Kawataya, and clean up the scene as if nothing had happened. However, these things had nothing to do with Ryuto. He had already sat in his exclusive car, and under the direction of Nirukai Otani, he drove in the direction of Yodo City Circle that night. The Martial Dao Grandmaster and the Empress of a generation disappeared from the world one after another. Not many people knew how they disappeared. However, just as the group of mercenaries was disposing of the cars in that area and preparing to sink the bodies inside with the cars to the bottom of the nearby river, a pair of eyes that were still sharp like an eagle in the night were watching their movements. It was a boy who looked at most 17 or 18 years old, but his body was as thin as 13 or 14 years old. After observing the situation here, the figure wearing a black tight suit, like a living ghost, unknowingly disappeared from where he was. No one knew when he came, and no one knew when he left. However, not long after, in the study room on the top floor of the unrestrained Sky Tower, a giant building located on the artificial island in the middle of Yodo Bay, this ghost-like figure knelt on the gorgeous carpet that was sprayed in a mess by someone. Sama, Kawataya, and Saito Rudo have confirmed their deaths, and the whole process has been completely recorded. This Tenmu group, who was particularly good at night operations, secretly endured. The real snake took out a disc from his arms and respectfully handed it to the lady in front of him. And this woman with a peerless appearance, but her aura was as chaotic as the abyss. She stuffed the disc recorded by the real snake into the machine on the table and immediately watched it with relish. Ha 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 ha. It's actually a rocket launcher. But this firepower is a bit low. It should be an old model from more than 10 years ago. Oh, does he plan to fight the old man one-on-one? Interesting. Good. We won. That was cool at the end, but unfortunately, his brain didn't explode. What? He doesn't even have the courage to commit suicide. What a useless person. In this strange-looking study room, the world's first queen, the founder, chairman, president, CEO, and UFO of the Tenmu Group, Tenmu Yuheim, who was known as the world's first queen, let out excited cries and messy complaints while watching the dragon fight vs entering the Tao drama of the century. Not poked, not bad. It was like watching a movie. After watching the drama that happened not long ago, Yongji smiled and sat down on her massage chair. Her eyes were full of satisfaction, as if she had entered the sage mode. Ryudo Kiryu, I really didn't misjudge you. You're getting more and more interesting. In the middle of the night, Ayam, who was alone in the office, repeatedly thought about the domineering figure in the video. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the strong momentum that looked down on the world. As she thought about it in the end, she even felt that some part of her body was a little wet. It should be her eyes that were a little wet, probably. However, it was a pity that I had long since decided not to follow the family tradition of finding someone to carry on the family line. Otherwise, Long Do would definitely be able to provide that Heavenly Eye clan with the best genes, and the childborn would definitely be the strongest Heavenly Eye in history. When she thought about the scene in the video where the young and strong body was squeezed by her genes, Ayam couldn't help but laugh again. But don't worry. There will be a lot of interaction between us in the future, and I'll slowly love you then, dear Ryudo-kun. After carefully storing the CD of Ryudo's heroic figure, Ayam leaned on the massage chair and slowly fell asleep. In the dream, she seemed to see ruins that were burned by a raging fire. Ayam walked alone in the ruins, as if she was an empress patrolling her own territory. Her nose was filled with the strong smell of burnt flesh and corpses. In front of her, other than the burnt corpses, there were only human ruins left. Destroy the insignificant human countries and human civilization, and build a world that belongs to us, the heavenly demons. This is the long-cherished wish of the Tenmu clan. It is also the meaning of your existence. Unknowingly, Ayam seemed to hear her father's roar. That hysterical, psychopathic voice had accompanied her throughout her childhood and growth, until the man was personally chopped into pieces by Ayam and fed to the dogs. Only then did it stop. Of course, Ayam had no interest in building a world for the heavenly demons. Although she kept expanding her influence according to the family tradition and kept creating large numbers of massacres, it wasn't because she wanted to follow her father's words. She just wanted to have some fun and live purely for her own interests. It was that simple. Thinking about this, Ayam, who was half awake, revealed a joyful smile, like a flower of extreme evil growing in a sea of blood. Chapter 242. Unknowingly, spring had gradually come to an end. The summer sun gradually shone on the earth, making people feel a blazing sense of youth. Why did he say that it was the heat of youth? Because although summer was hot, for boys in puberty, it was a good season to feast their eyes. Summer had arrived. The girls of Dori No. 1 High School had also changed out of their slightly stuffy long-sleeved school uniforms into more refreshing short-sleeved ones. The length of their skirts had also been significantly reduced. Nice. There shouldn't be any boys who didn't care about the girls' underwear that was faintly discernible under the thin summer uniform, especially the texture of the clothes sticking to the skin after sweating. It was simply irresistible. Oh, and the scenery under the short skirt. Who could resist the beautiful posture of a pair of straight and slender legs swinging while walking? If there is, then stand out, bastard. There were also the ankles, the armpits, the back of the neck, and the collarbone. When summer was mentioned, there were too many things to talk about. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to talk about all of them. What? What did this have to do with summer? What a joke. These were the things that boys in puberty liked the most. What? You said that boys in puberty weren't the same as perverts? What a joke. What's the difference? What's wrong with boys being perverts? But in reality, at least for Ryudo, these two words didn't seem to have any difference. This was because early in the morning, there was a young girl in front of him who was drenched in sweat. Her hair was sticky and stuck to her slender white neck, and she was constantly gasping for breath. The location was the bamboo forest outside Ryudo's bedroom. Early summer was the time when the bamboo was dense. Pieces of green bamboo, leaves swayed with the wind. But even so, it was difficult to hide the two figures in the middle of the bamboo forest. "Are you done?" "I'm almost done." At this moment, the two hands were tightly clasped together, and the girl with white hair couldn't help but ask the person behind her, "It's about time. Hold on a little longer. This position is more difficult, but it will be comfortable after you get used to it." Ryuto, who was standing behind, held the girl's hand from behind while comforting her. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After what seemed like a century to the young girl, Ryuto's movements finally stopped, and the young girl fell to the ground weakly, gasping for breath. Why is this release of chi so tiring? It's even more tiring than usual. After taking a few deep breaths, the white-haired girl Dunia finally caught her breath. At the same time, she felt hot and sticky all over, as if she had just finished soaking in a hot spring. That's right. The reason why Dunia was in the headquarters of the Rulon group early in the morning and stayed in the bamboo forest with Ryudo was that they were going through the opening of Ki. According to Old Master Furamaki, the easiest way to open up Chi was to directly stimulate all the acupoints in the body. Previously, Ryuto had been taught how to do it by Old Master Furamaki after being electrocuted. Naturally, when Dunia learned about the magical power of Ki, she also asked Ryudo to help her open up. Seeing that she had a delicate body, my ass, Ryudo didn't choose to use acupuncture and electricity to stimulate the girl. Instead, he used his own ki to open up all the acupoints in Dunia's body to help her open up chi. Therefore, early in the morning, Ryudo reached out to hold Dunia's hand and let her maintain a posture that was similar to bending over, with her back leaning against his body, so that the hidden force could smoothly spread throughout the girl's body. So, that's what happened just now. Did anyone think the wrong thing? No way. Call the police. Tired? What's this bit of tiredness? I'm the one who's tired. If I knew earlier, I would have directly electrocuted you, and also electrocuted your hair. I don't want it. My hair is so straight. If it's bent, you'll pay for it. Then don't be so long-winded. Quickly go take a shower and change your clothes, and prepare to go to school. Seeing that it was almost 7 in the morning, Ryudo picked up the soft Dunia from the ground, and then carried her on his shoulder like a straight man carrying a sandbag, and valiantly walked towards the room. It has to be said, the way Ryudo carried Dunia out was like a kidnapper carrying a hostage after a successful kidnapping. Although the two of them did have the relationship of kidnapper and hostage, but towards this strange relationship and strange way of getting along, Dunia was already used to it in these 2 months. Therefore, she was like a salted fish lying on Ryudo's shoulder, allowing this guy to carry her everywhere. That's right, it had already been 2 months since the royal family courting disaster incident. At that time, after Ryudo killed Kawada and Saito, he returned to his daily life. Every day, he went to school, went on dates with Yunyin, cooperated with Colored Glaze to manage the alliance, and fought with Dunia. Maybe it was a blessing from the heavens. These 2 months passed very peacefully. There were no crazy people causing trouble, and everything was in a state of steady development. And during this time, the relationship between Ryudo and Dunia also developed by leaps and bounds. But compared to the relationship with Yunyin and Colored Glaze, the relationship between these two seemed like the worst friend? Perhaps it was because Dunia was falling more and more into the bottomless abyss of fighting craze. She came to find Ryudo more often than Colored Glaze and Yunyin combined. Almost every day at around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, Miss Saito would wear sportswear and run from her home to the Rulon Group headquarters, then rush into Ryudo's room to wake him up from the bed. Because Colored Glaze had already moved back to the Kamishiro villa, now Ryudo returned to his familiar room. But even so, Dunia never felt shy about rushing into this man's room. Not long after, when Dunia and Ryudo sat together at the dining table to eat breakfast, this little bear didn't hesitate to take out a frosted glass from the fridge and put it to her rosy lips, pouring the vodka inside into her mouth. Looking at the way Dunia drank the vodka, it felt like an ordinary girl drinking sweet milk tea. But in fact, it was a strong liquor with more than 60 degrees, the kind that a strong man could drink in one gulp. After drinking more than half of the glass in one go, Dunia put the glass on the table and laughed. Phew! On such a hot day, it's so satisfying to drink an iced drink after training. I think it's hard to classify vodka with more than 60 degrees as a drink. In the eyes of the Northerners, this is a drink. With such a low degree, you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink. After finishing the vodka that was only slightly over 60 degrees, Dunia picked up the knife and fork to enjoy the Russian pancakes on the plate. These pancakes were Dunia's favorite breakfast. She even proudly said, "There's no bear who doesn't love pancakes." But pancakes made of flour, eggs, and milk with sour cream and fruits on top. It was indeed hard to dislike such delicious food. But no matter how much she liked it, Dunia ate a little too much. After finishing the 16th plate of pancakes, she burped ungracefully, a white sticky cream foam still remaining at the corner of her mouth. Phew! This girl is really something. Ryudo couldn't help but pick up a tissue from the side. He held Dunia's little face with one hand and wiped the cream foam at the corner of her mouth with the other. Such an intimate action usually only happened between family members or lovers. But at this moment, the two of them were doing it very naturally, making it hard to tell what the relationship between the two was. That's right, what was the relationship between Ryudo and Dunia? They usually hung out together when they had nothing to do, either practicing martial arts or chatting. Dunia often came over to eat, drink, and stay at his place. So much so that the chef at the Rulon Group headquarters even learned a bunch of bear dishes just to cook for her. If the two of them were both men, then they would definitely be bad friends and best friends. But since they were a man and a woman, it was hard to fathom their strange relationship. But when Ryudo and Dunia took the car to Dooley First High early in the morning, he felt that this strange relationship was actually quite good. After all, compared to Yunyin and Color Glaze, Dunia's personality was more boorish and tomboyish. When he was with her, he didn't have to think about anything. He could say whatever he wanted, do whatever he wanted. Even if they went crazy together, it wouldn't feel out of place. This feeling of being with a bad friend was something that couldn't be found when he was with the two beauties. For example, if Ryudo suddenly hugged Yunyin and Colored Glaze from behind, the former would turn pale with fright and the latter would turn around and get angry. But if the person being hugged from behind was Dunia, she would take the opportunity to clamp Ryudo's neck with her arms, give him a common clip-on in professional wrestling, and then let out a tasteless laugh. How to put it? This way of getting along really made Ryudo feel very relaxed. The most important thing was that Dunia was a white-haired beauty who looked more beautiful than a doll. That was simply awesome. In this way, the two drove to Dooley First High as usual. On the way, Dunia casually asked, "By the way, it seems that the opening of Tokyo Big Body Raising Festival is in a week. Have you participated in it last time?" Tokyo Big Body Raising Festival. What is it again? Hearing Dunia's question, Ryudo couldn't help but scratch his head as if he had no impression of this term. Chapter 243. When she heard Ryudo's question, Dunia couldn't help but ridicule. "No way. Are you born and raised in Tokyo? How come you don't even know about the Tokyo General Educational Festival?" "I'm a native of Tokyo." "Hooligan, you don't think hooligans will be interested in those high school activities, right?" At this point, Long Do puffed out his chest proudly. He didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he felt proud. In fact, this was indeed the case. Before this year, the original owner of Ryudo's body basically didn't go to school. It was already hard work to go to school every day. Moreover, with his hooligan identity, no one dared to invite him to participate in school activities. Isn't that asking for a snub? So almost all the school activities in the past, Ryudo gloriously missed them. However, the situation this year was completely different from last year. Last year, Ryudo Kiryu, who was still a freshman in high school, was a bastard with no charm. Let alone a girlfriend, he couldn't even find a friend. But this year, he had unexpectedly become the #1 high school in Kyoto, and even the king of popularity in Tokyo. Especially the Kokyo middle finger incident 2 months ago. It had allowed him to climb to the top of high school. Therefore, it was difficult to say that the upcoming Tokyo General Educational Festival had nothing to do with Ryudo. After all, there was a traditional event in this sports festival, which was the most eye-catching 5 schools opening ceremony. The students of the 5 high schools participating in the Tokyo General Educational Festival would gather together, and the sworn representative elected through voting would be responsible for reading some nonsense. It was almost the same thing. But since this sworn representative was elected through voting, it was equivalent to a kind of popularity selection. Since it was a popularity vote, most of the people who were elected were beautiful women. For example, the sworn representative elected last year was Kanzaki Colored Glaze. The year before last was Union Tsukujiri. This year's sworn representative should have been Dunia. But, look, your votes are way ahead of the rest of the candidates. You have more votes than all the other candidates combined. Immediately, Dunia opened the Egao BBS in annoyance and showed the real-time votes in front of Ryuto. Since it was the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival, it was naturally impossible for only Dori No. 1 High School to participate. In fact, this was a large-scale sports festival held by 5 high schools together, so the number of candidates participating in the voting was naturally very large. In previous years, the popularity poll for Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival, sworn representative, should still be in full swing, but this year's poll had already come to an end. Unlike previous years, there was a bastard named Ryudo Kiryo who had more votes than the runner-up by more than 100 times. The others didn't even need to vote, even beautiful girls like Yunyin and Colored Glaze. Ryudo could only smile bitterly when he saw the ridiculous number of votes. Are you kidding me? Are these guys crazy? Why are they voting for me like crazy? It can't be helped. Most of the residents of Tokyo have heard of the name Ryuto Kiryo. Most people will vote for someone familiar. Isn't this a matter of course? Ha! At this point, Dunia couldn't help but laugh loudly. The barbell-like laughter filled the entire car, making people feel more and more depressed. Although Dunia felt a little upset that she was not chosen, compared to this, she was obviously more willing to see Ryuto's expression when he was defeated. After all, in the previous Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival, students who were sworn representatives needed to participate in at least one sports event. In other words, Ryuto definitely couldn't be a spectator this time. He also had to participate in the activities. However, when Ryuto learned this, he curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Asking me to participate in these high school-level sports events is simply bullying a child. What's the point of this?" Indeed, Ryuto had no experience in participating in sports events. He didn't know anything, but he was the strongest high school athlete. Thanks to the LV4 physique of the international warrior level, Ryuto's physical fitness had far exceeded the range of high school students. Therefore, as long as he was willing to look at the rules, he could win any sports event on the spot. Really? But there are some events that can't be won by strength and speed alone. For example, football, basketball, baseball that emphasizes team cooperation, or table tennis, kendo, and so on that rely more on skills. Ryuto heard the words and snorted disdainfully. He smiled and said, "As long as I am willing to participate in these events you mentioned, the championships are all mine. None of them can run away." Really? Then how about a bet? After hearing this sentence, Dunia's eyes lit up and proposed a bet again. During this period of time, the two of them had also made some childish bets while playing around. For example, they bet on who could run faster, and the loser would have to give the winner a massage or something like that. It was just that because Dunia's brain was not very good, most of the bets had already determined the fact that Ryuto was the beneficiary at the moment when they were made. After all, whether it was being massaged by Dunia's little hand or helping to massage Dunia's soft body, it was the supreme enjoyment for Ryuto. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to tell this white stupid bear about this kind of thing. Because he could take advantage of every bet, Ryuto also asked with a smile, "Bet? What are you going to bet this time?" "Let's bet whether you can win the championship of the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival in the 6 events mentioned just now. It's all 6, not one less." And This is not impossible, but the question is, what are you going to bet with? If I win, you have to take me to the Riverside Horror Arena. It's as simple as that. When mentioning this name, Dunia couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva as if she was yearning for that place. In fact, after Yunyin accidentally mentioned the experience of going to the Riverside Horror Arena with Ryuto, Dunia had been drooling over the legendary underground arena. Dunia's character was well known. She was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat, had a bad temper, and often wanted to beat people. But it had to be said that since the painful lesson of the Tokyo Regal Hotel incident, Dunia was indeed very diligent on the road of martial arts. She was so diligent that even Ryuto admired her. With the careful guidance of Ryuto and Wu Hong, coupled with Dunia's own good talent, superhuman physical fitness, and the belief of absolutely becoming stronger, the girl's cultivation during this period could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. She was already a different person from 2 months ago. So in the past 2 months, the eldest daughter of the Saito family had almost kicked all the dojos in Tokyo. It became more and more difficult to find a strong opponent. From this perspective, it wasn't that Long Do couldn't understand why she wanted to go to the underground arena to find stronger opponents to spar with. However, the problem was that the original arena of the river race wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Now Ryuto had fought more than 10 matches in the Riverside Horror Arena and successfully promoted to a level fighter. He had a comprehensive understanding of the environment there. How to describe it? The fighters who fought underground there were basically trash from all over the world. They were either homicidal maniacs or martial arts fanatics. Moreover, it was not a place for fighting, but a place for catching and killing. In order to win, the group of underground fighters could be said to be extremely unscrupulous. They could use any dirty moves without any hesitation. For example, the American murderer Ryuto encountered before who hid a knife in his butt. After fighting with B-level and A-level, Ryuto found that the guy was more reserved. He even transformed his finger into a spray gun and quietly sprayed dragon breath pepper spray on the opponent's face. This kind of underground fight without seeing the sun and having no rules was naturally different from the various dojo fights that Dunia had challenged before. The dirtiness was more than 100 times. Therefore, even if Dunia's strength was already weak, Ryuto was still unwilling to take her to the Riverside Horror Arena because he was afraid that she would be tricked by some dirty tricks. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this white stupid bear actually mentioned this matter again in the name of Tokyo Mass Breeding Festival here, and it even showed a "do you agree or not? If you don't agree, you are afraid to bet with me" provocative expression. Well, I still have to let her dispel this idea. That damn place is too dangerous. I don't want her to go. Thinking of this, Ryuto sighed slightly in his heart, but his face showed a wretched expression. He said with a weird smile, "If you plan to use this as a bet with me, then you have to pay the corresponding price." Corresponding price? Isn't it a massage as the price? Of course not a massage. In fact, there is one thing I want to do to you for a long time. Let's use this as a bet. What is it? I have no problem with it. Seeing Ryuto's expression that was different from usual and looked particularly wretched, Dunia was obviously stunned, but she still forced herself to straighten her back and replied, "It's good that you have no problem. If you lose, let me hug you to sleep for a night." What? Sleep? Sleep for a night? The moment she heard Ryuto's outrageous bet, Dunia's cute twin ponytails on her head almost stood up, like a kitten with its hair standing on end. If I lose, let him hug me to sleep for a night? Although Dunia usually behaved carelessly, she was still a teenage girl. How could she not have any awareness of the opposite sex? So at this time, when she heard Ryuto's request that was completely like X's harassment, her face suddenly flushed, and her body unconsciously stepped back. How about it? If it doesn't work, then cancel this bet. I don't care anyway. After seeing Dunia's panicked expression, Ryuto secretly laughed in his heart, but his face continued to maintain the expression of a weird uncle looking at the white-haired little loli next to him. This scene made people want to call 110 on the spot. In essence, Ryuto didn't want to make this bet with Dunia, because participating in the Tokyo Mass Breeding Festival sounded very troublesome, and it would be even more troublesome if he accidentally lost. That was why he deliberately proposed such a ridiculous bet, hoping that Dunia would give up on her own accord. Give up, just give up. You don't want to be hugged by me. Humph. No problem. Let's bet. I'm not afraid of you, bastard. But after a few seconds of silence, Dunia roared with a flushed face, and her voice almost blew Ryuto's head off. Obviously, Ryuto seemed to have underestimated Dunia's determination. Perhaps he also underestimated the thickness of her face. She could even accept such a stupid job. This is a wonderful catch. Chapter 244. Ryuto wasn't wrong. He really wanted to hug Dunia to sleep. It was just that this kind of sleep was not the kind of sleep. It was a pure sleep where one would hug someone as a pillow and not do anything messy. The reason why he had this idea was because Dunia's body really suited Ryuto's taste. After all, this Northland bear was very cute. Her skin was white, and her body was slender. She was as delicate as a living doll. On the other hand, her body was much stronger than ordinary people. No matter how much force he used, there wouldn't be any problems. This kind of strong body was really what Ryuto liked. No matter how much force he used, she wouldn't cry out in pain. Ahem, of course, it was just the kind of force that he wanted to use to rub her like a large pillow. There was no other meaning. However, Ryuto didn't think that Dunia would really agree to this bet. At first, he only wanted to scare the girl away to prevent more trouble. It's decided then. This time's Tokyo Mass Raising Festival will be the time for us to decide the winner. Humph. Even when the two arrived at the gate of Dooley First High School and Dunia walked toward the first-year teaching building, she couldn't help but raise her head and puff out her chest. From Dunia's attitude, it seemed like she really didn't care that she had to sleep with Ryuto for a night. Although this Northland bear probably didn't know what would happen if she slept with a man for a night. That's right, the balloon incident from before was still fresh in her mind. Sigh. What the hell is this? When Ryuto accepted a bet early in the morning and felt complicated about the strange thing that he bet, the next thing that happened made his feelings even more complicated. Generally speaking, the students of Takuri First High School had to change into indoor shoes before entering the building. Although it was troublesome, rules were rules. So Ryuto went to his shoe cabinet as usual and reached out to open it. Crash. Then, a huge pile of love letters and gifts poured out from the shoe cabinet and smashed his face. The total weight of today's love letter and gift is 23 kilograms? After quickly tidying up the pile of things, Ryuto couldn't help but sigh. He felt even more tired in the morning. If it had been Ryuto, the greatest villain in history from a few months ago, it would have been hard to imagine such a scene. Early in the morning, the shoe cabinet was stuffed with love letters and gifts. It was the kind of treatment that only school idols would receive. But in reality, the current Ryuto was indeed a campus idol-level existence. His LV4 charm was second only to Yunyan here. Moreover, there were many amazing things that had been revealed, so it wasn't too far-fetched for many students to take a fancy to him. Ryuto was actually a little happy about this situation. After all, no one would really hate a shoe cabinet full of love letters and gifts. Of course, if there weren't so many male students who sent him love letters and gifts, it would be better. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Long-do picked out the love letter with the words, Long-do Kuin. I want to fence with you on the cover, and threw it into the trash can. Then, he packed up the rest of the love letters and gifts and put them back in the shoe cabinet. He planned to take them with him after school. Ring, 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 ring. But just as he was about to go to the classroom, his phone suddenly vibrated. Apparently, someone sent a message. Old man Adolf. Is it the principal? Is he looking for me? Ryuto picked up the phone and saw that it was the old principal who sent a "Are you free? Come to the principal's office" message. It looked like the old man was lonely and wanted someone to accompany him. Long-do was also very familiar with the principal, Adolf Pescarolo, who matched his suit and wine glass very well. It was obvious that he was an old gentleman at a glance. Long-do was also very familiar with him. After all, from the beginning, Ryuto was able to enter this Kyoto First High School because of the old principal's great efforts. One of the reasons was that when he was dancing outside, He touched the butt of a Kyokushin girlfriend and was almost hit in the head by her boyfriend with a bottle. It was a passerby who saved him. It was also because of this relationship, plus the fact that the old principal was indeed an interesting old man. Ryudo usually had a good relationship with him. He would go to the principal's office to sit and play games with him. But at this time, in the principal's office of Kyoto First High School, Principal Adolf was anxiously sitting in a chair with his hand on his forehead. There was a document on the principal's table. According to the document, the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival swearing representative was Ryudo Kiryo. It also deliberately reminded the principal of Kyoto First High School to let the student attend and participate in the sports competition. In fact, since a long time ago, this so-called Tokyo Metropolitan Education Festival was a competition between 5 of the more famous universities in Tokyo in order to attract outstanding students. Therefore, every time the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival opened, it was tantamount to a war for Adolf, a war that could not be lost. Especially 2 years ago, the swearing representative that could attract popularity to the school was consecutively won by 2 beauties from Ichihin High School. While this brought a lot of popularity to Ichihin High School, it also attracted the jealousy of the other 4 high schools. Jealousy made people unrecognizable, especially between old men. Aya, Principal Adolf, this year's swearing representative is from your school again. It's really glorious, isn't it? And it's a Kyokushin young master, haha. Oh right, he's a big shot. Will he come to participate in the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival? If he doesn't show up, how will Ichihin High School get off the stage? How is that possible? Principal Adolf will definitely deal with that Kyokushin young master, right? Just last night, at the banquet where the principals of the 5 high schools gathered together, the other 4 principals made all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule to Adolf about Ryudo, as if they were sure that the Kyokushin young master would not participate in this kind of high school level competition. But from an objective point of view, what they said was not completely unreasonable. After all, last year when Ryudo was in the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival, he chose to run away directly. He ran to the street and beat up by Chinga. Adolf knew this very well, and he knew that the Kyokushin young master was indeed not interested in this kind of activity. Thinking of this, Adolf almost didn't sleep last night. He had been thinking about how to persuade Ryudo. In the end, Adolf thought of a very shameless way, commonly known as crying, making a scene, and kneeling down. Ryudo-kun, for the sake of your father and I know each other. Just give this old man some face, okay? Ryudo-kun, you must come and participate in the competition. Otherwise, how can an old man like me live? Ryudo-kun, do you think my posture under the ground is standard? Do you have the heart to let an old man like me kneel on the ground like this? Just as Adolf was imagining himself crying and kneeling down in various positions in his mind, the door of the principal's office was pushed open from the outside, and the familiar figure walked in leisurely. Very good, ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, Adolf swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reached out to touch the knee pads that had been wrapped around his knees. Because Adolf has rich experience in kneeling to his wife, he knows very well how to do this Japanese etiquette to the extreme. That, Ryudo-kun, you see. By the way, old man, I want to participate in 6 events in the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival in a week. This should be okay, right? Before Adolf began to cry and kneel down with snot and tears, Ryuto, who walked in the door, took the lead and said such a sentence. Did I fucking hear it wrong? Ryudo? Ryudo Kiryo? He took the initiative to participate in the Tokyo Metropolitan Festival project? Doesn't that mean I don't have to kneel? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Adolf couldn't help but laugh out loud, and there was a sense of heroism in his laughter. Before Ryudo could figure out what this guy was laughing about, he reached out and patted Ryudo on the shoulder and laughed. No problem. Although it's reasonable to say that each person can only participate in one event, I will use the principal's privilege to help you open the back door and guarantee that you can participate in all 6 events. Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome, it's what I should do. By the way, why did you ask me to come here? Actually, I just want to inform you that you have been selected as the representative of the oath ceremony, and you will have to speak on stage. That's all. Sigh. It's nice to have a principal who is easy to talk to. This kind of thing that doesn't conform to the rules can be easily explained. When leaving the principal's office, Ryuto nodded, and his impression of the old man Adolf increased a lot. However, in the principal's office, Adolf jumped up from behind the table and directly slid on the floor in excitement. Yay! Ha 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 ha. He looked a little old, but his body, which had been tested on the dance floor for a long time, quickly slid across the floor with the help of his knee pads. Furthermore, he struck a very Chinibu pose, like the brightest child in the dance hall. Adolf originally planned to use all kinds of methods to ask Ryuto to participate in one event, even if it was just to go through the motions, but he didn't expect Ryuto to be so generous, and actually took the initiative to ask to participate in 6 events at once. 6 events. 6 of them. This isn't a pillow when you're sleepy, but a suite when you're sleepy. There's a beauty in a cool nightgown in the room to warm your bed. Oomph, this is great. With the participation of the Dragon Fighting Lord, I will definitely be able to win all 6 competitions. Those old fogies who were waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Let's see if you will die this time. Adolf naturally knew Ryuto's strength that surpassed the level of a high school student. Therefore, he was really looking forward to seeing this monster play with the elite soldiers sent by the other 4 schools at the Tokyo Great Festival. What kind of interesting expression would the 4 old men have on their faces? Chapter 245. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival was just an ordinary sports meet for high school students. However, for the 5 participating high schools, this sports meet was an earth-shattering battle. Nobody knew when it started, but this sports meet had become a battlefield for the 5 high schools to compete with each other. Every time the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival opened, the sports clubs of these high schools would be full of energy and do everything they could to win for their school. This was not a battle of life and death. However, it was a battle that involved the dignity of the school. Battle, 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 constant battle. The winner was king. The loser was the bandit. The winning high school would hold their heads high and walk with pride for the next year. The losing high school would be dejected and cowardly for the next year. Under the leadership of this evil trend, the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival became more and more exaggerated every year. In order to win, the group of high schools became more and more unscrupulous. Dori No. 2 High School was a high school with a long tradition in the sport of football. On the football field that was a week away from the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival, a handsome high school student was running with the ball. He suddenly picked up the ball, jumped up, and swept out a golden hook that was at the professional level. He directly kicked the football from a distance of tens of meters into the goal. Well done, Student E. This will be your last high school competition before you go to Brazil to participate in the professional competition. Leave your legend behind. Looking at the captain of the football team who already had the strength of a professional football player and had led the team to win the high school national competition for 3 consecutive years, the principal of Dori No. 2 High School could not help but smile happily. On the other side, in the Dori No. 3 High School, a bloody storm was also taking place on the tennis court, which made people drop their glasses. Boom! A young man with a white hat who looked very arrogant quickly whipped the tennis racket in his hand and accurately knocked his opponent's tennis racket to the ground. You're still far from it. The young man used his hand to support his hat and threw out a very arrogant sentence. Yes, yes, yes. Student Ryuma's condition is very good. It seems that the 3 consecutive victories of this tennis event are close at hand. Seeing that the student known as the Prince of Tennis showed good competitive condition, the principal of Dori No. 3 High School was even more delighted. At the same time, on the basketball court of Dori No. 4 High School, a tall young man with dyed red hair was practicing with a big guy who looked like an orangutan. The person who controls the rebound can control the entire game. You must remember this. No problem. I'm a genius. The practice on the basketball court was in full swing, and a chubby coach standing next to the basketball court was nodding silently. As for the principal of Dori 4th High School, he had already run to the tavern to drink and celebrate. In the end, two swordsmen wearing full protective kendo gear were confronting each other in the dojo of Rendezvous High School. Student Yagiyuma, bring it on. I won't lose. With a confident response, the two swordsmen holding bamboo swords quickly began a fierce battle. However, if one was a fan of kendo, it was not difficult to find that the swordsman on the left was actually the most famous professional kendo athlete in Japan. His sword was like the wind, and his movements were agile. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not a high school swordsman. However, student Yagiyuma, who was fighting with this professional kendo athlete, was even more amazing. He actually blocked all the attacks one by one as a high school student and could even make a counterattack. Very good. With student Yagiyuma's condition, the kendo event of Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival will definitely be won. Russell. Seeing the fierce battle on the court, the principal of Dori No. 5 High School held a paper fan in his hand and waved it slowly with satisfaction. Obviously, from the current situation, although there was still a full week before the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival, the 5 participating schools had already made sufficient preparations for it. For this unique sports festival, every school had their own sports events that they were good at. Coincidentally, among this generation of high school students, there were also a lot of high school freaks who were at professional level. Football, basketball, baseball, table tennis, kendo. These very normal high school sports events had become turbulent because of the influx of these freaks. According to the convention of the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival, the 5 schools would compete fiercely in a total of 10 sports events, but the scores of the above 6 major events were the highest. Therefore, as long as they could win 2 or 3 of the 6 major events, the final championship was almost at their fingertips. At the thought of this, the principals of Dori No. 2, No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 High School had a tacit understanding with the corners of their mouths crooked at the same time, revealing a ticked smile. Humph. This time our school is full of heroes and geniuses, called the Golden Generation. How can the other schools compete with us? This Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival 1. Looking at the group of high school sports geniuses who were training crazily, the principals of these schools clenched their fists and even thought about their final posture when they went up to receive the championship trophy. Of course, if this was just an ordinary sports festival, then their idea might be right. After all, the group of sports students in their school were indeed monsters far beyond the level of high school students. Unfortunately, in Dori No. 1 High School, there was a real monster, and he was rubbing his hands and trying to familiarize himself with the rules of these games in order to get the right to sleep with a little loli. In this way, time passed day by day, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival that was destined to be recorded in history finally slowly opened its curtains. The day after a week was a carnival day for all the students of the 5 high schools. Because on this day, they could put down their heavy studies and collectively go to the Tokyo Stadium to watch the exciting sports games. The blend of sweat with sweat, the collision of muscles with muscles, the concert of youth with youth. Just thinking of the scene of the group of high school athletes on the field. Many girls couldn't help but cover their faces and scream out loud. In this case, early in the morning, the entrance of the Tokyo Stadium was already crowded with young people in school uniforms, and under the arrangement of the teachers, they rushed inside noisily. The Tokyo Stadium, located in the Shibuya district of Tokyo, Japan, was one of the most famous sports venues in Tokyo. It was once used to host Olympic-level competitions. Such a huge venue was actually used to host a high school sports event, which was somewhat exaggerated. But considering that the stadium that could accommodate 10,000 people was already full in the early morning, it was enough to see the status of this Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival. Young people, full of vigor, naturally liked this kind of intense activity very much. However, for the 5 college principals sitting in the VIP stands, they seemed to be much more enthusiastic about this sports festival than the group of hot-blooded young people. Looking carefully, in the VIP stands, 5 seats were lined up in a row, and the principals from the 5 schools sat on them one by one. It was quite like the 5 elder stars patrolling the battlefield. At this moment, the athlete teams of the 5 schools had also appeared from 5 different entrances, holding flags and walking to the field in the middle of the stadium. Hundreds of young athletes walked together valiantly, and this scene caused the group of students in the stands to scream and cheer again. However, in this huge square formation of students, there was a guy with dyed yellow hair who looked particularly conspicuous, obviously giving people the feeling that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. Adolf, I didn't expect you to actually invite Ryudo Kiryu. You are really amazing. Looking at the yellow-haired young master walking toward the oath stage, the principal of another school couldn't help but congratulate Adolf in a sarcastic tone. Exactly. It seems that Ryudo Kiryu is not as unruly as the rumors say. By the way, he is also going to participate in the competition. Which competition is he going to participate in? After all, he is from Jido. It should be good for him to participate in the kendo competition. Although he is definitely not as good as our classmate Yagyu, his ancestors were in the kendo industry. Ha ha ha. In the VIP stands, the principals chatted because of the appearance of Ryudo, looking like a group of old men buying vegetables at the market. However, Adolf, who was the center of the conversation, just smiled and didn't intend to argue with this group of stupid principals at all, because he knew very well that from the moment Ryudo was willing to step on the field, this Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival had already changed. This was no longer a competition. Instead, it was a one-sided trampling. At the same time, Ryudo, as the oath representative, also walked to the oath stage under the invitation of the MC and bathed in the eyes of tens of thousands of students. Tong Sheng, please represent the 5 schools to take the oath of this Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival. Although the MC felt a little numb when he saw the legendary leader of Jido, the professional MC still handed the microphone to Ryudo with a smile. Generally speaking, this oath ceremony was actually a very formal event. It was nothing more than saying a few words. Swear that all contestants will follow the spirit of sports. However, after Ryudo picked up the microphone, he grinned, coughed twice, and said the following oath speech that was enough to be recorded in history. Dear audience, and the contestants who are coming to win the runner-up, good morning. When he said the words win the runner-up, Ryudo's tone showed an arrogant tone of, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Chapter 246. The moment they heard this, almost all the audience, players, and staff members present were dumbfounded. After all the oath ceremonies in the past were to promote the spirit of sports and praise the spirit of young people. They had never heard such a unique speech. In particular, Long Do's "everyone here is trashed" aura gave everyone a fright. If it had been anyone else who dared to say such a thing in public, they would have been dragged down and beaten up by the angry players. But the person who said this was Ryuto, the legendary young overlord who commanded the entire Tokyo underground world. Therefore, the players who were ridiculed by him could only be angry and not say anything. But after all, the young people were more hot-blooded, especially those who were stronger. They had already secretly remembered this hatred and were ready to teach this guy a lesson in the game later. Ryudo Kiryu. Although you are the leader of the underground world, we are the experts in sports games. Prepare to die. When Ryudo casually made up a speech to fool this unique oath ceremony, the fighting spirit of the athletes was obviously greatly aroused. Is that guy an idiot? Will he die if he doesn't provoke others? Just as the athletes were about to leave and go to different venues for the game, Colored Glaze, who was sitting in the front row of the stands, couldn't help but reach out and cover her head, as if she had a headache. Although she had already guessed that Long Do would definitely not finish his speech so obediently and would definitely cause some trouble, she did not expect him to go up and make such a big fuss. Now, he suddenly became the public enemy of the other 4 schools, who knew how many people were holding back their energy to beat Ryudo to pieces. But Yunyin, who was sitting next to her, laughed and said, "Isn't this very Ryudo's style? Provocation is also one of the entertainment parts of the game. Look at how happy the audience is." As Yunyin said this, she looked around at the students sitting in the stands near the big stadium. In fact, as Yunyin said, after experiencing the crazy oath ceremony just now, the students' emotions were all stirred up. Now, the emotions of the students were all stirred up. Many people even quickly edited and posted this matter on the internet, so that they could ride on the hot topic and get some traffic or something. After all, Ryuto Kiryu participated in the high school sports meet and provoked all the players in the opening speech. This was such a hot-blooded event. If it was any other student who did such a thing, they might be condemned in speech and in writing. However, the one who did this was Long Do. Everyone was already used to his unconventional behavior. It was normal for him to do something as trivial as giving the middle finger to someone in Hwangju. At this time, Tonya, who was sitting with the two of them, took out her mobile phone and looked at the schedule of this Tokyo Great Festival and said, "Speaking of which, the first event in a while is football. It's our school against Dori Second High School. Dori Number 2 High School? I heard that their football department is very strong. It's not as simple as that. They are the 3 consecutive champions of the National High School Football Competition. The ace player, Space Wing, is said to be going to Brazil to play professional games next year." Wow, so powerful. Can Ryuto win? After hearing Dunia's words, Yoon Yen covered her mouth in surprise. Whether Ryuto wins or not is one thing. The key is whether his teammates will cooperate. After all, football is not a one-person sport. Speaking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. She seemed to have thought of the various situations that might occur in the game. From the perspective of strength, the football department of Dori Number 1 High School was actually not weak. They were often at the level of the top 4 to the top 8 in the national competition. It was not completely impossible to play with the opponent. But the problem was that Long Do, with the full support of the principal, had forcefully cut the line and squeezed out the position of the other team's main midfielder. This matter must have offended a lot of people in the football department. Therefore, in the game later, those guys were likely to make things difficult for Ryuto. It would not be surprising if they deliberately lost the game. In fact, just as Colored Glaze thought, it was impossible for the group of football department members to not be angry. At this time, in the players' lounge, the other 10 members and coaches who were ready to play were gathered in a group for the final pregame mobilization. Ryuto was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he ran off to. Damn it, the game is about to start, and that guy still hasn't shown up? After taking a deep breath, the coach couldn't help but say to the other group of players, "As I said before, letting that stinking hooligan step on the sacred football field is a blasphemy to this sport. You know what to do, right?" Firmly oppose Ryuto Kiryu. Who wants to play football with him? This guy is too much. He forced his way in and said he wants to play. How can we let him do as he wishes? In short, we will never pass the ball to him. We must make that guy stand on the field for 90 minutes. That's right. The coach finally sneered and said, "Winning or losing is not important. The most important thing is that we must not let him touch the ball, not even once. Bet on the glory of our football department." Whoa, 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 whoa. Bet on the glory of our football department. In the players' lounge, everyone in the Dooley First High School football department reached a consensus and made up their minds to make Ryuto a figurehead in the game. Humph. A stinking hooligan like you is worthy of playing football? Let's see if we don't make you stand on the field for 90 minutes. When the time comes, let's see who will be the one making a fool of themselves. Not long after, this aggressive and stern-looking football team was led out of the field by the coach-cum-team leader. At this time, Ryuto slowly came over to gather. However, unlike the football department members who were neatly dressed in football uniforms and sports shoes, looking very proper, Ryuto was actually only wearing his usual school uniform. He didn't even wear sports shoes. After coming over to gather, Ryuto stood in front of the coach without hesitation and was the first to walk to the field. Those who didn't know better would think that he was really the boss of the football department. This unspeakably arrogant move immediately made the group of people behind him so angry that their eyes were blazing. However, due to Ryuto's prestige, this group of club members didn't dare to say anything. They could only secretly curse this stinking hooligan to die a horrible death. This ridiculous guy actually wore normal shoes to play football. But forget it, he can't touch the ball anyway. He'll just be a good clown on the field. When they thought that Ryuto would become the funniest clown on the field, the coach and the other team members couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Just before they were about to enter the field, Ryudo suddenly turned his head to look at them, giving everyone a fright. Before we start, let me remind you that my way of playing football will be a bit rough. I hope you can forgive me. Way of playing football? A bit rough? What is this guy talking about? Does he really think that he has a chance to play football? Hearing this, the coach could only smile dryly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, you can play however you like. Is this okay?" "Oh, that's very generous. Then I won't hold back." Suddenly, the corner of Ryudo's mouth raised. He then took the lead to walk out of the player's tunnel and came to the field covered in green. Oh, oh, it's Ryudo-kun. He's out. Huh. Why is Ryudo-kun wearing different clothes? This is probably a crane in a flock of chickens. It doesn't matter, as long as he's handsome. At this time, almost all the spectators were watching this unprecedented game on the football field. So when Ryudo led the team to appear, it naturally caused the audience to cheer. However, after hearing so many students, especially so many girls cheering for Ryudo, the football club members were obviously even more upset. Why do you think our group of high school students work so hard to join the sports club, train hard every day to play in the game? Isn't it just for the cheers of the girls? Generally speaking, the period after the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival was the period when the boys in the sports club were most popular with girls. The probability of finding a girlfriend at this time was unprecedentedly high. Therefore, the Tokyo Metropolitan Cultural Festival was the best stage for many boys to show themselves. The long-awaited opportunity to stand in the spotlight was equivalent to a male peacock spreading its tail to seek a mate. However, Ryudo Kiryu, this little bastard, directly blocked the way and attracted all the attention of the entire football club. The girls did not look at them and all began to stare at Ryudo and cheer. Without the attention of the girls, what's the point of me playing the game? Go F***ck yourself. Thinking of this, the 10 players on the field slowly walked to their positions while they could not help but look at Ryudo with eyes full of hatred. They could not wait for this kid to die on the spot. At the same time, on the other side of the field, the players of Turi Second High School were ready to start the game. The referee also put the whistle in his mouth to announce the start of the game. It was almost time. 3, 2, 1. Beep. Accompanied by a harsh whistle, a striker of Turi First High School, who was responsible for the kickoff in the first half, gently kicked the ball to his teammate. Ryudo is the midfielder, so I will pass the ball to the left and right sides. Anyway, as long as it bypasses him. Wait, be careful. Just as the striker who got the ball was about to pass the ball to the wing, there was suddenly an anxious roar from behind. Be careful? Be careful of what? There is a big gap on the opposite side. Before the forward who stopped the ball could react, a figure flashed from behind like lightning and came to the front of the forward. Immediately afterward, the ball that was stopped at his feet suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and with a strong wind sound, it rushed directly from the midfield to the opponent's goal with lightning speed. Whoosh! Almost in the next second, the ball that had just rolled half a meter in the center circle had turned into a meteor falling from the sky. It fell into the goal of the opponent's camp with incomparable ferocity. Chapter 247. What am I looking at? Isn't this the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival? Isn't this a football game between two high schools? Why? Why would a football game have such a scene where a goal is scored within a second after the kickoff? Could it be? Is this the real football? Is this how football is played? For a time, many people who saw the scene just now had a cognitive deviation from the wonderful sport of football. As for the people who were more surprised than the audience, it was naturally the other 21 football players who were just ready to sweat their youth on the football field. What the F***ck? Is there something wrong with my brain? Although the striker who had just completed the glorious stopping work and was still standing in the same place at this time did not know what had happened. Most of the other players clearly saw the whole process of the goal just now. The moment the two strikers had just finished the kickoff and stopped the ball, Ryudo, who was standing in the back midfield, had already rushed to his own striker at a speed much faster than the 100-meter race champion, and then kicked the ball out with a smooth volley. The flight trajectory of this ball was nothing special. It just rushed straight out of the goal, but the problem was that its power and speed were really too exaggerated. This was the Tokyo Stadium. The football field inside was naturally the international standard 68-meter x 105-meter field. The distance from the center circle to the goal frame was more than 50 meters. From more than 50 meters away, a shot from the center circle into the goal frame, and even the goalkeeper could not react. What kind of concept was this? In fact, if you have this ability, you can just go to the World Cup and get the Golden Boot. Why come to a high school-level football game to bully children? If it were not for the fact that no one dared to speak to Ryudo like this, it was estimated that many people would have said that to him. Beast, it was really too much of a beast. It was simply not something that a human being could do. Poof. Beep. Perhaps it was because the scene was too horrifying. The referee was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted and blew the whistle on his neck. The first time he blew it the wrong way, making a sound similar to a fart. Go in. There's a goal near the capital. It's effective. 1-0. At this time, the host in charge of the commentary was so frightened that he changed from a broadcasting major to a stuttering major. He explained with a stuttering ventriloquism that would make his broadcasting teacher so angry that he would bang his head against the wall. But even so, no one cared about the host's little problem because everyone was stunned by Ryudo's earth-shattering kick. No. Impossible. It must be luck. How could a high school student kick such a ball? Just as the players of Dori No. 2 High School quickly calmed down and prepared to kick off, something even more terrifying happened. The moment the two players kicked the ball out, Ryudo's figure once again rushed out like lightning. He actually snatched the ball away from them. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Then, he lifted his leg and shot at the goal. The ball once again rushed towards the goal with the momentum of a meteor chasing the moon. He saw it. But because the goalkeeper was prepared this time, the burly goalkeeper also rushed towards the ball without any regard for his own safety. Then, he was shot into the goal along with the ball. That's right, it was not an exaggeration at all. It was the truth. When the goalkeeper barely caught the ball with both hands, the terrifying force of the ball directly pushed his body back. He and the ball hit the net together. Immediately, it became a 2-0 situation. What? How could this be played? How could this game be played? The goalkeeper hugged the ball and was shot into the net. Was this something that a human could do? In this way, under the stunned gaze of all the spectators and the players on the field, the following field could be said to be completely hosting a fantasy football game from another world. Every time the ball was kicked out, Ryudo's figure would quickly rush over there, snatch the ball and shoot directly on the spot. His speed was too fast, and his movements were too smooth. No matter how the other 21 people on the field passed the ball, they could not escape the clutches of this great demon king. Ryudo would catch up and intercept the ball. 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 36-0. Before the end of the half, the scoreboard had already shown such a score that did not look like a football game at all. It looked like a funny football movie. When the referee finally blew the whistle for the halftime break, everyone on the field except for Ryudo showed a relieved expression because they did not want to stand on the same football field with this animal anymore. And after a few minutes of rest, the players did not continue the second half of the game because all the players of Turi Second High School had all kinds of serious physical symptoms, so they could not continue the game and chose to forfeit. For this situation, almost all the spectators expressed full understanding. Because in the face of a monster who could directly shoot and shoot no matter where he stood, any normal person's first reaction would be to turn around and run. Even in addition to Turi Second High School, the football departments of the other 3 high schools also rushed to submit a waiver application after seeing this game. They looked anxious as if they would be publicly executed if they submitted it late. In this way, the football department of Turi First High School, where Ryudo was in, only took 45 minutes to win the Tokyo Metropolitan Sports Festival. It could be said that it was unprecedentedly fast. That was not football at all. The place where that man was should not be where a football player should be. Many years later, Space Wing, who had become a professional player and successfully won the UEFA European Championship, once recalled this, and when he mentioned that incident, there was always a wry smile mixed with complicated emotions on his face. Of course, this kind of painful memory did not only appear in Space Wing, who was a football player. After the football game, Ryudo went to the small stadium next to him without stopping to play the tennis game. When they saw Ryudo pick up the tennis racket, most of the players who participated in the game also chose to forfeit very wisely. Obviously, they did not want to compete one-on-one with such a monster, except for the tennis prince of Turi 3rd High School. Go all out. Let me see what you're good at. Just when Ryudo and the arrogant kid with a sun hat stood on the tennis court and looked at each other across the net, the latter said to him in an arrogant tone. It was just that when it came to arrogance, no one in the world could be more arrogant than Ryudo, except perhaps I am. Boom. The tennis racket in Ryudo's hand swung forward violently. As if the tennis ball was burning with raging flames, it directly pierced through the opponent's racket. It pierced a big hole in the net made of nylon thread. What the hell is this? Is he really playing tennis? Looking at the racket in his hand with a big hole in it, the kid in the sun hat was stunned for a moment, although he also immediately chose to change his tennis racket to play again. Every time Ryudo played a ball, it would still be accompanied by a tennis racket on the spot, and this ball could not be caught at all. So after 20 tennis rackets were pierced through, the tennis prince finally lost because he had no rackets to use. Ryudo successfully won his second championship. This bastard. Is he really human? When Ryudo won 2 championships in a row, the principals of the other schools in the VIP stands were pale with fright on one hand, but on the other hand, they were slightly relieved. After all, according to the rules of Tokyo Metropolitan Festival, each student can only participate in 2 events at the same time. Ryudo has now won 2 championships, so the rest of the game has nothing to do with him. Finally, it can be carried out normally. What the hell? The kendo competition is about to begin. All participating students, Ryudo Kiryo number 2, please go to the kendo hall. I repeat, please go to the kendo hall. Ryudo Kiryo number 2, please go to the kendo hall. Puff. When they heard the name Ryudo Kiryo number 2 from the broadcast, the principals couldn't help but spit on the spot. Wait, Adolf. Isn't each student only allowed to sign up for 2 competitions? Is there? I don't remember such a thing. Facing the accusations of several principals, Adolf leisurely picked up the red wine glass. At this time, a principal picked up the list of rules of this year's Tokyo Metropolitan Festival and said to Adolf righteously, "It's clearly written here. The same student. Name? What the hell? When was the word name added?" When they saw the word name suddenly added on the list of rules, the principals next to them were suddenly stunned. The same student can participate in at most 2 competitions, and the same student name can participate in at most 2 competitions, which is obviously a different concept. It's written right. A name can only participate in 2 competitions, so Ryudo Kuin ran to change his registration name after the second competition, so he can continue to participate in other competitions. You're obviously acting shamelessly here. Damn it. We are going to complain to the sports committee. Go quickly, by the way, because Ryudo is willing to participate in the competition. The ratings and popularity of this year's Tokyo Metropolitan Festival soared, and the sports committee is happily drinking and celebrating. Speaking of this, Adolf smiled and raised the red wine glass, with an old rogue attitude of go and complain. If the complaint is successful, it's my loss. Bang! At the same time, the competition in the kendo hall has quickly come to an end. With the referee's order, the kendo genius Yagyu from Dori 5th High School fell to the ground with a thud, holding a broken bamboo blade in his hand. As for how the bamboo blade was broken, naturally, it was completely cut off by Ryudo, and the remaining force of the blade also shattered the protective gear on Yagyu's head, and finally the kendo genius was knocked out on the spot. This is definitely not a kendo competition. Absolutely not. Watching Yagyu being carried out on a stretcher, the trembling referee couldn't help but think. Chapter 248. For the players who participated in this Tokyo Grand Cultural Festival, this sports meet was definitely a nightmare in their sports career. One day, in just one day's time, the 6 competitions that Dragonfight had participated in had all ended, and without exception, he had won all of them by a large margin. According to the records, Ryudo's record was as follows. In the football competition, he scored 36 goals in the first half, and the opponents collectively forfeited in the second half. In the tennis competition, he broke 20 of the opponents' rackets, forcing the opponents to admit defeat. In the kendo competition, he broke the opponent's bamboo blade with 1 strike, and then knocked the opponent unconscious with his protective gear. In the baseball competition, he hit 28 home runs in a row, and all the backup baseballs were hit out of the field. In the table tennis competition, he smashed the table tennis ball into pieces every time he served and received the ball, leaving the opponent with no ball to catch. In the basketball game, the entire game ended with a total of 89 points, 51 rebounds, 46 blocks, and 31 steals, as well as a basket breaker. How should it be described? From the moment Ryudo appeared on the field, the nature of these games had changed, and they had become some kind of strange game from another dimension. In the beginning, when Ryudo alone defeated the entire opposing team in the football competition, the audience was so surprised that their eyes almost popped out. But after the tennis, kendo, baseball, and other games began one by one, the audience realized that this guy was not here to play at all, but to play with mud. All the high school level athletes, even the talented geniuses, were like children in front of Ryudo, and the game quickly turned into a one-sided situation. Really, what's so good about this game? It's like coaxing children. In the afternoon, after the first day of the Tokyo Grand Cultural Festival ended, Colored Glaze, who walked out of the stadium with the crowd, couldn't help but complain. Watching Ryudo show off his prowess in various venues, Colored Glaze suddenly wondered if his brain was damaged. You're a leader of Kyoto, a martial artist who has experienced life and death situations, but you actually went to a high school sports meet to bully children? What kind of scandal is this? What's the purpose? No matter how much he won, he wouldn't show his face. It would only give people the impression that he was bullying a child. Don't say that. If Ryudo can participate in this kind of competition, it means that his mentality has changed a lot. If it was in the past, he wouldn't do something that doesn't benefit him. At this time, Yunyin, who was walking next to him, smiled. Obviously, after spending some time together, Yunyin understood Ryudo very well. In Yunyin's words, Ryudo was the kind of guy who wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. He wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him, let alone something as troublesome as participating in 6 sports events in a row. However, the moment she heard the word benefits, Dunia, who was silently following the two of them, suddenly trembled all over. Dunia? Do you feel cold? No. I think I saw you shivering. Are you sure you're okay? No problem. I'm just a little tired. Dunia reluctantly squeezed out a smile from her mouth, but her heart was in a state of chaos. Are you kidding me? Is there any justice? Is there any law? What's wrong with Ryudo? He actually won the championship of all 6 events in one go. In this case, does this mean I have to accompany him, to sleep with him? Thinking of this, Dunia's face couldn't help but blush. Speaking of which, Dunia was actually a girl who had very little knowledge in the relationship between men and women. It was just like when she stayed in this safe house with Long Do. She didn't even know what the long, round, and plastic condoms that could be put on special places to play billiards were. And for the specific things between men and women, Dunia was even more confused. She didn't know how big of a problem there would be. It was just that the girl's natural shyness and the last trace of Miss Sata's reservedness still made her feel that Ryudo's hug-to-sleep request was very strange. How to put it, Dunia didn't resist Ryudo's approach, but she felt that this kind of action was too intimate, and she always felt very embarrassed. But since the two of them have finished the bet, and Ryudo won the bet beautifully, then now Dunia has no way back? How about I just run away? Take a few days off to go back to my hometown to see my mom? He should forget about this after a few days, right? At this moment, in order to escape reality, Dunia couldn't help but think of some evil ideas. But before she decided how many days to run away, the combination of the 3 beauties had already met Ryudo, who had been waiting here for a long time at the entrance of the stadium. Yo, it's still early. Do you want to go eat something together? After seeing his wives, Ryudo smiled and greeted them, and he invited them to go out and play. During this time, the relationship between the three of them has improved a lot, and they also go out with Ryudo from time to time. So this was actually a very normal thing. But after hearing this invitation, the hair on Dong Nia's head stood on end. Not today. There are still things to deal with in the alliance. Do you think I'm as free as you? Sorry, I also have something to do, so I can't accompany you today. What's more, Colored Glaze and Yunyin both had something to do today. So they waved their hands and got into their cars, leaving only Ryudo and Dunia here. I also suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Then what are you talking about? You clearly said this morning that you were very free recently, right? Let's go. There's a new milk tea shop. I heard it's very good. Let's try it together. Before Dunia finished speaking, Ryudo had already pulled her into Narukai's car. The speed was so fast that it was almost like a kidnapping. It's over. It's over. This time, he must be planning to kidnap me directly, and then, when she thought of the terrible treatment she might face tonight, Dunia felt her hands and feet were cold, and her whole body trembled. Perhaps because he won the competition and spent the sweat of his youth, Ryudo was obviously in a good mood now. He pulled Dunia into the nearby gourmet street and ate all the way from the end of the street to the end of the street, and then from the end of the street back to the end of the street. When he went back, he also packed a lot of food as a midnight snack, looking like a macho man who was not afraid of exceeding the calorie limit. But during this process, Dunia had been eating silently, and she was not in the mood to talk at all, as if she was mourning for her tragic experience in a while. However, the sky was dark. After the two had enough fun, the black car quietly stopped at the main entrance of this Saito Club headquarters. This is... Looking at the familiar scenery, Dunia couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this my home? Why did he bring me back to his home? Dunia thought that Ryudo would pack her home after eating and throw her on the bed as a pillow. Although Dunia was really unwilling, this was the bet that the person who won the competition should get after all. She had nothing to say, so she could only acquiesce to this kind of thing. But Ryudo looked at her stunned face and asked with a smile, "Miss, you haven't played enough, right? Let's go home." Go home? Aren't you taking me back to the Rulon Group headquarters? It's already night. Why should I take you back? It's that the bet. Speaking of this, Dunia blushed a little, but she felt that she still had to make this matter clear. Bet? Ah, that thing. Ryudo suddenly felt a little dumbfounded when he heard the words, so he directly hugged Dunia in the car and let them lie together in the spacious back seat. Yeah, you are. When she was in Ryudo's arms, Dunia couldn't help but scream. Narukai in the front had already skillfully put on the soundproof headphones and eye mask and pulled down the partition between the front seat and the back seat, so as not to disturb the boss's mood, who knew that after lying down, Ryudo just reached out and patted her little head and said somewhat dotingly, "Snore. Okay, wake up, the bed is over. Now can you go home in peace?" Hey. That's it? Suddenly, the bet that gave Dunia a headache for an afternoon was over, and it ended in such an easy way, which she never expected. Of course, although Dunia has always been very concerned about the bet, in Ryudo's view, this was actually more of a joke than a serious bet. He just didn't agree with Dunia's statement that he couldn't win all the championships, so he personally proved to her that he was an omnipotent Superman. As for the matter of sleeping with Dunia for a night, Ryudo originally proposed the bet to dissuade the white-haired man. Even if he won, he couldn't really ask her to sleep with him for a night. Then he would have to call the police. After hugging and sleeping, Ryudo sat up with the girl in his arms, opened the door and said to her, "Good girl, let's go back. See you tomorrow morning." After sitting up in a daze, Dunia looked at Ryudo's face without saying a word, with a thoughtful expression. "What's wrong? Is there anything that makes you unhappy? Come, I will send you back first." Although he didn't know what Dunia was thinking, Ryudo still took the lead to step out of the car, ready to pick up the girl outside and throw her back to the Saitu Guild Hall. But just at the moment when Ryudo was about to get out of the car, a seemingly white and slender hand, but containing a powerful force, grabbed the corner of his clothes. "Dunia? You, please, take me to the original battle arena of the Sai River. I really want to go there. Is that okay? The afterglow of the setting sun slowly shined through the car window. The girl reached out and pulled the man's clothes, and for the first time, pleaded with a soft voice. Chapter 249. As everyone knew, Dunia was a lowly. But at the same time, Dunia wasn't a soft lowly. Although she looked cute, her heart was actually a little bear that drank vodka in the snow. Therefore, after knowing her for so long, this was the first time Long Do saw Dunia begging for help in such a soft and coquettish manner. It was an eye-opener. It had to be said that the scene of such a cute little lowly pulling on your clothes was really quite lethal. Ryudo couldn't help but want to pat her head. But although she was cute, the words coming out of her mouth weren't cute at all. A normal lowly would say, "I beg you, take me to the doll store to catch dolls. I really want to go, okay?" But Dunia said, "I beg you, take me to the arena where people die every day. I really want to go, okay?" Okay, my ass. Was this even a concept? Thus, Ryudo could only smile bitterly and say, "You're saying this again. I already said that place isn't suitable for you." "I know. It's a place where a bunch of despicable people stay, and it's also very dangerous, but I still want to go." Actually, Dunia's place where a bunch of despicable people stay seemed to have included Ryudo as well, but now wasn't the time to care about this. It's very dangerous to fight in the arena there. You could die at any time. If I die there, it means that I'm only at that level. Is this some kind of hot-blooded anime protagonist speech? This kind of speech doesn't suit you at all. It's not hot-blooded speech. I just don't want. I don't want to be protected by you anymore. I don't want to be far behind you anymore. At this point, Dunia's tone revealed a firm conviction. If you asked the current Dunia whether she liked Ryudo or not, she would definitely shake her head and deny it, because a boorish bear like her wouldn't think about such complicated things. However, if she was asked whether she wanted to stay with Ryudo forever, she would definitely nod her head in affirmation, because this was something that did not require much thought. In fact, ever since Dunia was rescued by Ryudo from the Tokyo Emperor Hotel a few months ago, she had experienced a 12-hour chase and her father's near-death tragedy. Dunia had always been chasing after the strength in her heart. She wanted to be strong enough to protect her loved ones, to stand on the front lines with Ryudo, and to fight alongside him. Because of this firm belief, the girl's strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. But it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. By now, Dunia already possessed the basic eyesight of a martial artist. Therefore, from the Tokyo Great Body Raising Festival that had just ended, she could completely determine how exaggerated Ryudo's current strength was. Even if it was just some football, basketball, or kendo movements, that kind of inhuman speed, strength, technique, and absolute control of the body was something that Dunia could not compare with at the current stage. Obviously, in these few months, although Dunia had become stronger, Ryudo had also become stronger. This can't go on. This can't go on. I will only be left further and further behind by him. Just when Ryudo was about to get off the car, Dunia seemed to have an illusion that this man would be further and further away from her, further and further away. Without a doubt, Ryudo's attitude towards Dunia had always been rough on the surface, unrestrained on the surface, but was actually very gentle on the inside. Whenever Dunia's mouth was dirty from eating, Ryudo would disdain it while wiping it clean with a tissue. Whenever Dunia cultivated until she was too tired to move, Ryuto would laugh while carrying her to take a shower and rest. Whenever Dunia willfully made all kinds of requests, Ryudo would also try his best to satisfy her on non-principled issues. During this period of time, the little interactions between the two had already made Dunia used to having such a person around her. When she thought that he might leave her further and further behind in the future, the girl felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. No, this kind of thing, definitely not. After feeling the girl's rock-solid conviction, Ryudo could not help but sigh. What a headache. It seems like this little bear wants to go against me, and must climb a mountain of swords and jump into a pot of boiling oil. Seeing that it was not so easy to persuade Dunia, Ryudo could only use his killing move. So he reached out and held Dunia's small and slender hand, and said to her seriously, Dunia, actually? When feeling Ryudo's serious attitude, Dunia's eyes blinked as she seemed to have sensed that things had taken a turn for the better. Who knew? Ryudo's next sentence made her jump up in fright. In the back seat of the car, Ryudo said seriously, Actually, I like you, and I really want to marry you. Dong. The moment she heard this, Dunia's but bounced up as if it was installed with a spring, and her head directly hit the roof of the car. The movement caused by this, soaring into the sky, was so big that even Narukai, who was wearing soundproof earplugs and an eye mask, could clearly feel it. Whoa. Is this the legendary car shake? The shaking was so strong. It was as if the car was shaking. Boss is mighty. Suddenly, Narukai, who was sitting in the front, unconsciously clapped and paid the highest respect to his boss. Just when Narukai unconsciously clapped, Dunia covered her forehead and roared. You. What the hell are you talking about? I'm seriously discussing with you now. But you suddenly did this. Are you perfunctory with me? I'm not perfunctory with you. I've always liked you. It's the kind of like between a man and a woman. When Ryudo shook his head and said it again, Dunia's face suddenly turned red. After all, she had never experienced such a scene in her life. The most exaggerated thing was that Ryudo also held Dunia's small hand and said in a serious but very strange tone, It's because I like you that I don't want to involve you in those wars, understand? Then, in the face of such a sudden confession, Dong Nia didn't know how to react for a while. Different from the experienced Yunyin, who often gave people the good guy card, and the resourceful and precocious colored glaze, Dunia was only a child of 200 to 300 pounds. Even if it was a tomboyish girl with a rough personality, she would be surprised and shy when being confessed to. Dunia was no exception. After being shy for a few seconds, the girl shyly turned her head and asked embarrassedly, Do you mean you want me to be your girlfriend? It's not that. No, how is that possible? But just when Dunia was about to shyly agree, Ryudo shook his head without hesitation, indicating that he had no such intention. What is this? This sudden reply shocked Dunia. Normally, when a guy confesses to a girl, doesn't that mean he wants her to be his girlfriend? Why did Ryudo immediately shake his head after confessing? Was it you who confessed? Was it you who gave people the good guy card? You did everything? Why are you so arrogant? Seeing Dunia's stunned expression, Ryudo said confidently, You're only 15. Although you're already a loli, you're still not old enough to be my girlfriend. So this kind of thing is still too early for you. Are you fucking kidding me? Hearing these righteous words, Dunia clenched her teeth and angrily said, You just said you want to marry me. How can you deny it so quickly? Are you still human? You have to wait until you're 16, otherwise it's illegal. We can't do illegal things. Suddenly, Ryudo straightened his back and put on the appearance of a model student while shamelessly saying, But in fact, this was indeed the case. In today's Japan, the age of marriage according to civil law was 18 for men and 16 for women. But because they were underage, they still needed the consent of their parents or guardians to get a marriage license. But in any case, a 16-year-old girl could already marry and have children, so Yunyin and colored glaze were already marriageable women. On this basis, Ryudo could be assured to date them and even make them pregnant. This was all reasonable and legal, and he would not be dragged to jail. But among them, only Dunia was not a woman of suitable age, and she was still 3 months away from her 16th birthday. Therefore, in these 3 months, Ryudo would not date Dunia. At most, he would confess to her to avoid being called 110 and sent to the police station to eat pork chop rice. Of course, Ryudo's wonderful view of love was simply an eye-opener for Dunia, especially after being called an expired loli. Her snow-white face suddenly darkened visibly. Who's an expired loli, bastard? I'm still in my freshness period. But although Dunia was a little angry, at least she knew an important piece of information, and that was that Ryudo did indeed like her. Since she knew that Ryudo liked her, The next thing to do was simple. Although Dunia's brain was not very good, she benefited from her experience of pretending to be a rich lady since she was a child. Her acting skills were also first class. Therefore, Dunia slightly lowered her head, and when she raised her head again, there were tears in her eyes. Seeing that the little loli was crying, Long Do hurriedly asked nervously, You're crying just like that? No way. Sob, I'm about to get married. If you still treat me like a child, you're too much. Sob. While pretending to cry, Dunia took advantage of the situation and threw herself into Ryudo's arms like a white bear. There was a strange, soft, and heavy touch in his arms. His nose was filled with the strange mixture of vodka and cream on the girl's body. At the same time, he could feel the little head crying in his arms. This feeling, for a Lilicon, was a killer move. Although Ryudo was not a Lilicon, for him, it was still a killer move. Therefore, from a certain perspective, it didn't matter whether he was a Lilicon or not. The key was whether the loli was cute enough. So in the end, Ryudo still lost to Dunia's crying and tantrums. He obediently took her to the Sai River fighting arena. Chapter 250. In Tokyo's underground world, there was a legendary place that only a few people knew about, Sainohara. According to the rumors, this was the underground world's heaven, a materialistic demon's den, and also the burial place of many people. And the master of this underground world, Sainohara merchant, was a man wrapped in mystery, but his hands were all over the sky. Tario-sama, welcome back. When Ryudo brought Dunia to the abandoned station leading to Sainohara, the group of gatekeepers at the station entrance bowed to Ryudo, showing a very respectful look. Well, is the florist here? The boss is here. You can go and find him at any time. At the entrance of the abandoned station, a gatekeeper opened the side secret door, exposing the inconspicuous small elevator to Ryudo and Dunia. Because Ryudo was now an A-class fighter of Sainohara Arena, coupled with his special identity as Tokyo's extreme dojo master, he naturally enjoyed a lot of privileges in this underground area, such as this elevator that led to the boss at any time. After entering the elevator, Dunia couldn't help but ask, the boss of Sainohara, what kind of person is he? He is a greasy uncle with a big belly, but that guy has a lot of eyes and ears almost everywhere in Tokyo. Eyes and ears? Is he an informant? That's right. Almost half of the homeless people in Tokyo have contact with that fat uncle. So basically there is nothing that he doesn't know. Rumble. At this point, the elevator stopped moving. As the door opened, what appeared in front of Dunia was a long underground passage. The two of them walked to the end of the underground tunnel. The floor in front of them suddenly rose up. A fat uncle sat on a computer table. He was wearing a jacket with the word Sparrow printed on it and two large gold chains hanging in front of his chest. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a decent person. Ryudo-kun, calling me a greasy uncle with a big belly in front of this cute little lady, isn't this a bit too much? After rising from the underground mechanism that resembled an elevator, the florist of the Sai River plain couldn't help but twitch his mouth, revealing an unhappy expression. Ha ha ha, sorry. Ryudo smiled when he heard the florist's complaint. Then, he immediately asked, by the way, can the battle arena arrange for Class C matches? This cute little lady wants to fight. Of course. In the past few months, the eldest daughter of the Saito family, who has been challenging all the dojos in Tokyo, wants to fight. Naturally, we are more than happy to do so. Although Long Do didn't introduce Dunia at all, the florist seemed to already know all the information about this girl and immediately pressed a button on the table. The call was connected, and a well-mannered voice came from the other side. Lord Huashong, what can I do for you? Assign Dunia Saito to the C-rank team and arrange a match for her immediately. As for her opponent, how's Park In-young? Didn't that guy come back to compete recently? You really don't hold back. You actually interfered with the selection of the match as a contestant. Forget it anyway. I have something to discuss with you. Generally speaking, even if Ryudo's identity was special, he shouldn't interfere with the selection of the battle arena. However, the florist still gave him face and arranged the Thai Tiger as Dunia's first opponent. Park In-young was obviously a Korean, so why was he called the Thai Tiger? This was related to the shocking match between him and Ryudo a few months ago. During the match, Ryudo punched Park In-young's vital point. Well, it was a direct hit to his balls. Ever since his balls were smashed by that punch, Park In-young decided to have his balls removed. After that, other than his throat becoming sharper and his beard not growing any longer, he felt very good everywhere else. As for why Ryudo chose Park In-young as Dunia's first opponent, it was mainly because that guy's fighting style was more orthodox and not so dirty. It was more suitable for her to practice and adapt to the atmosphere of the Iron Cage battle. However, when she heard the florist and Ryudo arrange her match in just a few words, Dunia was a little surprised and asked, Can we start already? No need for any preparation. Miss, where do you think this is? Hearing Dunia's naive words, the florist smiled and said, This is the Sai-no-hara battle arena. No one here will refuse to fight because everyone is here for this. Aren't you the same? Yes, it's my problem. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There's no need to prepare at all. That's right. Young lady, you're very bold. You'll like it here. As the florist nodded, the three of them took the elevator to the battle arena area. When Dunia followed Ryudo and the florist into the dome building that wasn't particularly big, but the atmosphere was much more lively than outside, she was instantly excited. As long as one was a martial artist, the moment they entered the Sai-no-hara battle arena, they would be able to feel the thick fighting atmosphere around them. This was a field that was about half the size of a football field. In the middle of the field, there was an iron cage that was about 10 meters in diameter. Inside it, there were two contestants fighting with their lives on the line. Around the iron cage, there were spectator stands arranged in a circle like a football field. Hundreds of men and women were cheering and shouting for the bloody battle inside the iron cage. It was as if they had returned to the Colosseum of ancient Greece. Amazing! There are so many people here every day. Well, there aren't many people today because there aren't any heavyweight matches. Suddenly, the florist glanced at Dunia and smiled. But there will definitely be more people in a while because a cute and powerful new fighter has appeared. Ha ha ha. Before the florist finished speaking, the fierce battle in the iron cage finally came to an end. The middle-aged man in a judo suit seized an opportunity to entangle the opponent's leg. With a roll, he dragged the opponent to the ground and broke the guy's knee. Accompanied by a scream, the serious injury of the knee ligament and patella fracture instantly killed the match. When the opponent clutched his knees and screamed, the jiu-jitsu fighter immediately wrapped his neck around the opponent's neck and strangled him like a python, causing him to faint. Oh, is that judo? But it seems different from what I've seen before. Seeing the iron cage slowly rise and the man in a judo suit began to receive the cheers of the audience, Dunia couldn't help but ask, That's not judo, it's Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. Judo techniques are more inclined towards throwing, while Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is more inclined towards ground techniques, joint techniques, and strangulation techniques. I see. What's the level of that fighter? His name is Gyuj, a black belt in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. In the Colosseum, he belongs to the B-class group. His strength is not bad. In fact, Gyuj had won more than 100 times in the mixed martial arts competitions on the ground. He also had an excellent record of 7 wins in the underground competitions. But in the florist's size, this master's strength was only it. After all, he had seen too many strong masters, and there were many monsters that were beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. For example, Ryudo, who was standing next to him. Now, Ryudo's total record in the Colosseum was 23 consecutive victories, from C-class to B-class to A-class. So far, he had never tasted defeat. Most of the matches were victories, which was simply amazing. However, this was to be expected. Currently, Longdo was much stronger than he had been 2 months ago, when he had killed the Access Dao Realm expert. Access Dao Realm experts were already considered top-tier experts in this world. It was difficult to find someone stronger than Access Dao Realm experts. However, Just as the florist and Dunia were explaining and chatting, the winner of the match, Gyuj, who was just about to walk down from the iron cage, suddenly saw the scene here. That's A-class fighter, Ryudo Kiryu? After seeing the young man standing next to the florist, Gyuj's eyes suddenly burst out a burst of light. Just like the Tiger of Thailand, Park In-young that Ryudo fought before, Gyuj was also a Dao Seeker contestant. His main goal was not to earn money, but to challenge his own limits to fight here. So when he saw the current undefeated legend of the Colosseum, he immediately walked over and attracted the attention of most of the audience to Ryuto. Isn't that Boss Tong Sheng? Boss doesn't have a match today. Why is he here? Is he here with Boss to watch the match? Who is that little girl beside him? She looks so cute. Is she Boss's little wife? In view of Ryuto's current fame and reputation in the underground world, most of the people in the Sai River Plain would respectfully call him Boss, while the florist would call him Boss. And when the B-class fighter Gyuj, who just won the match, walked over, most of the audience's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. They seemed to have thought of what Gyuj was going to do. Ryudo Kiryu, fight with me. At this moment, Gyuj did not disappoint and walked in front of Ryudo and issued a face-to-face challenge. Of course, this kind of challenge was considered an unofficial match. The person being challenged could accept or not. But when faced with this kind of situation, most fighters would not be a coward. So when they saw Gyuj, who just won the match to his heart's content, challenged Ryudo, the audience roared loudly. Oh, fight, fight. I can see Boss Tong Sheng's battle again. My luck is great today. Hey, come over quickly. Boss Tong Sheng, prepare for the match. For a moment, the entire Colosseum was in an uproar. After all, this was a dragon of extreme competition. Naturally, people would be very excited. After being challenged, Ryudo also smiled and replied, "You want to challenge me? Of course, no problem." Very good. Then let's go up now. But before you challenge me, you'll have to get past her first. What? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Ryudo gently pushed Dunia from behind and pushed this little loli in front of him. Chapter 251. Is there something wrong with my eyes? When Ryudo pushed Dunia in front of him, most of the audience could not help but rub their eyes as if they were hallucinating. How is this possible? The B-class fighter, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu expert Gugger, had challenged Ryudo, but the extreme Dao master had pushed the little loli next to him out? Is he crazy? What the hell is this? If Ryudo had pushed out a burly man or a powerhouse who looked fierce, everyone could still understand his actions. But this little loli with long white hair, is she really not here to be a cheerleader? Although there was no lack of petite fighters in the battle arena of the River of Sai, this kind of loli-type fighter seemed to have never appeared before. Therefore, after realizing what Ryudo had said, Gugger's face lit up with anger. He frowned and said, "Are you insulting me? You want me to fight against a little girl?" Based on. Perhaps because he was too angry, Gugger could not help but point at Dunia as he spoke. However, it was this finger that made this B-class fighter lose the chance to fight against Ryudo. Although Dunia was obedient in front of Ryuto, she was a northern bear with a bad temper. How could she tolerate strangers pointing at her in front of her? Just as Gugger pointed at Dunia, she tilted her body slightly and took a step forward. In the next second, she appeared 3 meters away. She was so fast that Ryudo almost could not react in time. Then, the girl stepped forward and threw out her palm. Her slender palm pressed down with a strong force that broke through the air and pressed against Gugger's abdomen. At that moment, Gugger felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a heavy hammer. His body unconsciously bent forward like a cooked shrimp, and his head fell naturally. Go to hell. After the disdainful expression on his face fell, Dunia flipped her right palm up in a continuous movement. She closed her 5 fingers together and bent her palm slightly, clasping it against Gugger's chin. At the same time, she stomped her right foot on the ground. When her palm clasped upward, power rose from the bottom of the girl's feet and flowed through her body. It then flowed through her slender palm to Gugger's chin. Ryu Palea martial art, Baron Lightning Hand. After she clasped her palm, Gugger's body rose up in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes as if he had jumped high on the ground. He rose more than 2 meters in the air. A sharp-eyed person would even be able to tell that Gyu's eyes had already lost focus and his body had stiffened when he was blasted into the air. He had lost consciousness on the spot. Thump! When his burly figure fell to the ground in an extremely unsightly posture, the crowd finally realized what had happened. Am I? This little lowly actually sent Gugger flying with a single palm and knocked him unconscious? Dunia's smooth series of moves was extremely stunning. Even the flower merchant at the side couldn't help but clap his hands. Beautiful. As expected of the successor of the Ryu Palea martial arts. Although she wasn't a master, she was already quite skilled. As an information broker who sold information, the flower merchant naturally knew how the Ryu Guild Hall started, and what kind of martial arts system that clan was most proficient in. On the surface, the Ryu Guild Hall seemed to be an all-inclusive mixed martial arts hall. In the gymnasium, whether it was the modern martial arts such as karate, judo, kickboxing, kendo, aikido, or aikido, or the ancient martial arts such as the art of war, the art of war, the art of war, the art of water, the art of bone, the art of spear, and the art of jiu-jitsu, they all had a deep understanding of them. However, these were only martial arts that were taught to ordinary students. The core Ryu Palea martial arts was the highest mystery that only the direct descendants of the clan could learn. According to the flower merchant's knowledge, the essence of the Ryu Palea martial arts was a set of ancient martial arts system that was built with the bone arts as the core. The so-called bone technique was said to be a martial skill that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. It was known as the country's oldest fist technique. However, compared to martial skills, this might be more inclined towards a kind of concept, a concept that allowed one's body to be used in various flexible ways. Just like the ground shrinking technique that Dunia used to quickly get close to others and move as if she was gliding, it was the core of the bone arts. This kind of footwork was extremely fast, and it was extremely subtle when adjusting the center of gravity. It would give people the illusion that the ground was shortened, hence the name. It was said that after the earliest Ryu master learned the bone arts, he added in the essence of many other martial arts schools. This slowly formed the current Ryu Palea martial arts. The strength of the system was not inferior to Ryudo's Furamaki-style martial arts. When Dunia finished off Gyuj with one palm, the huge battle arena suddenly became silent. After all, everyone was shocked by this cute little lowly. They could not imagine that her slender body actually contained such powerful strength and superb technique. Ignorant bastard, you think you can fight Long Do on your own? You are still a few hundred years away. Looking at the guy that fell on the ground, Dunia slowly raised her left hand and made a friendly middle finger gesture. It was not that Dunia looked down on her opponent, but her opponent looked down on her first. Serves him right, humph. But after Gyuj was directly put on the ground, this sudden challenge naturally came to an end. Next, it was Dunia's turn to officially fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the next battle will be between the newcomer of the C-Class group, Silver Violent Bear, Saitu Dunia against Thai Tiger, Park In-dome. Please stay in your seats, the battle will start soon. However, when the host announced the name of the little lowly, the audience suddenly had a feeling of realization. So that's how it is. She is the daughter of Saitu Takahiro. No wonder she dares to come here at such a young age. She must be from a martial arts family. That's for sure. How can a woman that can catch the eyes of Boss Tong be an ordinary person? But Boss Taste is a bit too immature. Will he be arrested by the police? For a time, the audience in the arena began a heated discussion about the newcomer, Dunia. But from their words, they no longer dared to look down on her. What a joke. The B-class fighter Gyuj was already carried out on a stretcher. To be able to put down the B-class fighter in one go, Dunia's strength was already beyond doubt. Who would dare to look down on her? Looking for death. But just when everyone's attention was focused on the cage, the flower merchant sitting in the audience seats discussed other things with Ryuto. You just said you have something to discuss with me. Is it something that even you can't solve? When Ryudo took the wine glass from the flower merchant, he gently took a sip of the aged wine and then asked with a smile. As the boss of the Sai River Plain, although on the surface he was just an information broker, he was also considered a big shot in the underground world. There were not many things that he could not solve by himself. Indeed there is. Have you seen this thing before? This fat and greasy-looking man nodded and took out an unremarkable piece of paper from his pocket. It was a piece of paper that was only as thick as a finger. It looked like it was made by folding a piece of paper together. It could even be called a child's toy. This is. But when Ryudo took the piece of paper, he slightly frowned because he already smelled the strange smell from the paper. It was the disgusting smell of paper anesthetic mixed with greed. Paper anesthetic. Rue Hui had mentioned this thing to Ryudo before. It was a contraband product made by soaking paper in anesthetic and letting the anesthetic be absorbed by the paper before drying it. In the headquarters of Psychedelic Saburo, which had been destroyed by Long Do and his men, there were all kinds of anesthetics, and he had seen the most powerful one, which was called Hell Butterfly. Although it had been a while, Ryuto could still clearly remember the terrifying changes that happened to Pangasutra after consuming that Hell Butterfly. It could be described as I don't want to be a human anymore. But at this time, why did the flower merchant take out a piece of paper anesthetic? You usually don't touch this kind of thing. Where did this thing come from? In fact, after the psychedelic Saburo was destroyed by you, this kind of lousy stuff has become very difficult to buy. But in the past few days, this kind of special paper anesthetic has appeared in the underground market. After taking it, the body will be greatly strengthened. What? Hearing the flower merchant's words, Ryudo's mind flashed back to Pangasutra's red and swollen face, as well as his crazily inflated muscles. Speaking of which, the previous Hell Butterfly was a unique product that the Saburo brothers accidentally bought from someone else. It wasn't a product that they produced. Therefore, the origin of the Hell Butterfly was still unknown. According to Rue Huey's speculation, the Hell Butterfly might be related to the Heavenly Eye Group's pharmaceutical department. But speculation was just speculation. At least until now, there was no direct evidence pointing to that group of people. And after a few months, Ryudo gradually forgot about this matter. But he didn't expect to see something similar in the arena today. The scariest thing was that according to the flower merchant, this thing had actually started to circulate in the underground world. Doesn't this mean? You should understand, right, Ryudo-kun? The flower merchant slowly took out a cigar and lit it up. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, if this thing were to circulate in large quantities, it would only cause chaos in the world. It might even spread to the surface world. I can't allow this to happen. Speaking until here, the boss of the Sai River Plain underground world couldn't help but coldly snort. His words were filled with biting cold killing intent. Chapter 252. Although in the eyes of many, the flower merchant of Sai was a typical gangster without any sense of social responsibility, that was not the case. Because he was the boss of the underground world, the flower merchant paid more attention to rules and order. In his eyes, this was one of the necessary conditions for the survival of the underground world led by the Sai River Plain. Back when Psychedelic Saburo was still around, those trashy organizations were selling anesthetics everywhere. Flower merchants didn't care at all, because those people who bought and took drugs were a bunch of scumbags who didn't deserve any sympathy. They bought and took drugs from Psychedelic Sanlang, but in the end, they only harmed themselves and made their deaths more ugly. It had nothing to do with the flower merchant. He was not a police officer, so he could not care about this kind of thing. But this time, the paper anesthetics that appeared in the underground market were different. This paper anesthetics would cause one's strength to increase exponentially after consumption. Moreover, it would cause one to lose consciousness and become violent and aggressive. It was like turning into a mad dog. Normal anesthetics would be fine in any way. At most, it would cause those trashy people to die faster. But if this paper anesthetics were to be widely circulated, the entire society would be in chaos. The meaning was completely different. When the society was in chaos, The underground world would be in turmoil and pressure from all sides would increase. The first to suffer would naturally be the group led by the flower merchant and Ryuto. Therefore, as the boss of the underground world, the flower merchant would definitely not allow this to happen. Ryuto naturally understood this logic. Therefore, he took a sip of wine and sneered. Where did these things come from? Tell me, I'll deal with it. Ryuto knew that the flower merchant must have discussed this matter with him because he had found the source of the paper anesthetics. However, the other party might have a strong background and he could not deal with it himself. He needed to borrow Ryuto's power. Have you heard of the name Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company? Yingjili? Never heard of it. Did they do this? I can't be sure at the moment. But after my informant infiltrated yesterday, he quickly lost contact. Most importantly, this pharmaceutical company is backed by a company that you are very familiar with. They are very suspicious. A company that I am very familiar with? Could it be? The Heavenly Eye Group, or rather, the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group. This pharmaceutical company is a company under them. I see. It's you again, I am. Hearing this, Ryuto smiled as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. He had heard from Rue Hui that there were several large drug research bases under the pharmaceutical department of the Tianmu Group. Presumably, this Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company was one of them. If the paper anesthetic named Hell Butterfly was really developed by the Heavenly Eye Group, then this Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company must be the culprit behind the distribution of the paper anesthetic. There was no doubt about it. However, just as the flower merchant and Long Do were discussing the matter of the paper anesthetic, the battle in the iron cage not far away was gradually coming to an end. In the metal cage, the Thai tiger, Park In-young's right leg was lifted up with his hip joint as the axis. His hands were clenched into fists on the side of his body. When his thigh was slightly raised, his joints were pushed forward, and he kicked towards Dunia. His movements were smooth and beautiful. Since this Taekwondo master had his balls removed a few months ago, he felt that his kicking movements had become smoother. His crotch felt light without any obstruction. This feeling was like being stabbed by a needle. Although Park In-young's kick was fast and ruthless, it wasn't a big problem for the current Dunia. The girl's body tilted back slightly, and at the same time, she stomped on the ground and used the reaction force of the ground to quickly retreat backward. She avoided the opponent's ferocious kick by a small distance. If it was a normal battle, Dunia would definitely take the blow head-on. However, before coming to the River of Sai fighting arena, Ryuto had deliberately told her to get used to dodging with nimble movements and try not to take the blow head-on like him. The reason why Ryuto could take most of the attacks head-on was mainly because he had Copper Skin Mastery and Iron Bone Mastery. Even bullets might not be able to penetrate his body, so he didn't care about most of the attacks. Dunia, on the other hand, was different. Although she was born with high muscle density, this level of defensive ability was not enough to support such a head-on fighting style, at least not when it came to sharp weapons, especially when she was fighting against those despicable fellows in the fighting arena, like hiding knives in their butts, steel wires in their wrists, sulfuric acid bombs in their mouths, and so on. If Dunia was used to taking the blows head-on, sooner or later, she would be unlucky to be hit by these tricks. Moreover, Dunia's body was petite, and the Saito-style Palea martial arts also included the ground shrinking technique. It would be a pity if she didn't train her dodging ability properly. Therefore, it was time to start correcting her fighting style. However, not knowing if it was because she wasn't familiar with dodging yet, when she finished dodging backward, Dunia's petite body staggered a little, as if she had lost her balance because of her impatient dodging action. She actually dodged my attack at the risk of losing her balance? It's over. After discovering this situation, how could Park In-young, who had decades of combat experience, let go of this opportunity? Therefore, this Thai tiger immediately took a step forward, swiftly lifting his leg over his head. A powerful downward chop aimed directly at Dunia's head. The power behind this chop was extraordinary. If it were to land, it would at least cause a concussion and faint on the spot. An ordinary person might even die. Very good. I fell for it. But at the instant Park In-young lifted his leg to chop towards her, Dunia's body tilted to the side like a ghost, appearing at the side of Park In-young with an incomprehensible movement pattern. Furthermore, her fist landed right in the middle of his body. Looking at her fluid movements, she didn't look like someone who had just lost her balance. Obviously, that scene was just a young girl's acting. Furamaki-style martial arts, Tiger Fall. The swift and violent fist landed directly on Park In-young's chest. The ultimate skill, Tiger Fall, that she had learned from Ryudo exploded on the spot, causing this Thai tiger to suddenly stop in place. Following that, the young girl leapt up, her palm aimed at Park In-young's face, as if she wanted to blast his brain out. However, Dunia's Tiger Fall was still not practiced enough. The time she stopped was too short, causing Park In-young to raise his arm at the last moment to block this palm that contained boundless strength. Bang! Gotcha! When this seemingly light palm landed on Park In-young's arm, he felt as if his arm had been chopped by a battle axe that weighed over 100 kilograms. A sharp pain immediately seeped into his bone marrow, and a crisp cracking sound could be heard from his arm. What kind of strength is this? Is this little girl a monster? After fighting in the arena for so long, Park In-young had already trained his arm, which was specially designed to withstand attacks, to be incomparably tough. Even if he was hit with a metal rod, it would be difficult to injure him. However, Dunia had only used a simple palm to shatter the bones in his arm, causing him to lose all ability to fight. Not good, not good. If this continues, I will lose. How can I lose to such a little girl? He immediately retreated a few steps, and when he reached the edge of the iron cage, Park In-young looked at his limp right arm, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. It wasn't that Park In-young had never lost a battle before, but losing to such a lowly was something he could never accept. Thus, he decided to sell his soul to the devil. Thus, when this man was huddled at the edge of the iron cage, he secretly took out a small piece of paper from his sleeve pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. This action was extremely subtle, and on the surface, it looked as if he was wiping the sweat from his mouth, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. Plop, plop, plop. When that small piece of paper entered his mouth, Park In-young could only feel his heart beating like a drum. His body slowly emitted a dense fog, and a strange heat rose from every pore on his body. At the same time, Dunia once again charged towards him, and a small fist hammered towards the abdomen of this Thai tiger. Humph! In the next moment, Park In-young's eyes turned red. He actually extended his undamaged left hand to block Dunia's thunderous punch. What? When her fist was blocked, Dunia couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although this punch didn't look special, the force behind it was incomparably terrifying. How could a taekwondo expert like Park In-young, who mainly fought with his lower body, receive it with a single hand? This abnormal situation naturally attracted Ryudo's attention, and when he saw Park In-young, the rogue analyzer on his eyes gave him the corresponding information. Originally, this Thai tiger character's attributes were like this name. Park In-young age, 38 years old attributes. Intelligence LV2, Vitality LV3, Courage LV3, Insight LV3, Charm LV2. All of a sudden, his aura changed. His personal attributes became like this name. Park In-young age, 38 years old attributes. Intelligence LV1, Vitality LV4, Courage LV5, Insight LV1, Charm LV1. This abnormal change in his body's attributes, Ryudo had seen the exact same situation on Pang Sanlang. His vitality and courage had greatly increased, while his intelligence, insight, and charm had greatly decreased. This also meant that he was in a state of near insanity. In other words, the current Park In-young probably used an anesthetic similar to the Pell's butterfly, which resulted in the exact same situation as Pang Sanlang. Chapter 253. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the man in the iron cage suddenly let out a burst of laughter that sounded very creepy. The arm, which was obviously thicker than before, suddenly rose up and firmly pressed down on Dunia's fist, making it impossible for her to move an inch. Oh my God! What's going on? Unknowingly, many parts of Park In-young's body also underwent the same changes, causing the audience to realize that something was wrong with this guy. His height had obviously increased, his neck, legs, and even his torso were obviously thicker. Moreover, his muscles began to bulge out of his clothes, giving the impression that he was suddenly blown up by the wind. Oh, as expected, this kind of anesthetic has really seeped into the battle arena. After seeing the strange changes in the figure in the cage, the flower merchant slightly frowned, but still sat in the same place without moving, as if he was not worried about the situation over there. Before this, there hadn't been any cases of fighters using anesthetics to fight in the arena. However, that didn't mean that it wouldn't happen in the future. For example, Pu Runyong had used that kind of anesthetics today. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, this was to be expected. After all, the biggest benefit of the Pell Butterfly was that it could make people stronger quickly, and it was a natural attraction for fighters who fought in underground fights here. This was also one of the reasons why the flower merchant wanted to get rid of the anesthetic as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the fighters in the battle arena started to use anesthetic in the middle of a fight, then there would be no way to continue the competition, and it might even become a showcase for the Pell Butterfly. Flower merchant, is it okay for me to make a move here? After confirming that Park In-young was showing signs of using the Hell Butterfly, Ryudo slowly stood up from his chair. He clenched his fists, and the joints on his body crackled like beans, clearly a sign that he was ready to make a move. Under normal circumstances, Park In-young would not be Dunia's opponent, but with the Hell Butterfly buff, that might not be the case. Especially since they were fighting in a cage match, the narrow space was suitable for those with monstrous strength. For Dunia, it could be said that she was in an absolutely disadvantageous position, and if left alone, something bad would definitely happen. As you wish, this is no longer a normal match anyway. The flower merchant made a please gesture to Ryudo, then raised his wine glass and looked at the cage. At this moment, Dunia, who was in the cage, was in the midst of a very difficult struggle. Her slender fist was being held by Park In-young's hand, which was as hard as a rock. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free, and it was really annoying. In all her life, there were not many opponents who could be on par with Dunia in terms of strength, or even stronger. This was the first time this silver violent bear, who was used to using strength to crush her opponents, felt inferior. But even so, when she felt that Ryudo was walking towards her, Dunia shouted without turning her head, "Don't interfere. I haven't lost yet. This guy's situation is not right. Can't you feel it? I know, but even so, this guy is still my hunt dash." Dunia originally wanted to say this guy is also my hunt dash, but before she could finish her sentence, her petite body suddenly rose into the air. In an instant, she was more than 2 meters in the air. Oh! The audience suddenly screamed in surprise, because the mutated Park In-young actually lifted Dunia up with one hand. Furthermore, he lifted her above his head. Generally speaking, lifting a petite lowly above one's head was not a difficult task, but the problem was that Dunia's body weighed more than 200 kilograms, and her strength was also very strong. This was fully demonstrated in the previous battle, but in front of the mutated Park In-young, Dunia was as light as a piece of paper. She was lifted above her head with one hand without any resistance, and then violently smashed into the ground in front of her. Boom! Accompanied by a strong, muffled sound and an explosion. It sounded at the same time. Dunia's body directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Even with the naked eye, one could see the scene of crushed stones and dust flying everywhere. Beautiful. But even so, Ryudo slightly nodded his head. This was because he could clearly see that when Dunia's body was smashed into the ground, she had promptly contracted her muscles to minimize the impact of the smash, causing her to not lose consciousness. So painful, scoundrel. After quickly adjusting her body's condition, Dunia hurriedly rolled to the side, barely dodging Park In-young's stomp that was enough to create a huge crater in the ground. With your figure, when dealing with such a big guy, you have to aim for his knee joint. and first deprive him of his mobility. Seeing that Dunia seemed to want to deal with her opponent alone, Ryuto, who was standing beside the metal cage, reminded her. Although Dunia did not reply, she quickly rushed forward towards the mutated Park In-young's huge hand. The huge, fan-like claws that were filled with immense strength swept past, sweeping off a few silver strands from Dunia's forehead. However, the young girl was already beside Park In-young, and her elbow hammered into the monster's knee. Ryuto had also used this tactic in his battle with Pobo Saburo. The bigger the enemy, the more obvious the weakness of the knee joint. This was especially suitable for a small person like Dunia to launch an attack. When Park In-young's knee bent, his entire body unconsciously bent forward in a half-kneeling position. Dunia took advantage of the momentum to step onto the inside of the metal cage, and with an exquisite triangular leap, she was directly above the man's head. The young girl's slender body was light and graceful, but when her two palms pressed down in midair, the momentum was incomparably vast. Like a solid mountain, it pressed down on the back of Park In-young's neck. Sitoryu Palea Art, 1,000-kilogram rock fall. As Dunia's palms pressed down from midair, they pressed down on the back of Park In-young's neck. Air currents surged from her palms, and at the same time, there was a crisp sound of something being crushed. Plop. When Dunia landed on the ground, the dust had already settled. Park In-young's tall and sturdy body fell forward like a soft noodle and did not wake up again, breaking the enemy's pivot bone from the back of the neck. Impressive. I seem to have underestimated her. When Dunia used this 1,000-kilogram rock drop, Ryuto couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, because this was indeed an extremely effective killing technique. The human neck was originally an extremely fragile and fatal weakness, and this 1,000-kilogram rock drop was a technique that focused all of its power on one of the neck joints to break it. As long as it landed, it would be a one-hit kill, and definitely not a hidden technique that could be used carelessly in a match. Such an ingenious technique coupled with Dunia's super-strong physique. When her body fell from above, even if Park In-young's neck was as thick as a water buffalo, it would still be broken under this pressure. It had to be said that Dunia was able to grasp such a complicated technique in a short period of time to the point where it could be used in a real battle. This showed that she was really a martial arts genius, and her talent in this aspect was not inferior to Saito. The winner of this match is Silver Violent Bear Saito Dunia. At the same time, the referee, who was scared half to death by Park In-young's strange behavior, finally regained his senses and let out an excited and hysterical roar. She actually won? I'm not dreaming, right? Just when everyone saw the huge iron cage rise up and the petite girl walked out of the iron cage, almost everyone was shocked by this shocking scene, and their scalp tingled and their body trembled. Even when the enemy had obviously used some illegal methods, he still didn't waver at all. In the end, he relied on his exquisite skills to complete the fatal kill. This was the victory of faith. This was the victory of courage. This was the victory of martial arts. This was the victory of the lowly. So the surrounding audience kept roaring like thunder, and even their hands were red from clapping, and their faces were red as they gave great respect to this little winner. Dunia. Long live Princess Dunia. This is actually the result of a fighter in the first match. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Looks like there will be a storm in the arena in the future. Ha ha ha, good news, very good news. But no matter how much the surrounding audience cheered, Dunia didn't even look at them and didn't even bow to pay respect, but instead went straight to Ryuto. How is it? She proudly stuck out her chest and excitedly laughed. I'm not as bad as you think I am, right? Not bad. I underestimated you. I'm very sorry. Ryuto also reached out and rubbed the little bear's head, and his hand felt as smooth as silk, and his nose could smell the fragrance of vodka. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little loli could actually break someone's neck without hesitation. After the dust of this match settled, Ryuto brought Dunia back to the florist's office. And those three guys are. But just as Ryuto stepped out of the elevator, three familiar figures appeared in front of him. The three of them were wearing the same trench coat and sunglasses, and they looked like they didn't walk the path of the common people. It was obvious at a glance that they were different from the normal people on the surface. Back to the topic. The florist also explained in a timely manner. This time, the mission to investigate the Yingjili pharmaceutical company is quite dangerous, so I tried my best to find a few helpers for you. I don't think you need me to introduce these three, right? Indeed, I don't need you to introduce them. We've been through life and death with this little brother, right? In this slightly dark underground passage, the leader of the Amon clan, Amon Ichi, slowly walked over and extended his hand of friendship to Ryuto. Chapter 254. In Tokyo's underground world, there were many dark dwellers living in the dark. Many of these dark dwellers had even met Ryuto before, which was to say, they had chased after him and Dunya. For example, the three Amon brothers standing in front of him were known as the world's #1 assassin family. The eldest of the three, Amon Kazuyoshi, also practiced the tomahawk assassination technique. He specialized in using a tomahawk to assassinate. The second brother, Jiro Amon, specialized in the submachine gun assassination technique. He had a miniature submachine gun in his hand that could kill gods and Buddhas. The third brother, Amon Sengo, was even more amazing. His rocket launcher assassination technique subverted the concept of assassination and turned it into a battle technique. But in Longdo's opinion, the founder of the Amon clan must have been seriously ill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught his three apprentices to be like this. It was a complete disgrace to the Hitman clan. But he still smiled and shook hands with Kazuyoshi and said with a smile, "Seeing the three of you, I feel that you are very reliable." Although the occupation of the three Amon brothers and their style of doing things was somewhat different, it was undeniable that the strength of these three Amon brothers was very strong. Other than Bosachiya, both Jiro and Sano had killed Ryudo once. That kind of professional assassin's sharp sense of smell, agile hands, and shameless assassination techniques were indeed hard to guard against. Aren't you that tomahawk uncle? Just when Ryudo shook hands with Kazuyoshi, Dunya also recognized this tomahawk uncle. "Yo, kid, I saw your match just now. You played really well." At this time, Kazuyoshi turned to Dunya and nodded with a tone of praise. Normally, Kazuyoshi looked very kind, but when she remembered the night when he chased after Ryudo and Dunya with 2 tomahawks, Dunya couldn't help but shiver. So she quietly asked Ryudo, "Are these 3 guys okay? They chased after us for a long time." "Don't take it to heart." Ryudo reached out and patted Dunya's head. He smiled and said, "Being an assassin is just a profession. In essence, we don't have any enmity with our targets." Although Ryudo was indeed assassinated by the Amon clan before, he didn't feel that it was a grudge. After all, assassins were like this. They would kill whoever paid them, just like a tool. The person who had offered a bounty on Ryudo was the deputy head of the Heavenly Eye Group. Secret Department, Misty Ghost. That guy was already dead, so there was no point in mentioning this matter again. Immediately, Jiro Amon walked over from behind and said with a smile, "Well said." As expected of the new leader of Tokyo's Jido, "You're really broad-minded. It's been a pleasure working with you this time." Sano, who once used a rocket launcher to blast Ryudo into the sky, also nodded. Seeing that the team that attacked the Yingjili pharmaceutical company had finished gathering, the flower merchant said to the 4 of them, "Now, my people will send the 4 of you to the outskirts of the pharmaceutical company. This time, your mission is to find out the truth as much as possible. If the paper anesthetic really came from there, raise that damned place to the ground." Hearing this, Longdo sneered and added another sentence. "That's right. Flatten that place. Don't even leave a piece of the wall for those bastards from the Heavenly Eye Group. We have to let them know that the underground world is not their garbage dump." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Flatten that place. Don't even leave a piece of the wall. Suddenly, the 3 Amon brothers also began to shout. They didn't look like the legendary assassins at all. Instead, they looked more like a group of hooligans who came out to loot, although that wasn't too far from it. But seeing that Ryuto was planning to go with the three Amon brothers to check out the situation of the Yingjili pharmaceutical company, Dunia on the side started to panic. She quickly asked, "Wait, you four? What about me?" The flower merchant said to the little princess, "You can stay in this Sai River Plain. There are a lot of fun things to do here, or you can continue to play in the competition." "No, no, no. I want to go with them." "Why are you making me stay? Are you looking down on me?" It's okay, flower merchant. Take her with you. I will look after her." Just when Dunia was arguing, Ryuto took the initiative to hold Dunia's hand and agreed to take her with him on this dangerous mission. After all, the Yingjili pharmaceutical company was the territory of the Heavenly Eye Group, and the flower merchant's informant had already lost contact with them, so there might be unpredictable dangers there. But so what? At least from the Iron Cage competition just now, Dunia's maturity, determination, and strength all exceeded Ryuto's expectations. She was no longer a little princess that needed to be protected, but a companion that could fight side by side. Ryuto now thought so, and this was the greatest respect he had for Dunia. Okay. Seeing that Ryuto supported her, Dunia's face lit up with a smile. Seeing that Ryuto also agreed to Dunia's participation, the flower merchant couldn't say anything else, and could only personally send the 5 people outside to an inconspicuous, even a little dirty-looking van. "I wish you all good luck in martial arts." When the van was about to leave, the flower merchant standing at the back nodded to Ryuto and the others. "Don't worry, starting tomorrow morning, those messy paper anesthetics will no longer exist." Ryuto also nodded to the flower merchant, and then reminded the driver in front to drive. The group of people majestically drove to the Yingjili pharmaceutical company in the suburbs. The vast majority of pharmaceutical companies were built in relatively remote areas, especially pharmaceutical companies under the Heavenly Eye Group. Because they did some unpresentable work, they didn't dare to build a factory in the downtown area. Not long after, the small van arrived outside a large factory 20 to 30 kilometers away from the suburbs of Tokyo under the cover of the night. It was now late at night, and the moonlight in the night sky provided an inconspicuous light source, and the building in front of them that was surrounded by a 3-meter high iron fence was only dimly lit. An ordinary factory in the wilderness. If one didn't know that this was the so-called Yingjili pharmaceutical company, then most people who passed by here would have this impression of this place. When the 5 of them arrived at the 3-meter high iron fence at the edge of the factory, Amon Sango directly walked over and squatted down with his back against the fence. He reached out and made a lifting gesture. Ichiya and Jiro behind him understood and jumped over one by one. With Sango's help, they reached out and grabbed the top of the 3-meter high iron fence. "Do you want me to lift you up?" Seeing this scene, Ryuto communicated with Dunia with his eyes. "No need." The girl shook her head. Her body quickly sprinted forward and jumped up. With a light jump, she grabbed the top of the fence and flipped inside. Although Dunia's weight was more than twice that of an ordinary person, her movements were still as agile as a kitten. Especially in the dark, she was especially agile. After entering the factory, the 5 of them immediately followed the surrounding walls and sneaked toward the factory not far away. Not long ago, in the dirty van, Ryuto and the others thoroughly looked at the company map prepared by the florist in advance. They had a basic understanding of the environment inside. With the cover of the night, Dunia tried to move as quietly as possible while breathing at an extremely slow speed. At the same time, she looked under her feet, afraid that she would step on something that would make a sound. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at an area with many surveillance cameras. If they wanted to enter the factory, they had to go through this area. But the second son of the Amon clan, Jiro Amon, signaled everyone to stop. He took out a small special computer from his pocket and began to hack into the factory. Oh, this guy is actually a hacker. As expected of a professional assassin organization, he's really multi-talented. When Jiro Amon finished hacking into the factory, he stopped all the surveillance cameras at the same time. He made another hand gesture, and the 5 of them sneaked into the factory. At this time, because it was already night time, the doors and windows of the factory were tightly shut. However, there were a lot of guards patrolling around, and they could vaguely hear the sound of boots on their feet. But of course, these guards were no match for the group of professionals from the Amon clan. Just when the 5 of them arrived at a corner, there was a clear sound of footsteps coming from the corner. At the same time, Imeni also rushed over. He reached out his hand and covered the mouth of the guard with lightning speed, and then choked him unconscious on the spot. The whole movement could be said to be so smooth that it was breathtaking. Oh, amazing. Is this a professional level infiltration? It seems like they're not just some hooligans who only know how to use tomahawks, submachine guns, and rocket launchers. Following the Amon clan as they sneaked into the company, Dunia felt like her horizons had been broadened. It was as if a door was slowly opening in front of her. However, when the 5 of them arrived at the corner of a corridor, Dunia suddenly frowned. Sniff? What's this smell? Dunia's body was naturally very strong, and her 5 senses were also much sharper than ordinary people. Her delicate little nose sniffed a strange smell. This smell was similar to the smell she smelled from Park In-young's body when he was drugged. It was a strange smell that was mixed with a lot of strange smells. After smelling this strange smell, Dunia unconsciously walked towards the wall where the smell came from. Then she reached out her hand and pressed on the wall. Voila! Along with the sound of a mechanism being activated, a secret door suddenly appeared on the wall. Dunia's body involuntarily fell into it. Chapter 255. Never in her wildest dreams did Dunia expect that there would be such a strange mechanism on the wall. This was clearly the interior of a modern company, but why was it like the legendary ninja's room? Pressing the wall with one's hand would cause one to flip over. At this time, Dunia was about to turn around and say to Ryudo and the others, "Come and see what's going on here." But before she could say anything, she had already fallen in. She couldn't react at all. What the hell is this? The moment she fell in, the originally flipped wall immediately closed from the inside. Dunia's body slid down like a slide. When she was sliding down, Dunia instinctively reached out and grabbed the wall next to her, trying to stop herself from sliding down, but the wall next to her was slippery. There was no point to stop her falling. Whoosh! Just like this, the girl was like playing on a slide in the park. She quickly slid down from this secret passage, until she fell on a soft cushion. After Dunia completely disappeared, Ryudo and the others also realized that the little princess actually disappeared while walking. Dunia? Where is she? Suddenly, Ryudo glanced around in confusion and frowned slightly. Because Dunia was walking at the back of the team, Ryudo didn't keep an eye on her situation. Just now, everyone only heard a slight mechanical sound. Then the girl suddenly disappeared. Ichiya and the other 3 also quickly walked back and searched on the wall where Dunia disappeared. There seems to be a secret passage here. The young mistress must have fallen into it. It seems to lead to some underground space. After knocking on the wall, Jiro knocked out an obvious hollow movement from one of the walls. It also solved the mystery of Dunia's sudden disappearance. There was a special mark on the map that the florist got before. There seemed to be an underground building under this company. It should be the nest of the Tianmu Group pharmaceutical department for some illegal research. Because of this, it seemed that there were many secret doors in this building. The secret door that could directly lead to the underground building from the building on the ground could make it convenient for the group of researchers to come and go at any time. Then let's follow the secret passage. In theory, we should be able to catch up soon. Originally, Jiro wanted to say, we should be able to catch up with Miss Dunia soon, but before he finished his words, there was a sudden loud alarm around them. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Not sure if it was because of Dunia's movement, or because the group of 5 stayed here for too long. In short, the surrounding alarms suddenly sounded. There was also a burst of chaotic footsteps in the corridor not far away. At this moment, Jiro hurriedly pushed the wall, but the wall did not move. It seemed to be designed to lock from the inside if an accident happened. Well, now we are in big trouble, Humph. Looking at the group of armed guards rushing out of the corner not far away, Yaman Ichi couldn't help but snort coldly. In that case, let's just kill them. After all, they are in the basement. Pacha. Speaking of this, Amanjiro took out his dual submachine gun from his trench coat. Ichi also took out his dual battle axe, and Sango carried a small rocket launcher on his shoulder. Although the Amon family's stealth skills are indeed very professional, this is not their favorite assassination method. Like Ryudo, the best assassination method of these three top assassins is to break in openly and kill all the enemies in sight. Dunia, don't let anything happen to you, or I will have to kill myself and start all over again. Just as Ryudo and the three Amon brothers rushed into the group of armed guards and started killing, he was thinking about Dunia's current situation. But for Dunia, her situation wasn't that bad. At the very least, it was much better than Long Do's situation. She didn't have to be pointed at by hundreds of people. After Dunia landed on the other side of the chute, her body fell on a soft cushion, and then a small dark room appeared in front of her. What the hell is this place? Dunia looked up and saw that the chute she fell on has already closed. Obviously, it is impossible for her to go back the way she came. In desperation, she could only walk towards the door at the end of the small room and carefully open the door. After opening the door, Dunia saw several narrow corridors. In front, left, and right, there are a total of 3 paths. The end of each path is dark, just like the underground tunnel Dunia went through before. At this time, should men on the left and women on the right? Lowly in the middle? Thinking that she is still a lowly, Dunia walked towards the middle path with her head held high. Although she doesn't know where this place is, since it is the enemy's nest, she has to walk out with her imposing manner. However, at the end of this underground tunnel, in the large underground research room, a researcher in a white coat was hurriedly pushing open the door in the depths of the research room. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? When the researcher quickly pushed the door open and walked in, the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group, Hades, who was originally looking at the information in front of the computer, raised his head and looked at one of the researchers in the underground base with a dissatisfied gaze. Yomi is a middle-aged man with light yellow pupils like a snake. Due to overthinking, the hair on the top of his head has long fallen out. However, the hair around his head is still there. At first glance, it looks like a chicken's nest on his head. However, the reason why he was thinking was not because of his duty as a researcher to think about how to save people. Instead, he was thinking about how to break through the limits of trash like humans. Many years ago, Yomi was once a famous professor, a big shot in the field of biopharmaceutical engineering that was considered worthy of the Nobel Prize. However, for some reason, one day, he suddenly abandoned everything. He left behind a letter and disappeared without a trace. He never appeared in front of the public again. And in the letter that Yomi left behind, she wrote, "I've learned one thing in my short life. The more I study science, the more I'll discover that there's a limit to human abilities, unless I surpass human abilities." It was a sentence filled with deep meaning. Of course, no one knew that the reason why Huang Quan left the medical world was because he met a woman. He met a woman who had the same vision as him. She believed that humans were as weak as trash, and she hoped that she could make humans stand up. Just like that, under Iam's invitation, Yomi became the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Tianmu Group. Over the years, he used his top-notch ability in biopharmaceutical engineering to make countless superhuman drugs. As for the Hell Butterfly that was developed not long ago, it was a relatively successful batch of drugs. It was also a batch that Yomi was slightly satisfied with. However, tonight, Yomi's office was suddenly pushed open by a researcher. That person said in a panicked tone, "Lord Yomi, not good, there are intruders." Intruders? If there are intruders, just arrange for the guards to deal with them. Why are you panicking? Although he was usually only responsible for research and didn't care much about other trivial matters, Yomi also knew that there were hundreds of guards in the Ingjili pharmaceutical company. Although these staff members looked like ordinary guards on the surface, they were actually well-trained mercenaries. Their combat strength was so strong that it wouldn't be a problem to send them to the battlefield in the Middle East. No matter how many ordinary invaders there were, it would be suicide. Unexpectedly, the researcher swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reported in an awkward tone, "Lord Nether, that The guards can't stop them at all. Those people are about to reach the basement. What? The moment he heard this, the chicken coop on Yomi's head almost stood up. Are you kidding me? What are the guards doing? They can't even stop a few people? Those intruders look like monsters. They're there. What are they doing? They are chasing after our guards and beating them up. Our people have been completely defeated. They have begun a frantic and disorderly retreat. When he mentioned the scene he saw from the surveillance camera, the researcher's face was a little pale. Am I dreaming? Forget it. Let's leave first. Hearing this, the corner of Huang Quan's mouth twitched slightly, but she still quickly sighed and stood up, preparing to run. No, this was not running, it was a strategic retreat. In the case of an enemy invasion, Yomi, as the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's pharmaceutical department, naturally couldn't fight the enemy here. After all, he was a researcher and couldn't even trust a chicken. Just as Yomi packed up and was about to run, the researcher continued to ask, what about the things in the base that can't be taken away? Prepare to activate the emergency blasting device and blow up the whole place. Emergency blasting? Blasting? But there are still a lot of guards alive up there. Humph. The most important thing is that the research data and instruments here can't be leaked to the intruders. As for those guys, if they die, then they die. They can be buried with the intruders. Speaking up to this point, Huang Quan sneered and took out a glass bottle the size of a mineral water from a special safe under the table. The most important thing in this base was the Hell Butterfly, original solution in this ice crystal glass bottle. So far, all that Hell Butterfly made into anesthetic were made from this bottle of original solution after diluting it hundreds of thousands of times. This kind of original solution was very troublesome to preserve. It had to be placed in a special bottle to not lose its efficacy, but that special bottle was very fragile, so it usually had to be locked in a special safe. But as long as this bottle was fine, then Yomi could make as many Hell Butterflies as he wanted. That's right, as long as this bottle was fine. Boom. But just as he picked up the glass bottle and was about to put it in the storage box, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. Then, a white petite figure pounced on Yomi like lightning. Bang! Then, with a crisp explosion, Yomi was pressed on the table, and the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. The liquid inside flowed all over the floor. Chapter 256. What? The speed at which the small white figure rushed in was simply too fast. Before Yomi could react, a seemingly slender hand that contained immense power had already pressed him onto the table. The little person who suddenly rushed in and pressed the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group onto the table was naturally Dunia, who had taken a detour not long ago. Although her brain wasn't very good, her intuition was surprisingly good. After circling around the complex underground research institute for a while and knocking out a few researchers, the girl accidentally arrived in front of this office. Moreover, when she put her ear to the door to see if there was anyone inside, Dunia heard the two people inside saying that they were going to blow up the entire place. It could be said that fortune favors fools. What a joke! How could this be? Ryudo and the three Amon brothers were still above. If the entire building was blown up, wouldn't the four of them turn into mud? Therefore, Dunia didn't hesitate to act. She kicked open the door in a way that Colored Glaze couldn't be more envious of, and then rushed towards Yellow Springs as fast as she could, and pressed the old man down on the table. After succeeding, Dunia couldn't help but ridicule. Old man, what did you just say? You want to blow up this place? Are you? Ah. But at this time, not far away, the white-robed researcher who was so scared that he fell to the ground looked at the bottle on the ground and shouted hysterically. Yellow Springs, who was pressed down on the table by Dunia, also looked at the broken glass bottle on the ground and shouted, You. Do you know what you have done? Logically speaking, Yellow Springs should be held hostage by this little intruder, but he didn't even look at Dunia, and instead looked at the broken glass bottle on the ground with eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets. Within the broken glass bottle, the red liquid was slowly flowing on the ground, and it was evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strange crimson mist rose from the ground. Suddenly, a strange smell filled the office. How should this smell be described? Just like asphalt mixed with paint and glycerin, this liquid was then heated up to make it rise, causing the mist to rush into people's noses like sharp swords. Dunia also smelled the strange smell coming from the ground, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand, while the other hand pressed down on Yellow Springs firmly and shouted, "What the hell is this? Why is the smell so pungent? Let me go. This is the liquid of the hell butterfly. One drop is enough to kill a person, and it can be absorbed by breathing the air. If we stay here, we will all turn into monsters." Although Huang Quan's strength was no match for Dunia's monstrous strength, the old man still struggled desperately to get up from the table and escape. After all, as the instigator of the hell butterfly, Yellow Springs knew very well how amazing the effect of the liquid was. Recently, they deliberately circulated the hell butterfly to collect information, but it was just a paper anesthetic made from diluted liquid that was hundreds of thousands of times diluted, but it was enough to kill after consuming it. And now, the liquid that was spilled in the office was the real deal, and it wasn't diluted at all. If a person breathed in a few mouthfuls, what kind of monster would they turn into? Even Yellow Springs couldn't imagine it. But when she heard Yellow Springs' words, Dunia sneered, "Rotten old man, do you think I'm an idiot? How can a few mouthfuls turn a person into a monster in this world? Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo." Before Dunia finished speaking, the researcher in the white coat let out a beast-like scream, and then the red muscles all over his body swelled. It directly burst the white coat that originally fit him. At the same time, the man's eyes flickered with a red light, and his expression became incomparably ferocious. Under the contrast of the red mist around him, he looked like a demon from hell. "Sorry, it seems like there really is one." The moment she reacted, Dunia stared blankly at the special glass bottle that fell on the ground, and then felt her scalp go numb, and her body flew out of the office. "Run, run, run, run quickly, or else you'll turn into a monster." After rushing out of the office door, Dunia could still hear the terrifying roar of the mutated researcher inside, and it scared her so much that her face turned green. But no matter how fast Dunia ran, it couldn't change the fact that she had already inhaled the liquid of the hell butterfly and even felt a strange restlessness in her body. That feeling was like a spark, and a spark was burning fiercely in the girl's body. Although it wasn't particularly obvious yet, this spark would sooner or later become a raging fire, and not even ashes would be left. So Dunia ran as fast as a loli while shouting at Yomi, who was in her hand, "Hey, you're the one who researched that thing, right? Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote?" Yomi also inhaled the liquid of the hell butterfly at this time, so he actually wanted to say the same thing. The head of the pharmaceutical department hurriedly replied, "Go straight ahead and turn left. There's a research room. Some hell butterfly's antidote is stored there. Quick, quick, quick." Speaking of which, Dunia and Yomi actually inhaled more of the hell butterfly liquid than the researcher just now, but the former's physique was special, and the latter's body had many special antibodies, so the time of the outbreak was delayed. But without the antidote, the two of them would still turn into monsters sooner or later. This was without a doubt. It was a race against time. Whether it was Dunia or Yomi, it was really a race against time now. The girl's petite figure quickly shuttled through the underground tunnel and immediately came to a research room not far away according to Yomi's instructions. Hiss. So cold. The moment they entered, a bone-piercing chill came from inside and almost froze the sweat on Dunia's face. This research room was specially used to store some low-temperature drugs and materials, and usually, one would need to wear a special protective suit to enter, but the two of them obviously couldn't care less now. "Put me down. Go break the glass and take out those light blue bottles of antidote. I'm going to start the injection." TSK, although she didn't want to listen to the orders of this messy head, Dunia still threw him to the side of the table and rushed to the wall cabinet, broke the glass with a punch, and took out the light blue antidote inside. Behind them, Yellow Spring quickly took out 2 syringes from the cabinet. She took the antivenom from Dunia and loaded it into the syringes. Then, she inserted the syringes into the arms of the 2 people at the same time. It wasn't that Yomi really wanted to inject the antidote into Dunia, but he knew that if he didn't do so, he would definitely be killed on the spot by this violent girl, so he had no choice but to do it. Seeing the light blue antidote slowly injected into her body, Dunia couldn't help but ask, "Is this safe? Won't I turn into a monster?" "I don't know." But Yomi shook his head and said with an uncertain tone, "What do you mean? The poison that you made, the antidote that you made, you said you don't know?" Suddenly, Dunia couldn't help but grab Yomi's hair and almost pulled out his messy hair. "I don't know. Hell's Butterfly is still in the experimental stage, and this antidote is a newly developed product. It hasn't even gone through clinical trials. Who knows what will happen after it's injected? You're giving us this stuff to inject? What else can we do? Wait for death?" Yomi couldn't help but clench his teeth and said angrily, "If you didn't break the glass bottle of antidote, we wouldn't have fallen to this state." You still have the nerve to say that. If you didn't make this broken medicine, I wouldn't. Ugh. Maybe it was the effect of the Hell's Butterfly, or maybe it was the antidote that was injected into her. Originally, Dunia was going to slap Huang Quan, but who would have thought that she would suddenly feel dizzy, and then she fainted in a daze. While unconscious, she felt like her body was repeatedly soaked in a hot spring and an ice pool. Extreme heat and extreme cold washed over every corner of the room. This kind of feeling was not too comfortable, and no matter how hard one tried, they could not sleep soundly. Sway, sway, sway. When Dunia woke up from her coma, she vaguely felt that she seemed to be gently shaking, and there was a warm touch and familiar smell in front of her body, giving her a strong sense of security. This smell is Ryudo? She slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar head in front of her, and the surrounding scenery had turned into a familiar courtyard. It looked like the courtyard in the Rulong Group headquarters. "Oh, Dunia, you're finally awake." After sensing that the girl behind him woke up, Ryudo turned around and asked with a smile, What's going on? I want to ask you what's going on. What happened in the underground base? Why did you faint on the ground?" For Dunia, she didn't know what happened after she fainted, and Ryudo knew more than her. Just as Long Do and the 3 Amon brothers killed and chased away the guards, Long Do and the other 2 Amon brothers were still alive. The 4 of them quickly found the entrance to the underground research base and split up to look for Dunia. Fortunately, Ryudo followed the faint smell of vodka on Dunia's body, and it didn't take long to find her in the cold research room. However, Ryudo didn't see Yomi in the research room. It seems that Yomi quickly slipped away when Dunia fainted. Chapter 257. However, Ryudo was too lazy to care about Acheron's business. After all, he didn't know that Acheron was here. Instead, he hurriedly carried the unconscious Dunia out of the room. When he rescued Dunia, Ryudo also checked her body and didn't find anything wrong with her. She was just a little cold after being in the freezer for a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't choose to commit suicide to save her. After all, committing suicide for no reason was too stupid. Unless there was no other choice, there was no need to do so. As for the 3 Amen brothers, they found a lot of anesthetic in the underground research facility that hadn't been transported out yet, as well as a large monster that was full of hell butterflies. What the hell is that? When Amen saw the monster smashing around Acheron's office across the corridor, he also showed a puzzled expression. "I don't know. Let's leave first. This place doesn't seem right." Because they didn't know what kind of monster was hiding in this research facility, the 3 Amen brothers didn't continue to search after meeting up with Long Do. Instead, they directly buried a bomb and blew up the research facility along with the monster. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Yingjili pharmaceutical company in the suburbs became history, and countless crimes were buried under a large pile of debris. After the 5 of them successfully evacuated, the source of anesthetic in the underground market was completely cut off. Now, they only needed to seize the remaining batch. That was the job of the flower merchant, and it didn't have much to do with Ryudo. You can rest here tonight. I'll call your father. After explaining what happened, Ryudo carried Dunia to the guest room and gently put her down on the bed, letting her have a good night's rest. Although he didn't know what happened, from Dunia's expression, she seemed to be a little tired, and her expression was very complicated. She should have a good rest. However, just as Ryudo was about to put the girl down and let her rest, Dunia reached out and grabbed his wrist. Actually, under the dim light, Dunia stuttered as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Although Ryudo didn't know what happened before, Dunia remembered it clearly. She was infected by the hell butterfly, and although she was injected with the antivenom, there was still no guarantee that she wouldn't mutate. After waking up, Dunia felt that the strange restlessness in her body was gone, but even so, she couldn't be sure that she was fine. Therefore, she was in a dilemma. On one hand, Dunia wanted to tell Ryudo what happened to her, but on the other hand, she was afraid to tell anyone. She was even afraid that Ryudo look at her like a monster. Naturally, Longdo noticed her bashful attitude. So, he asked, "Concerns, is there anything there's something? If, let's go see a doctor." "Well, seeing a doctor may not help. Then you have to tell me exactly what happened. Hurry up, don't drag it out." "Ugh, okay." After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Dunia said in a trembling voice, "Actually, I seem to have inhaled something strange." The old man in the white coat said it's the hell butterfly's liquid, and after inhaling it, I'll become a monster. What? When he heard Dunia's words, Ryuto was stunned for a second. Then he bounced up from the ground. It was obvious how excited he was. Is there a mistake? Dunia inhaled the hell butterfly? Ryuto didn't know what the so-called liquid was, but from the name, it should be a drug used to make the hell butterfly. The effect was definitely much stronger than a simple anesthetic. And Dunia actually inhaled that thing? Doesn't that mean she'll become a monster? That's not right. When he thought of this, Ryuto was very excited, but he immediately glanced at Dunia and immediately realized that something seemed to be wrong. Logically speaking, after a human consumed that hell butterfly, there should be a quick change. Previously, Pang Saburo and Park In-young were the same, and they quickly turned into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. But since Dunia was carried out by Ryuto from the underground base, it has been at least an hour, but her body didn't change at all. Just when Ryuto thought that Dunia's body didn't change at all, he reacted by activating the rogue's analysis mirror to look at the girl, and then he showed an extremely surprised expression. Before this, if Ryuto remembered correctly, Dunia's attributes were name, Saitu Dunia age, 15 years old attributes, wisdom LV1, physique LV4, courage LV3, insight LV3, charm LV2, but at this moment, her attributes became like this. Name, Saitu Dunia age, 15 years old attributes, wisdom LV1, physique LV5, courage LV3, insight LV3, charm LV2? What's going on? Did she take the wrong medicine? Without any changes in other attributes, Dunia's physical ability actually reached the level of LV5 physique, extreme Superman? What does this mean? After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Ryuto reached out and held Dunia's hand and said seriously, "Try to hold my hand with all your strength. You must use all your strength." Use all my strength? Forget it. I'll just hold it. It can't hurt him anyway. Dunia knew that Ryuto's strength was even stronger than her, so she immediately tightened her right hand with all her strength. At that moment, Ryuto only felt that the small palm was like an iron clamp that firmly clamped his hand. Severe pain accompanied by the sound of bones creaking came together. So Ryuto quickly stopped Dunia's violence before his hand bones were broken by her. What kind of strength is this? LV5 physique. Extreme Superman is actually so terrifying? After the two hands released, Ryudo shook his palms that were a little blue and explained to Dunia the abnormal state of her body. Huh, not only I'm fine, but my physical fitness is also strengthened? After listening to Ryudo's explanation, Dunia couldn't help but open her mouth wide with a look of disbelief. The reason for such a strange situation, at least with Ryudo and Dunia's poor knowledge, it was impossible to give a normal explanation. For this situation, they could only conclude that the Hell Butterfly was originally a potion that strengthened the body's ability. After Dunia overdosed, she was quickly injected with the anti-poison serum and even laid in the cold storage for a while. Plus, she already had a superhuman physical fitness. These purely coincidental factors mixed together seemed to have achieved some unexpected results. It seemed to have allowed the girl to retain part of the Hell Butterfly's strengthened state, and at the same time, there were no obvious changes in the other parts. Even Ryudo didn't expect such a good thing to happen in the world. Dunia quickly took off her coat and checked her body from head to toe. After confirming that there were no visible changes, Ryudo finally let out a sigh of relief. Although Dunia was an expired loli was still a loli. Long Do was really afraid that she would turn into a red giant because of the Hell Butterfly's poison. If that was the case, he might as well commit suicide on the spot and start all over again. But fortunately, she was fine now. The girl's skin was still snow-white and tender. Her slender waist, flat chest, and petite feet were all fine. It was exactly the same as what Ryudo saw when he peeked in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. Speaking of which, her waist was so thin that he could hold half of it with one hand, and her feet were so small, at most about 32 size, and her chest was so flat that he almost couldn't feel it. Ryudo checked Dunia while touching her body all over. After a while, he realized that what he was doing didn't seem to be appropriate. There's nothing wrong with me, right? But fortunately, Dunia's nerves were relatively thick, and at this time, she was nervous about her body, so she didn't realize that she was actually in a state where she should call the police. Ahem. After coughing to cover up his embarrassment, Ryudo smiled and said, "There should be no problem, but for safety's sake, I'll accompany you to the hospital tomorrow for a thorough examination." Well, then, what about tonight? Suddenly, Dunia was slightly relieved, but she still asked shyly, "You rest here tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me at any time." "It's too troublesome to call you at any time. Why don't you just stay here with me, okay?" Speaking of this, Dunia's little face slightly blushed, but judging from her cold hands and feet, the girl at this time was obviously still a little scared in her heart. Even if Dunia was strong and brave, she was still a girl a few months away from the marriageable age of 16. It was normal for her to feel scared when encountering this kind of situation. Okay, then I'll lie here for a while. If you have any problems, you must call me at the first moment, understand? If it was a normal time, Ryudo definitely wouldn't sleep in the same room with Dunia, but now her situation was a bit special, so he couldn't care so much. Just like this, Dunia lay on the bed on the tatami in the middle of the room, and Ryudo lay with his back facing Dunia. The two of them could be considered to have a peaceful night. Logically speaking, although the two of them were in the same room, they still scrupulously followed etiquette. Tomorrow morning, they would wake up as good men, so there shouldn't be any problems. Unless early in the morning, a car from Kamishiro Villa would directly send the big sister of Rulon Group to the door. "Dancing costume, wait here for a while. I'll be right out." Yes, Mississippi. When the sun shone on the ground the next morning, under the gaze of 16 Knights dancing costume, Colored Glaze, who hadn't come to find Ryudo for a long time for school, leisurely walked towards Rulon Group headquarters. However, judging from Lioli's relaxed expression, she definitely wouldn't be able to guess what kind of shocking scene she would be witnessing in a moment. Chapter 258. For Colored Glaze, going in and out of the Rulon Group headquarters was as natural as going in and out of her own home. The guards would automatically open the door when they saw her. She no longer needed to kick the door open. As the antique door was slowly pushed open, Lu Li's slim figure swaggered into the room like a mistress of the house and walked into the bedroom of the master of the house. Because she had lived here for a period of time, Lu Li could be said to be familiar with the place along the way. The people she saw along the way also nodded and greeted her respectfully. She really had the feeling of a hostess. The morning air is really good. There were many plants planted in the Rulong Group headquarters, and the buildings were scattered, so the air was fresh. Walking on the wooden floor accompanied by a refreshing breeze in the early morning was indeed a pleasant feeling. After a while, Colored Glaze arrived at the door of Ryudo's room and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. 3 seconds passed, and there was no response. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked again, and 5 seconds passed, and there was still no response. He's not here? He woke up so early? No, this guy didn't sleep here last night. Colored Glaze opened the door and glanced around. She found that it was empty inside, and the bed sheets were neat and tidy. It didn't look like someone had just slept here. Where did that guy go? Hey, Auntie, do you know where Ryudo is? Just as Colored Glaze was wondering why Ryudo disappeared so early in the morning, an auntie in charge of cleaning walked by, so she stopped her and asked, "This?" The auntie seemed to be hesitant, but she still reported, "Last night, the young master seemed to be resting at the Shura room. I don't know anything else." Shura room? Why did he choose to sleep in the guest room instead of his own bedroom? Hearing this, Colored Glaze thanked the auntie and walked towards the Shura room. Because of the special nature of the dragon group, the names of the rooms inside were also very much like a Chinibu style. Between Rakshasas, between hell, between demons, between yakshas. In Colored Glaze's eyes, these names were fucking ridiculous. Who would want to stay in a guest room like this? The cabinets would probably move by themselves at night. Coincidentally, the place where Ryuto stayed last night was the legendary Shura's room. This name was very appropriate. Just like that, Colored Glaze quietly walked in the direction of Shura's room. Her footsteps were careful and cautious, and she made almost no sound, as if she wanted to scare someone. Speaking of which, I haven't come to look for him recently. He must be lonely by himself. Well, I didn't come here because I wanted to see him. I didn't come here because I wanted to go to school with him. I just wanted to give this guy a little benefit so that I could tie him down tightly. Well, that's it. After standing at the door and making up her mind, Colored Glaze pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom of Shura's room. Because it was early in the morning, the lights in the room were not turned on. Only a faint light penetrated through the door. What appeared in front of her was an exquisite little room. In the middle of the living room, she could vaguely see a bed placed on a tatami. There was a large bulge on the bed. It was obvious that someone was lying on top of it and resting. Oh, who? Who is it? When Colored Glaze pushed open the door and walked in, Ryudo, who was lying on the bed, finally woke up. He then asked in a surprised tone. But the moment he woke up, Ryudo first let out a cry of surprise. The reason for the cry was obviously because he found another big problem. He found a big problem. What? What is this? It can't be? After rubbing his eyes, Ryudo looked at the unnatural bulge under the quilt. He then felt the warmth and heaviness on his legs and waist. Only then did he finally realize what happened. If it was just a problem under the quilt, it wouldn't be a big problem. The real problem was that Colored Glaze actually walked in at this time without saying anything. Damn it. Suddenly, a few drops of cold sweat fell from Ryudo's forehead. He looked like a heartless man who was about to be found out by his wife. But Colored Glaze didn't seem to notice Ryudo's strangeness. She chuckled and said, "It's me. Why don't you sleep in the room and sleep in the guest room?" As she spoke, she walked in and opened the curtain next to her. Whoosh! The sunlight poured into the room along with the breeze. At the same time, it also shone on Ryudo's face that was covered in cold sweat. It was just a moment of interest, just a moment of interest. Can you go out first? I'm going to change my clothes. Gulp. After the window was opened, Ryudo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but he still forced himself to remain calm and tried to chase Colored Glaze out of the room first. Okay, who wants to see you change? Strange? Why does this guy's quilt feel strange? It seems to be especially bulging. Because the curtains were opened, the light in the room was brighter. When Colored Glaze turned to look at Ryuto, she also noticed the abnormality on the bed. At this time, the lower half of this guy's body was covered in the bulging quilt. Only his upper body in messy casual clothes could be seen. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that he would wear such clothes to sleep. Not only was his collar messy, but there were also some slight claw marks on his cheeks, neck, and chest that were exposed. That's right, claw marks. Although Ryuto himself didn't notice it, Colored Glaze saw the strange marks on his body. Was he scratched by a cat? It can't be, right? Ryuto didn't have a cat, and the distance between these claw marks was much larger than a cat's. It looked like, Instantly, Colored Glaze's body froze. She seemed to have thought of a scene that she often saw in TV dramas or novels. And the name of that scene was Catching an Adulterer in Bed. Impossible, impossible. That guy Ryuto wouldn't do such a thing. Colored Glaze didn't want to think too much about it, but the unnatural bulge on the bed, Ryuto's sneaky expression, and the fact that he suddenly moved to the guest room, had claw marks on his body, and his clothes were messy. It was hard not to think too much about it. Just as Colored Glaze was thinking, Ryuto obviously panicked. He tried his best to put on an embarrassed expression and laughed awkwardly. Miss Colored Glaze? I really need to change my clothes, okay? Is that so? Then I'll help you change. In the next moment, Colored Glaze's lips curved into a sweet smile. Ugh. This smile was like a punch to Ryuto's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. How can I do that? Don't say that. Didn't you say that you'll marry me in a year? Then we'll be considered as an engaged couple. Isn't it the wife's duty to change her husband's clothes? Looking at Colored Glaze's virtuous wifey expression and graceful movements, Ryuto would be very happy if it was any other time. But now he could only sweat and say, Yes, it's like that, but right now I'm a little, ugh. Just as Ryuto was desperately trying to find a way to dodge it, a soft moan suddenly came from under his blanket. This sound was made by a woman, and it seemed that the woman was still in a half-awake state. The moment she heard this sound, Colored Glaze's mouth stretched into a few angles. It looked like she was smiling even more brightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. Lou, Colored Glaze? Actually, I've been practicing ventriloquism recently. Would you believe me? What do you think? I think you would believe me. After all, however, in the next second, just as Ryuto was desperately looking for an excuse, Colored Glaze immediately reached out her hand and pulled at the speed of lightning. With a clean and neat technique, he lifted the quilt from his body. Ryuto swore that Colored Glaze's speed of pulling was absolutely not compatible with her LV1 physique. Crumbs of the world, physical ability. It was as if she had cultivated some strange skill like lightning flash. After the blanket was pulled away, under Ryuto's expression that looked like he wanted to die on the spot and Colored Glaze's Azura-like gaze, a familiar figure appeared on the bed. It was a very young girl. At this time, she was only wearing a simple set of underwear, causing her figure to look even more petite. Moreover, her exposed skin was even more snow-white and smooth. At this time, her long silver hair was not tied into a cute double ponytail like usual. Instead, it was completely draped over Ryuto's body. Coupled with the arms tightly hugging Ryuto's waist and the legs wrapped around his right leg, she looked like a large silver-haired koala. It was Dunia. Obviously, the girl who appeared on Ryuto's bed was Dunia. At this time, she was hugging Ryuto's waist, her small face pressed against the man's waist. With a satisfied expression, she continued to sleep soundly, completely ignoring the surrounding temperature that suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Suddenly, the smile on Colored Glaze's face became even brighter. Her gaze towards Ryuto showed a sense of contempt that said, Look, this man is like trash. Trash, scum, slut, lowlife, scum, bastard, ruffian, wretched man, stinking hooligan, shameless, scoundrel, scumbag, rotten man, scum of society, beast in human face, beast in human clothing. This was the first time Ryudo knew that humans could express so many different words through their gazes. But facing such a terrible situation, he smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I can explain. Why don't you listen to my explanation first, then think about what to do next?" Actually, it would have been better if he did not speak. Once he spoke, Colored Glaze was so angry that she immediately kicked him. According to Ryudo's knowledge, Colored Glaze always had the habit of kicking things when she was angry. He did not expect that one day, the one being kicked would be him. Explain? Explain? Explain. If explaining is useful, why do we need police in this world? Suddenly, Colored Glaze scolded in exasperation while raising her small black pantyhose foot to kick Ryuto. Her kick made Ryudo not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 259. Colored Glaze's kicks were like mosquito bites to Ryudo. They didn't hurt at all and were soft like a massage. In addition, this young lady was used to wearing black stockings or pantyhose under her skirt. The bottom of the high-grade pantyhose felt silky smooth to the touch, which increased the awkwardness of this action. It didn't look like an attack, but more like a flirting. Bastard. Scum. Scum. Okay, listen to my explanation first. After being kicked a few times by Colored Glaze, Ryudo, who was afraid that she would cover her feet and jump around on the spot, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and grabbed the girl's ankle to prevent her from doing such meaningless actions. Let go. After Ryudo grabbed her ankle, Colored Glaze struggled violently. But with her little strength, how could she break free? She could only rage helplessly. Listen to my explanation first, then I'll let go. Scram. Stinky pervert. Phew. You don't want to listen, right? Then I won't hold back. Seeing that Colored Glaze wasn't listening to him, Ryudo decided to use some violent methods. He grabbed Colored Glaze's little foot and threw it to the side. He skillfully disrupted the girl's balance, causing her to slip and fall onto the bed unconsciously. Then, she was embraced by a perverted right arm. After putting Colored Glaze on the bed, a very strange scene appeared on the bed. On Ryudo's right was Dunia, who was hugging his waist. Her slender snow-white legs were wrapped around his right leg. On Ryudo's left was Colored Glaze, who was lying on the ground. He pulled her body as close to his chest as possible, letting the two of them lean their heads together. Hugging left and right, it was truly a blessing, especially since both of them were top-notch beauties. This made him even more blessed, and it was about to overflow. I didn't do anything to Dunia. She was poisoned last night. I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I stayed in the guest room to accompany her. It's that simple. Before Colored Glaze could continue to flip out, Ryuto leaned his face close to hers and stared into her eyes. He spoke in a serious tone. Of course, that was indeed the case, and he wasn't lying. Last night, it was indeed because Dunia was poisoned by the hell butterfly. Ryuto was worried that something would happen to her, so he agreed to sleep here. If anything happened, he could immediately buy medicine from the Krypton Gold Mall to save her life. In Ryudo's Krypton shopping mall, there were all kinds of wonderful medicines that could be saved as long as one did not die on the spot. It was just a matter of whether one was willing to spend the money. But for some reason, Long Do, who was supposed to be sleeping next to the bed, seemed to have been pulled into the bed by someone and then hugged like a pillow to sleep. Later on, Ryudo found out that Dunia had the habit of hugging a big stuffed bear to sleep. Presumably, this little brat was confused and thought that Ryudo next to her was her stuffed bear, so she pulled him into the quilt. With this pull and hug, the situation became like this in the morning. What was more coincidental was that before Ryudo woke up, Colored Glaze came over early in the morning. Wasn't this a coincidence? This kind of coincidence often appeared in third-rate novels, but he didn't expect it to happen in reality as well. After listening to Ryudo's explanation, Colored Glaze's expression finally became better. After all, she knew that nothing shameless happened between the two. But she still said unhappily, "Humph, we're lying in the same bed. Who knows if you didn't take the opportunity to touch Dunia? Don't worry, if I touch her, I'll be behind you. Is that okay? Who allowed you to touch me, shameless? Even so, Colored Glaze's face was still slightly red, looking very cute. This kind of atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, plus the fact that the two of them were lying on the bed together, with a third wheel next to them. Ryudo couldn't help but kiss the young lady's rosy lips. After being kissed, Colored Glaze pretended to resist for a while. Then she reached out and wrapped her arms around the man's neck and kissed Ryudo on the bed. Since the two of them kissed for the first time a few months ago, Ryudo had been kissing this young lady a lot. Every time, she resisted on the surface, but in reality, she liked it very much. But as everyone knew, it was early in the morning, which was the time when the blood of men was more vigorous. Coupled with the beauty in his arms, the soft and smooth touch on his lips, and the sweet smell in his nose, it was even more tempting to rise to the heavens. This was a completely normal phenomenon for men. After all, if there was no such phenomenon, then there would be no reproduction, and the human race would be extinct. So this rise to the heavens was a sacred activity to save the world, and there was absolutely no meaning of shame in it. As they kissed, Colored Glaze's legs wriggled slightly, and she also felt the rising situation on the other side. So her face became even redder, and she even retracted her legs at lightning speed. Colored Glaze naturally knew the meaning of this phenomenon, but after all, she was not the carnivorous Yunyan, so this kind of thing was still a bit early for her. A bit early. However, just as the two of them were engaged in a quarrel, Dunia, who was hugging Ryudo's waist and sleeping, woke up in a daze. What was very awkward was that Dunia's face happened to be leaning on Ryudo's side waist, which was actually very close to the rise to the heavens position, and she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. What is this thing? A mushroom? Among the three in Ryudo's harem, Dunia knew the least about the matters between men and women. Therefore, even if she was fully awake, she probably wouldn't know what this kind of physical change meant, let alone in this kind of confused state where she had just woken up. Not sure if it was out of instinct, or because she felt that thing was blocking her view. Dunia reached out her white and smooth hand to grab it, and after holding it, she wanted to move it away. If it was a normal girl doing this, it would definitely be very enjoyable. But Dunia, compared to a normal girl, her strength was definitely more than 100 million points, which was more than 10 times, to the point where she could pull any organ out of a person's body with her bare hands. Thus, in the next second, a series of panicked screams came from the room. Dunia? What are you doing? Let go. Let go. Dunia could swear that she had never heard Long Do make such an anxious cry, as if he would cause some kind of tragedy if he didn't let go of Long Do. Morning, what happened to you just now? After a few seconds, Dunia finally let go, rubbing her eyes as she climbed up from the bed, but she saw that Ryudo's face was a little pale, as if he was seriously frightened, and was covering a certain part of his body on the ground. No, it's nothing, you're awake. Suddenly, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, but his face revealed a timid smile. Although Dunia didn't know what happened, Ryuto knew that the situation just now was actually very dangerous, especially when this stinky brat held the dragon head staff and was about to break it down. If it wasn't for Ryuto's quick reaction and blocking with his hand, he would have become the first eunuch in Japan. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Thinking of the terrifying scene just now, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. After waking up, the second thing Dunia saw was Colored Glaze sitting on the bed with a red face and a slightly weak body. She asked curiously, "What are you doing here? And why is your face so red? Are you uncomfortable?" Actually, she's not blushing because she's uncomfortable, but because she's too comfortable. Ba 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 ba. Shut up. Don't say any more. Go back to your room and change your clothes. Before Ryudo could finish his half-teasing and half-flirting words, Colored Glaze blushed and pushed him out of Shura's room. Although Colored Glaze's strength couldn't push Ryudo, He took the opportunity to escape from this Shura's room and went back to his room to change his clothes and wash up. After Ryudo left, Colored Glaze turned to look at Dunia, who was sitting on the bed and stretching. She frowned and said, "Hurry up and change your clothes. Actually wearing this and hugging Ryu to sleep? Really shameless." Hearing Colored Glaze's words, although Dunia was relatively slow, but she could roughly smell the sour taste in the words. "Aya?" The girl grinned and laughed arrogantly. Could it be that someone is jealous? No way. Could it be that someone hasn't slept with Ryudo before? You're still helping others count the money after being sold. Is your brain filled with vodka? Seeing Dunia's expression of being taken advantage of, but still thinking that she was cool, Colored Glaze really wanted to kick her. But she didn't dare. After all, Dunia wasn't Ryudo. If she kicked this bear, she would definitely be beaten back, and Colored Glaze couldn't beat Dunia. But no matter what, Dunia still changed into her usual clothes and followed Colored Glaze outside to eat breakfast. Seeing that this little rascal was drinking vodka so early in the morning, Miss Liuli scolded her angrily again. But of course, Dong Nia didn't pay her any attention. Instead, she drank even more vigorously and even deliberately made pausing sounds. This atmosphere, it's really troublesome. Although he already knew that Dunia and Colored Glaze's relationship wasn't that good, it was obvious that after the left hugging right incident just this morning, the two's antagonistic relationship had a new development. Especially when Ryudo sat on the left and right of the two girls in a car and drove towards Takuri First High, he finally understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. No matter what Colored Glaze said, Dunia would find fault with her, and vice versa. And no matter how Ryudo replied to one of them, the other would take the opportunity to find fault with Ryudo. It was like kicking him around like a rubber ball. The scariest thing was that these two girls started bickering at the dining table, all the way to the school gate, and they were still bickering, with Ryudo sandwiched between them. It felt like a live performance of a palace drama. This wasn't 2 slices of bread with cheese, but 2 frying pans with a hot dog. Ryudo felt like he was a hot dog sandwiched between 2 hot frying pans. No matter which side he leaned towards, he would be scalded until he couldn't take care of himself. After being annoyed to the point that he had no choice, Ryudo took advantage of the two girls bickering to sneak away, quickly sneaking into the front of the school. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with them. If only Yunyin was here. When he walked through the school gate, Ryudo couldn't help but miss Yunyin. After all, only that woman could use her status as the main wife to restrain Dunia and Colored Glaze, not letting them chatter to death beside Ryudo's ear. And compared to the impatient Dunia and the long-winded Colored Glaze, the gentle and pleasant Yunyin was more in line with the identity of a girlfriend. And when he was with her, he felt more comfortable in various senses. Chapter 260. However, just as Ryudo was thinking about this, he really did see a familiar tall figure not far away. Her long brown hair was as light as a cloud, and she was especially tall among her peers. She had a voluptuous figure, and she had a celestial charm that could cause the downfall of a city. When he thought that such a gentle and lovely senior was actually his girlfriend, Ryudo's mind that was about to boil from the quarrel between Colored Glaze and Dunia early in the morning immediately calmed down. Thus, Ryudo hurriedly ran over and patted her shoulder at the same time. He smiled and said, "Yunyin, good morning." But just as Ryudo patted the woman's shoulder, the woman turned her head and said angrily, "Ah, who are you calling hey? I'll kill you." "I'm the one who wants to ask, who are you?" After knowing Yunyin for so long, this was the first time Ryudo was yelled at by her. Moreover, it was the kind of yell that had a ferocious face and eyes that were burning with anger, as if she would attack at the slightest disagreement. Did I see the wrong person? Is this really Yunyin from Suki Suki? After being yelled at, Ryudo saw Yunyin's outfit clearly. How should he describe it? Normally, senior sister Yunyin gave off a gentle and beautiful feeling. Her neat and tidy school uniform was spotless, and there was always a gentle smile on her face without any makeup. It made people want to make a statue of her and worship her. But what was up with Yunyin today? She was wearing a school uniform with long sleeves and a long skirt that was completely out of season. Her crew collar tie was crooked in front of her chest, and her hair was slightly messy. Her lips were smeared with red lipstick, and there was a cigarette in the shape of fruit candy. This style actually had a special adjective in Japan called delinquent girl. That's right, it was the kind of delinquent who would walk in groups of 3 to 5 and make a lot of noise on the street, and would pull out a steel pipe from under her long skirt at any time to fight. However, the sudden change in her appearance and Yunyin's attitude shocked Ryudo. This woman was clearly not a delinquent girl. Just as Ryudo was sizing up his girlfriend in surprise, Yunyin raised her eyebrows and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman before?" No, I just feel a little, and used to it." After sensing Yunyin's boss-like aura, Ryudo didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only retreat half a step like a reserved primary school student. Pfft. Seeing Ryudo's expression, Yunyin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The malevolent expression on her face instantly collapsed. She laughed so hard that she bent forward and backward. Her long skirt swayed back and forth, looking very cute. This laugh made Yunyin change from the delinquent girl just now to the gentle senior sister Ryudo knew, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. This sudden change made Ryudo dumbfounded. He asked suspiciously, "Yunyin, what are you doing?" Sorry, I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm trying to cosplay." Suddenly, Yunyin showed her usual gentle smile. She took out a handkerchief and wiped off the bright color on her lips. She looked a lot more pleasing to the eye than the delinquent girl just now.
Cosplay.
It wasn't that Ryudo hadn't heard of this term, but he didn't think that this term could be used together with Yunyin. Generally speaking, cosplay was to play a role in the virtual world or the real world through costumes. The players were also called cosplayers. It was quite common in this country, but Yunyin didn't seem to have anything to do with cosplay. Why did she cosplay as a delinquent girl to come to school early in the morning? According to Yunyin's explanation, she was actually collecting material for her next novel. Because in Yunyin's next novel, the heroine is a cosplayer. The heroine usually looks like an ordinary campus idol, but she will cosplay as various characters at night to fight against the strange people in the streets and alleys. What do you think? Interesting setting, right? It's really interesting, but this kind of setting usually only appears in some strange works. Strange works? What do you mean? Ahem, nothing. You can continue. Although she didn't know what Ryudo's words meant, Yunyin still explained her idea. In order to know how the heroine felt when cosplaying as various characters, Yunyin began to study this special style of dress and tried to simulate the psychological changes after cosplaying. So, there was a strange scene of her dressing up as a delinquent girl to school early in the morning. I think a character should be played from the inside out. It's not as simple as changing the appearance. So I just imitated the delinquent girl's attitude and yelled at you. I'm really sorry. When mentioning the matter of yelling at Ryudo, Yunyin still nodded apologetically with a guilty look. Ryudo also smiled generously and said, "It's okay. Anyway, you look quite fresh. Yelling at me is fine. I won't care about this small matter." That's great. If you don't mind, can you accompany me to Akihabara after school? Akihabara? Why are we going there? After hearing this strange yet familiar name, Ryudo showed a puzzled expression. Anyone who had a little understanding of 2D and otaku culture should know that the so-called Akihabara was a street with the special name of 2D Sacred Place. Although this street in the Chiyoda district used to be famous for selling home appliances, after the beginning of the new century, the streets of Akihabara were filled with maids soliciting business, rows upon rows of anime stores, colorful game halls, computer accessories crowded the alleys, and 2D posters everywhere. However, although he knew what kind of place it was, Ryudo had never been to Akihabara before because there was no need. He didn't have time to play games, watch anime, play Brother Pal, or go to the maid cafe. He also didn't need to buy a computer or electrical appliances. So, it was an area that had nothing to do with him as a young master. But today, Yunyin took the initiative to invite him to Akihabara, and the reason was that there was going to be a cosplay competition there. According to the information I gathered on the internet, the cosplay competition will be held this afternoon at the Akihabara New Hall. At that time, all the famous cosplayers from all over the country will be there. They are all professionals, so it should be very helpful for me to gather materials. When it came to gathering materials, Yunyin's eyes emitted bursts of light. It was obvious that she was very excited about it. Gathering materials was a necessary step for a successful creator to mature. There was once a famous manga artist who said, "The reason why I play mahjong every day is not because I like mahjong, but because I want to find inspiration for my manga from mahjong." This is a kind of gathering material. Who? Unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Playing mahjong is so satisfying. Of course, Yunyin didn't need this kind of gathering material. She wanted to gather material about the cosplay female lead in the novel she wanted to write. However, it was the first time that Yunyin went to such a strange place. So, she wanted Ryudo to accompany her to the cosplay competition to see how professional cosplayers worked. So it's like this. After understanding the cause and effect, Ryudo nodded and smiled. "Then I'll go with you. Just treat it as a special date." Okay. Hearing this, Yunyin jumped up happily and then mysteriously whispered in his ear, "After the materials are collected, I will wear all kinds of cosplay clothes for you to see. Hee hee, just take it as a reward for accompanying me on a date." Yunyin? Wear all kinds of cosplay clothes? Instantly, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, he looked up and down at Yunyin, as if he was imagining the scene of her tall and voluptuous body wearing all kinds of cosplay clothes. Don't misunderstand, Ryudo wasn't interested in cosplay. He didn't want to see Yunyin wearing maid outfits, witch outfits, Lolita outfits, bridal outfits, nurse outfits, stewardess outfits, policewoman outfits, school swimwear, gymnastics outfits, tights, and other strange outfits. As for the dirty idea of matching it with bubble socks, knee socks, mandarin duck socks, fake knee socks, garter socks, pantyhose, and so on, he had never even thought of it, probably never thought of it. So, Ryudo went with Yunyin to the cosplay competition because he wanted to support her novel. It wasn't because he wanted to see her wearing all kinds of cosplay clothes. That's right, I, Ryudo Kiryu, am definitely not that kind of person. With this self-deceiving thought, Ryudo spent a very slow day. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, he rushed out of the classroom and ran towards the third-grade building where Yunyin was. But when the two arrived at the Akihabara New Hall in Narukai's high-speed car, Ryudo noticed something strange. Isn't that? It can't be? It's Ryudo Kiryu? Oh, that person's acting is really good. Should we take a picture with him, or something? When Ryudo and Yunyin stood at the entrance of the Akihabara New Hall, the surrounding audience who were obviously here to watch the competition couldn't help but discuss behind their backs. But the topic of the audience's discussion sounded a little strange to Ryudo. What do they mean? That person's acting is really good? What am I acting as? However, just when he was puzzled, not far away from the crowd, a fatty wearing the Dory First High School uniform with cheap dyed blonde hair walked out. The fatty looked to be at least 200 pounds. The grease secreted from his face was enough to make people sick to death. His entire body emitted a greasy smell. But when he saw Ryudo standing at the entrance, he excitedly ran over and patted Ryudo's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Hey, brother, you're also acting as Ryudo Kiryu? What a coincidence, me too." When he saw the fatty dressed like him, Ryudo almost wanted to punch him. But from this sentence, Ryudo finally understood what the people around him were thinking. That's right, this group of Akihabara 2D residents seemed to think that Ryudo was acting as himself, acting as the recently powerful young master. It was that simple. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.